Chapter 1 of The Creators, a Comedy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Creators, a Comedy by May Sinclair. Chapter 1. 3 times during dinner he had asked himself what, after all, was he there for? And at the end of it, as she rose, her eyes held him for the first time that evening, as if they said that he would see. She had put him as far from her as possible, at the foot of her table between 2 of the 4 preposterous celebrities whom she had asked him, George Tanqueray, to meet. Everything except her eyes had changed since he had last dined with Jane Holland, in the days when she was, if anything, more obscure than he. It was no longer she who presided at the feast, but her portrait by Gisborne, R.A. He had given most of his attention to the portrait. Gisborne, R.A. was a solemn egoist, and his picture represented not Jane Holland, but Gisborne's limited idea of her. It was a sombre face, broadened and foreshortened by the heavy, leaning brows, a face with a straight-drawn mouth and eyes prophetic of tragedy, a face in which her genius brooded, downcast, flameless, and dumb. He had got all her features, her long black eyebrows, her large deep-set eyes, flattened queerly by the level eyebrows, her nose, a trifle too long in the bridge, too wide in the nostril, and her mouth, which could look straight enough when her will was dominant. He had got her hair, the darkness and the mass of it. Tanqueray, in his abominable way, had said that Gisborne had put his best work into that, and when Gisborne resented it, he had told him that it was immortality enough for any one to have painted Jane Holland's hair. This was in the days when Gisborne was celebrated and Tanqueray was not. If Jane had had the face that Gisborne gave her, she would never have had any charm for Tanqueray. For what Gisborne had tried to get was that oppressive effect of genius, heavily looming. Not a hint had he caught of her high levity, of her look when the bright devil of comedy possessed her, not a flash of her fiery quality, of her eyes' sudden gold, and the ways of her delicate, her brilliant mouth, its fine deliberate sweep, its darting tilt, like wings lifted for flight. When Tanqueray wanted to annoy Jane, he told her that she looked like her portrait by Gisborne, R.A. They were all going to the play together, but at the last moment she, to Tanqueray's amazement, threw them over. She was too tired, she said, to go. The celebrities pressed round her, voluble in commiseration. Of course, if she wasn't going, they wouldn't go. They didn't want to. They would sacrifice 1,000 plays, but not an evening with Jane Holland. They bowed before her in all the postures and ceremonies of their adoration. And Jane Holland looked at them curiously with her tired eyes, and Tanqueray looked at her. He wondered how on earth she was going to get rid of them. She did it with a dexterity he would hardly have given her credit for. Her tired eyes helped her. Then, as the door was closing on them, she turned to him. "Are you going with them?" she said, "or will you stay with me?" "I am certainly not going with them." He paused, hesitating. "Then you'll stay?" For the first time in their intercourse she hesitated too. "But you're tired," he said. "Not now." She smiled appealingly, but not like a woman sure of the success of her appeal. That lapse of certainty marked a difference in their relations. He chose to put it down to the strange circumstance of her celebrity, and, though he hesitated, he stayed. To stay was, after all, the thing which at the moment he most wanted to do. And the thing which Tanqueray most wanted to do at the moment, that he invariably did. This temper of his had but one drawback, that it left him at the moment's mercy. That was what he felt now when he found himself alone with her for the first time in many weeks. She wondered how far he had seen through her. She had made the others go, that he might stay with her, a palpable manoeuvre. Of course she would not have lent herself to it for any ordinary man. His genius justified her. 6 weeks ago she would not have had to retreat behind his genius. 6 weeks ago she had never thought of his genius as a thing apart from him. There was her own genius, if it came to that. It had its rights. 6 weeks ago she would not have had to apologize to herself for keeping him. "I didn't know you could change your mind so quickly," he said. "If you had my mind, George, you'd want to change it." "What's wrong with your mind, Jinny?" "It won't work." "Ah, it's come to that, has it? I knew it would." She led the way into another room, the room she wrote in. Jane lived alone. Sometimes he had wondered how she liked it. There was defiance in her choice of that top floor in the old house in Kensington Square. To make sure her splendid isolation, she had cut herself off by a barricaded staircase, closed with a door at the foot. Tanqueray knew well that consecrated book-lined room, and the place of everything it held. He had his own place there, the place of honour and affection. His portrait, a mere photograph, was on her writing table. His works, 5 novels, were on a shelf by themselves at the head of her chair, where she could lay her hands on them. For they had found each other before the world had found her. That was the charm which had drawn them together, which, more than any of her charms, had held him until now. She had preserved the incomparable innocence of a great artist. She was free, with the freedom of a great nature, from what Tanqueray, who loathed it, called the literary taint. They both avoided the circles where it spread deepest, in their nervous terror of the social process, of getting to know the right people. They confessed that in the beginning they had fought shy even of each other, lest one of them should develop a hideous susceptibility and impart the taint. There were points at which they both might have touched the aristocracy of journalism, but they had had no dealings with its proletariat or its demi-monde. Below these infernal circles they had discerned the fringe of the bottomless pit, popularity, which he, the master, told her was the unclean thing. So that in 1902 George Tanqueray as a novelist stood almost undiscovered on his tremendous height. But it looked as if Jane Holland were about to break her charm. "I hope," he said, "it hasn't spoilt you, Jinny." "What hasn't?" Your celebrity." "Don't talk about it. It's bad enough when they—" "Well, they needn't. I must. Celebrity. You observe that I call it by no harsher name. Celebrity is the beginning of the end. I don't want you to end that way." "I shan't. It's not as if I were intrigued by it. You don't know how I hate it sometimes." "You hate it, yet you're drawn." "By what? By my vanity?" "Not by your vanity, though there is that." "By what, then?" "Oh, Jinny, you're a woman." "Mayn't I be?" "No," he said brutally. "You mayn't." For a moment her eyes pleaded. "Mayn't I be a woman?" But she was silent, and he answered her silence rather than her eyes. "Because you've genius." "Do you of all people, tie me down to that?" He laughed. "Why not I?" "Because it was you who told me not to keep back. You told me not to live alone. Don't you remember?" He remembered. It was in the days when he first knew her. "I did. Because you ran to the other extreme then. You were terrified of life." "Because I was a woman. You told me to be a woman." "Because I was the only man you knew. How you remember things." "That comes of living alone. I've never really forgotten anything you ever said to me. It's where I score." "You had nobody but me to talk to then, if you remember." "No. Nobody but you." "And it wasn't enough for you." "Oh, wasn't it? When you were never the same person for a week together. It was like knowing 15 or 20 men." He smiled. "I've always been the same man to you, Jinny, haven't I?" "I'm not so sure," said she. "Well, anyhow, you were safe with me." "From what?" "From being had. But now you've begun knowing all sorts of people." "Is that why you've kept away from me?" He ignored her question. "Awful people. Implacable, insatiable, pernicious, destructive people. The trackers down, the hangers on, the persecutors, the pursuers. Did I ever pursue you?" "No, George. I can't say you ever did. I can't see you pursuing any one." "They will. And they'll have you at every turn. No, I'm safe. You see, I don't care for any of them. They'll have you all the same. You lend yourself to being had. Do I? She said it defiantly. No, you never lend, you give yourself, to be eaten up. You let everybody prey on you. You'd be preyed on by me if I let you. Oh, you? And yet, he said, I wonder. He paused, considering her with brilliant but unhappy eyes. Jinny, he said, where do you get the fire that you put into your books? Where you get yours, she said. Again he considered her. Come out of it, he said. Get away from these dreadful people, these dreadful, clever little people. She smiled, recognizing them. Look at me, he said. Oh, you, she said again, with another intonation. Yes, me. I was born out of it. And I? Wasn't I born? Look at me. She turned to him, holding her head high. I am looking at you. I've been looking at you all the evening, and I see a difference already. What you see is the difference in my clothes. There is no difference in me. It was he who was different. She looked at him, trying to penetrate the secret of his difference. There was a restlessness about him, a fever and the brilliance fever brought. She looked at him and saw a creature dark and colourless, yet splendidly alive. She knew him by heart, every detail of him, the hair close cropped that left clean the full backward curve of his head, his face with its patches of ash and bistre, his eyes, hazel, lucid, intent, sunk under irritable brows, his mouth, narrowish, the lower lip full, pushed forward with a slight prominence of its jaw, the upper lip accentuated by the tilt of its moustache. Tanqueray's face, his features, always seemed to her to lean forward as against a wind, suggesting things eager and in salient flight. They shared now in his difference, his excitement. His eyes, as they looked at her, had lost something of their old lucidity. They were more brilliant and yet somehow more obscure. Then, suddenly, she saw how he was driven. He was out on the first mad hunt with love. Love and he stalked the hills, questing the visionary maid. It was not she. His trouble was as yet vague and purely impersonal. She saw, it was her business, by every infallible sign and token that it was not she. She saw, too, that he was enraged with her for this reason, that it was not she. That showed that he was approaching headlong the point of danger, and she, if she were his friend, was bound to keep him back. He was not in love with her or with anyone, but he was in that insane mood when honourable men marry, sometimes disastrously. Any woman, even she, could draw him to her now by holding out her hand. And between them there came a terror, creeping like a beast of prey, dumb and holding them dumb. She searched for words to dispel it, but no words came. Her heart beat too quickly. He must hear it beat. That was not the signal he was waiting for, that beating of her heart. He tried to give himself the semblance and the sense of ease by walking about the room and examining the things in it. There were some that it had lacked before, signs that the young novelist had increased in material prosperity. Yes, he had liked her better when she had worked harder and was as poor as he. They had come to look on poverty as their protection from the ruinous world. He now realized that it had also been their protection from each other. He was too poor to marry. He reflected with some bitterness that Jane was not, now. She, in her corner, called him from his wanderings. She had made the coffee. He drank it where he stood on the hearth-rug, ignoring his old place on the sofa by her side. She brooded there, leaving her cup untasted. She had manoeuvred to keep him, and now she wished that she had let him go. "Aren't you going to drink your coffee?" he said. "No. I shan't sleep if I do." "Haven't you been sleeping?" "Not very well." "That's why you're looking like your portrait. That man isn't such a silly ass as I thought he was." "I wish," she said, "you'd contrive to forget him, and it, and everything." "Everything?" "You know what I mean. The horrid thing that's happened to me. My celebrity." She brought it out with a little shiver of revolt. He laughed. "But when you remind me of it every minute? When it's everlastingly, if I may say so, on the carpet?" Her eyes followed his. It was evident that she had bought a new one. "It doesn't mean what you think it does. It isn't. It really isn't as bad as that." "I was afraid." "You needn't be. I'm still living from hand to mouth, only rather larger mouthfuls." "Why apologize?" "I can't help it. You make me feel like some horrid literary parvenu." "I make you feel?" "Yes, you. You. You don't think me a parvenu, do you?" she pleaded. "You know what I think you." "I don't. I only know what you used to think me." "I think the same." "Tell me. Tell me." "I think if you can hold yourself together for the next 5 years, you'll write a superb book, Jinny. But it all depends on what you do with yourself in the next 5 years." He paused. "At the present moment there's hardly anyone, of our generation, mind you, who counts, except you and I." He paused again. "If you and I have done anything decent, it's because, first of all, our families have cast us off." "Well, mine hasn't yet." "It's only a question of time if you go on," said Tanqueray. He had never seen Jane's family. He knew vaguely that her father was the rector of a small parish in Dorset, and that he had had 2 wives in such rapid succession that their effect from a distance, so Tanqueray said, was scandalously simultaneous. The rector indeed had married his first wife for the sake of a child, and his second for the child's sake. He had thus achieved a younger family so numerous that it had kept him from providing properly for Jane. It was what Tanqueray called the consecrated immorality of Jane's father that had set Jane free. Tanqueray's father was a retired colonel. A man of action, of rash and inconsiderate action, he regarded Tanqueray with a disapproval so warm and generous that it left the young man freer, if anything, than Jane. "Anyhow," he went on, "we haven't let ourselves be drawn in. And yet that's our temptation, yours and mine." Again he paused. "If we were painters or musicians, we should be safer. Their art draws them by one divine sense. Ours drags us by the heart and brain, by the very soul, into the thick of it. The unpardonable sin is separating literature from life. You know that as well as I do." She did. She worked divinely, shaping unashamed the bodies and the souls of men. There was nothing in contemporary literature to compare with the serene, inspired audacity of Jane Holland. Her genius seemed to have kept the transcendent innocence of the days before creation. Tanqueray continued in his theme. Talking like this allayed his excitement. "We're bound," he said, "to get mixed up with people. They're the stuff we work in. It's almost impossible to keep sinless and detached. We're being tempted all the time. People, people, people. We can't have enough of them. We can't keep off 'em. The thing is to keep 'em off us. And Jane, I know, they're getting at you." She did not deny it. They were. "And you haven't the nerve to stand up against it." "I have stood up against it. You have. So have I. When we were both poor." "You want me to be poor?" "Oh, I don't want you to be a howling pauper like me, but, well, just pleasantly short of cash. There's nothing like that for keeping you out of it." "You want me to be thoroughly uncomfortable, deprived of everything that makes life amusing." "Thoroughly uncomfortable, deprived of everything that stands in the way of your genius." She felt a sudden pang of jealousy, a hatred of her genius, this thing that had been tacked on to her. He cared for it and could be tender to it, but not to her. "You're a cruel beast," she said, smiling through her pain. "My cruelty and my beastliness are nothing to the beastliness and the cruelty of art. The Lord our God is a consuming fire. You must be prepared to be burnt." "It's all very well for you, George. I don't like being burnt." That roused him. It stirred the devil in him. "Do you suppose I like it? Why, you don't know what burning is. It means standing by, on fire with thirst, and seeing other people drink themselves drunk." "You don't want to be drunk, George, any more than I do." "I do not, thank God. But it would be all the same if I did. I can't get a single thing I do want." "Can't you? I should have thought you could have got most things you really wanted." "I could, if I were a grocer or a draper. Why, a hairdresser has more mastery of the means of life." He was telling her, she knew, that he was too poor for the quest of the matchless lady. And through all his young and sombre rage of frustration there flashed forth his anger with her as the unfit. He began to tramp up and down the room again by way of distraction from his mood. Now and then his eyes turned to her with no thought in them, only that dark, unhappy fire. He was quiet now. He had caught sight of some sheets of manuscript lying on her desk. "What's this?" he said. "Only the last thing I've written." "May I look?" "You may." He took it up and sat beside her, close beside her, and turned the leaves over with a nervous hand. He was not reading. There was no thought in his eyes. He looked at her again. She saw that he was at the mercy of his moment and of hers. For it was her moment. There was a power that every woman had if she cared to use it and knew how. There was a charm that had nothing to do with beauty, for it was present in the unbeautiful. These things had their life secret and apart from every other charm and every other power. His senses called to the unknown and unacknowledged sense in her. She knew that he could be hers if she answered to that call. She had only to kindle her flame, send out her signal. And she said to herself, I can't take him like this. He isn't himself. It would be hateful of me." In that moment she had no fear. Love held her back, and burning honour that hardly knew itself from shame. It accused her of having manoeuvred for that moment. It said, "You can't let him come in like this and trap him." Another voice in her whispered, "You fool! If you don't marry him, some other woman will, in this mood of his." And honour cried, answering it, "Let her, so long as it isn't I." She had a torturing sense of his presence, and with it her fear came back to her, and she rose suddenly to her feet and stood apart from him. He flung the manuscript into the place she had left and bowed forward, hiding his face in his hands. He rose too, and she knew that his moment had gone. She had let it go. Then, with a foreboding of his departure, she tried to call him back to her, not in his way, but her own, the way of the heart. "Do you know what I should like to do?" she said. "I should like to sweep it all away, and to get back to that little room, and for nobody to come near me but you, nobody to read me but you, nobody to talk about me but you. Do you remember?" He did, but he was not going to talk about it. In the fierceness of his mortal moment, he was impatient of anything that for her held immorality. "We were so happy then," she said. "Why can't we be happy now?" "I've told you why." "Yes, and I can't bear it. When I think of you." He looked at her with the lucid gaze of the psychologist, of the physician who knew her malady. "Don't think of me," he said. His eyes seemed to say, "That would be worst of all." And so he left her. End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2. He really did not want her to think of him, any more than he wanted to think intensely and continuously of her. What he had admired in her so much was her deep loyalty to their compact, the way she had let him alone and insisted on his letting her alone. This desire of Tanqueray's for detachment was not so much an attitude as an instinct. His genius actually throve on his seclusion, and absorption in life would have destroyed its finest qualities. It had no need of sustained and frequent intercourse with men and women, for it worked with an incredible rapidity. It took at a touch and with a glance of the eye the thing it wanted. It was an eye that unstripped, a hand that plunged under all coverings to the essential nakedness. His device was, look and let go. He had never allowed himself to hold on or be held on to, for thus you were dragged down and swamped. You were stifled by the stuff you worked in. Your senses, he maintained, were no good if you couldn't see a thing at the first glance and feel it with the first touch. Vision and contact prolonged removed you so many degrees from the reality, and what you saw that way was not a bit of use to you. He denied perversely that genius was two-sexed, or that it was even essentially a virile thing. The fruitful genius was feminine rather, humble and passive in its attitude to life. It yearned perpetually for the embrace, the momentary embrace of the real, but no more. All that it wanted, all that it could deal with was the germ, the undeveloped thing. The growing and shaping and bringing forth must be its own. The live thing, the thing that kicked, was never produced in any other way. Genius in a great realist was itself flesh and blood. It was only the little men that were the plagiarists of life, only the sterile imaginations that adopted the already born and bargained with experience to do their work for them. And yet there was no more assiduous devotee of experience than George Tanqueray. He repudiated with furious contempt any charge of inspiration. There was no such thing as inspiration. There was instinct and there was eyesight. The rest was all infernal torment and labour in the sweat of your brow. All this Tanqueray believed sincerely. It would have been hard to find a creature so subtle and at the same time so unsophisticated as he. For 5 years his genius, his temperament, and his poverty had combined to keep him in a half-savage virgin solitude. Men had penetrated it, among them 1 or 2 distinguished in his own profession. But as for their women, the wives and daughters of the distinguished, he had shrunk perceptibly from their advances. He condemned their manner as a shade too patronizing to his proud obscurity. And now, at 32, of 3 women whom he really knew, he only really cared for one, Jane Holland. He had further escaped the social round by shifting his abode incessantly, flying from the town to the country, and from the country back to the town, driven from each haunt, he declared, by people, persistent, insufferable people. For the last week he had been what he called settled at Hampstead. The charm of Hampstead was that nobody whom he knew lived there. He had chosen the house because it stood at a corner, in a road too steep for traffic. He had chosen his rooms because they looked on to a green slope with a row of willows at the bottom and a row of willows at the top, and because beyond the willows he could see the line of a low hill, pure and sharp against the sky. At sunset, the grass of his slope turned to a more piercing green, and its patches of brown earth to purple. He looked at the sublime procession of his willows, and reminded himself with ecstasy that there was not a soul in Hampstead whom he knew. And that suburb appeared to him an enchanted place, where at last he had found peace. He would stay there forever in those 2 rooms. Here, on the morning after he had dined with Jane Holland, he sat down to write. And he wrote, but with a fury that destroyed more than it created. In those days Tanqueray could never count upon his genius. The thing would stay with him peaceably for months at a time, but it never let him know the precise moment of its arrival or departure. At times it seemed the one certainty in an otherwise dubious world. At other times it was a creature of unmistakably feminine caprice. He courted it and it avoided him. He let it go, and it came back to him, caressing and tormenting him, compelling his embrace. There were days when it pursued and captured him, and then it had wings that swept him divinely to its end. There were days when he had to go out and find it, and lure the winged thing back to him. Once caught, it was unswerving in its operations. But Tanqueray had no lower power he could fall back upon when his genius failed him. And apparently it had failed him now. In 48 hours he had accomplished nothing. At the end of the 49th hour wasted, he drew his pen through what he had written, and sank into a depth as yet unknown to him. His genius had before now appeared to him as an insane hallucination. But still he had cared for it supremely. Now the horrible thing was that he did not care. His genius was of all things that which interested him least. He was possessed by one trouble and by one want, the more devastating because it was aimless and obscure. That came of dining with Jane Holland. He was not in love with Jane. On the contrary, he was very angry with her for wanting him to be in love with her when he could not be. And he was angry with himself for wanting to be in love with her when he could not be, when his heart, by which the psychologist meant his senses, was not in it. But wherever his heart was, his thoughts, when he let them go, were always running upon Jane. They ran on her now. He conceived of her more than ever as the unfit. She's too damnably clever, he kept saying to himself. Too damnably clever. And he took up her last book just to see again how damnably clever she was. In an instant he was at her feet. She wasn't clever when she wrote that. What a genius she had. What a burning, flashing, laughing genius. It matched his own. It rose to it, giving him flame for flame. Almost as clear-eyed it was and tenderer-hearted. Reading Jane Holland, Tanqueray became depressed or exalted according to his mood. He was now depressed. But he could not leave her. In spirit he remained at her feet. He bowed himself in the dust. I couldn't have done it, he said, to save my life. I shall never do anything like that. He wrote and told her so. But he did not go to see her as he would have done 6 weeks ago. And then he began wondering how she conceived these things if she did not feel them. I don't believe, he said, that she doesn't feel. She's like me. Too like him to be altogether fit. So he found confusion in his judgment and mystery in his vision of her, while his heart made and unmade her image 10 times a day. He went out and tramped the lanes and fields for miles beyond Hampstead. He lay stretched out there on his green slopes, trying not to think about Jane. For all this exercise fatigued him and made it impossible for him to think of anything else. And when he got back into his room, its solitude was intolerable. For 10 days he had not spoken to any woman but his landlady. Every morning, before he sat down to write, he had to struggle with his terror of Mrs. Eldred. It was growing on him like a nervous malady. An ordinary man would have said of Mrs. Eldred that she was rather a large woman. To Tanqueray, in his malady, she appeared immense. The appeal of her immensity was not merely to the eye. It fascinated and demoralized the imagination. Tanqueray's imagination was sane when it was at work, handling the stuff of life. It saw all things unexaggerated, unabridged. But the power went wild when he turned it out to play. It played with Mrs. Eldred's proportions till it became tormented with visions of shapeless and ungovernable size. He saw her figure looming in the doorway, brooding over his table and his bed, rolling through space to inconceivable confines which it burst. For though this mass moved slowly, it was never still. When it stood, it quivered. Worse than anything, when it spoke, it wheezed. He had gathered from Mrs. Eldred that her conversation, if you could call it conversation, was the foredoomed beginning of his day. He braced himself to it every morning, but at last his nerves gave way, and he forgot himself so far as to implore her for God's sake not to talk to him. The large woman replied placably that if he would leave everything to her, it would not be necessary for her to talk. He left everything. At the end of the week, his piece was charged to him at a figure which surprised him by its moderation. Still, he was haunted by one abominable fear, the fear of being ill, frightfully ill, and dying in some vast portion of her arms. Under the obsession of this thought, he passed whole hours sitting at his desk, bowed forward with his face hidden in his hands. He was roused from it one evening by a sound that came from the other end of the room, somewhere near the sideboard. It startled him because, being unaccompanied by any wheezing, it could not have proceeded from Mrs. Eldred. It was indeed one of those small voices that come from things diminutive and young. It seemed to be trying to tell him that dinner was ready. He looked round over his shoulder to see what kind of creature it was that could thus introduce itself without his knowledge. It was young, young almost to excess. He judged it to be about 2 or 23. At his approach it drew as close as possible to the sideboard. It had the air of cultivating assiduously the art of self-effacement, for its face, when looked at, achieved an expression of inimitable remoteness. He now perceived that the creature was not only young, but most adorably feminine. He smiled, simply to reassure it. "How on earth did you get in without my hearing you?" "I was told to be very quiet, sir, and not to speak." "Well, you have spoken, haven't you?" She, as it were, seized upon and recovered the smile that darted out to play reprehensibly about the corners of her mouth. "I had to," said she. Soft-footed and soft-tongued, moving like a breath, that was how Rose Eldred first appeared to George Tanqueray. He had asked her name, and her name, she said, was Rose. If you reasoned about Rose, you saw that she had no right to be pretty, yet she was. Nature had defied reason when she made her, working from some obscure instinct for roundness, an instinct which would have achieved perfection in the moulding of Rose's body if Rose had only grown 2 inches taller. Not that the purest reason could think of Rose as dumpy. Her figure defying nature passed for perfect. It was her face that baffled you. It had a round chin that was a shade too large for it, an absurd little nose with a round end, tilted, grey eyes a thought too round, and eyebrows too thick by a hair's breadth. Not a feature that did not err by a thought, a hair's breadth or a shade. All but her mouth, and that was perfect. A small mouth with lips so soft, so full, that you could have called it round. It had pathetic corners, and when she spoke it trembled for very softness. From her mouth upwards it was as if Rose's face had been first delicately painted and then as delicately blurred. Only her chin was left clean and decided. And as nature in making Rose's body had erred by excess of roundness, when it came to Rose's hair she rioted in an iniquitous and unjust largesse of vitality. Rose herself seemed aware of the sin of it. She tried so hard to restrain it, coiling it tight at the back and smoothing it sleek as a bird's wing above her brows. Mouse-coloured hair it was on the top, and shining gold at the temples and at the roots that curled away under the coil. She wore a brown skirt and a green bodice with a linen collar, and a knot of brown ribbon at her throat. Thus attired, for 3 days Rose waited on him. For 3 days she never spoke a word, except to tell him that a meal was ready. In 3 days he noticed a remarkable increase in his material comfort. There was about Rose a shining cleanliness that imparted itself to everything she laid her hands on. Her hands were light in their touch and exquisitely gentle. His writing table was like a shrine that she tended. Every polished surface of it shone, and every useful thing lay ready to his hand. Not a paper out of its order or a pen out of its place. The charm was that he never caught her at it. In all her ministrations Rose was secret and silent and unseen. Only every evening at nightfall he heard the street door open, and Rose's voice calling into the darkness, sending out a cry that had the magic and rhythm of a song. "Puss, puss, puss," she called. "Minnie, min, min, Minnie. Puss, puss, puss." That was the hymn with which Rose saluted the night. It ought to have irritated him, but it didn't. It was all he heard of her till on the 4th evening she broke her admirable silence. She had just removed the tablecloth, shyly, from under the book he was reading. "It isn't good for you to read at mealtimes, sir." "I know it isn't. But what are you to do if you've nobody to talk to?" A long silence. It seemed as if Rose was positively thinking. "You should go out more, sir." "I don't like going out." Silence again. Rose had folded up the cloth and put it away in its drawer. Yet she lingered. "Would you like to see the little dogs, sir?" "Little dogs? I didn't know there were any." "We keep them very quiet. But we've 7. We've a fox and a dandy," Rose grew breathless with excitement, "and an Aberdeen, and 2 Aberdeen pups, and 2 Poms, a mole and a white. May they come up, sir?" "By all means. Let them come up." She ran downstairs and returned with the 7 little dogs at her heels. Tanqueray held out his hand invitingly. He was fond of animals. The fox and the dandy sniffed him suspiciously. The old Aberdeen ran away from him backwards, showing her teeth. Her 2 pups sat down in the doorway and yapped at him. Rose tried not to laugh, while the Poms ran round and round her skirts, panting with their ridiculous exertions. "That's Prince, the mole. He's a pedigree dog. He doesn't belong to us. And this," said Rose, darting under the table and picking up the white Pom, "this is Joey." The white Pom leaped in her arms. He licked her face in a rapture of affection. "Is Joey a pedigree dog too?" said Tanqueray. "Yes," said Rose. She met his eyes without flinching. "So young a dog?" "No, sir. Joey's not so very young." She was caressing the little thing tenderly, and Tanqueray saw that there was something wrong with Joey. Joey was deplorably lean and puny, and his hair, which should have stood out till Joey appeared 3 times the size he was, his hair, what hair he had, lay straight and limp along his little back. Rose passed her hand over him the wrong way. "You should always brush a Pom the wrong way, sir. It brings the hair on." "I'm afraid, Rose, you've worn his hair away with stroking it." "Oh no, sir. That's the peculiarity of Joey's breed. Joey's my dog, sir." "So I see." He saw it all. Joey was an indubitable mongrel, but he was Rose's dog and she loved him. Therefore Joey's fault, his hairlessness, had become the peculiarity, not to say the superiority, of Joey's breed. She read his thoughts. "We're taking great pains to bring it on before the 10th." "The 10th?" "The dog show, sir." Heavens above. She was going to show him? "And do you think you'll bring it on before the 10th?" "Oh yes, sir. You've only got to brush a Pom's hair backwards and it comes." The little dogs clamoured to be gone. She stooped, stroking them, smoothing their ears back and gazing into their eyes, lost in her own tenderness and unaware that she was watched. If Rose had been skilled in the art of allurement, she could not have done better than let him see how she loved all things that had life. "How can any one be unkind to dumb animals?" said Rose, musing. She moved slowly to the door, gathering up the puppies in her arms and calling to the rest to follow her. "Come along," she said, "and see what Pussy's doing." He heard her voice going downstairs saying, "Puss, puss, Pussy, min, min, min." When she appeared to him the next day, Minnie the cat was hanging by his claws onto her shoulder. "Are you fond of cats, sir?" "I adore them." He did. "Would you like to have Minnie, sir? He'll be nice company for you." "Ought I to deprive you of his society?" "I don't mind, sir. I've got the little dogs." She looked at him softly. "And you've got nothing." "True, Rose. I've got nothing." That evening, as he sat in his chair with Rose's cat curled up on his knee, he found himself thinking, preposterously thinking, about Rose. He supposed she was Mrs. Eldred's daughter. He did not like to think of her as Mrs. Eldred's daughter. She was charming now, but he had a vision of her as she might be in 20 years' time, grown shapeless and immense, and wheezing as Mrs. Eldred wheezed. Yet no, that was too horrible. You could not think of Rose as wheezing. People did not always take after their mothers. Rose must have had a father. Of course, Eldred was her father, and Eldred was a small man, lean and brown as a beetle, and he had never heard him wheeze. At dinner time Rose solved his doubt. "Aunt says, sir, do you mind my waiting on you?" "I do not mind it in the very least." "It's beginning to be a trouble to Aunt now to get upstairs." "I wouldn't dream of troubling your aunt." Her aunt? Mrs. Eldred was not her mother. Ah, but you could take after your aunt. He found that this question absorbed him more than was becoming. He determined to settle it. "Are you going to stay here then?" he asked, with guile. "Yes, sir. I've come back to live with Uncle." "Have you always lived here?" "Yes, sir. Father left me to Uncle when he died." "Then, Rose, Mrs. Eldred is not your aunt?" "Oh no, sir," said Rose eagerly. Tanqueray felt a relief out of all proportion to its cause. He continued the innocent conversation. "And so you're going to look after me, are you?" "Yes," said Rose. He noticed that when she dropped the "sir," it was because her voice drew itself back with a little gasping breath. "And your aunt, you think, really won't be equal to it?" "Well, sir, you see, she gets all of a flutter like, and then she wheezes, and she knows that's irritating for you to hear." She paused. "And Aunt was afraid that if you was irritated, sir, you'd go. Nothing could keep you." How thoroughly they understood him. "Well, I'm not irritated any more. But it is unfortunate, isn't it, that she wheezes?" He had tried before now to make Rose laugh. He wanted to see how she did it. It would be a test. and he perceived that somewhere behind her propriety Rose cherished a secret, iniquitous enjoyment of her aunt. An imp of merriment danced in Rose's eyes, but the rest of her face was graver than ever. Good, he thought, she doesn't giggle. Oh, Mr. Tanqueray, talk o' wheezin', you should hear Aunt snore. I have heard her in my dreams. Rose, abashed at her own outburst, remained silent for several minutes. Then she spoke again. Do you think, sir, you could do without me on the 10th? No, I don't think I could possibly do without you. Her face clouded. Not just for the 10th? Why the 10th? The dog show, sir, and Joey's in it. I forgot. Miss Kentish, the lady upstairs, is going for her holiday on the 10th. He saw that she was endeavouring to suggest that if he couldn't do without her, he and he alone would be keeping her from the superb spectacle of the dog show with Joey in it. So you want me to go for a holiday too, is that it? Well, sir, if it's not inconvenient and you don't really mind Aunt... Doesn't she want to see Joey too? Not if you required her, sir. I don't require her. I don't require anybody. I'm going away like the lady upstairs for the 10th. I shall be away all day. Oh, thank you, sir, she glowed. Do you think, sir, Joey'll get a prize? Certainly, if you bring his hair on. It's coming. I put paraffin all over him. You'd laugh if you were to see Joey now, sir. Rose herself was absolutely serious. No, Rose, I should not laugh. I wouldn't hurt Joey's feelings for the world. Tanqueray had his face hidden under the table where he was setting a saucer of milk for Minnie the cat. Rose rejoiced in their communion. He's quite fond of you, sir, she said. Of course he's fond of me, said Tanqueray, emerging. Why shouldn't he be? Well, Minnie doesn't take to everybody. I am more than honoured that he should take to me. Rose accepted that statement with incorruptible gravity. It was the 5th day and she had not laughed yet. But on the 7th day he met her on the stairs going to her room. She carried a lilac gown over her arm and a large hat in her hand. She was smiling at the hat. He smiled at her. A new gown for the Rose show? The dog show, sir. She stood by to let him pass. It's the same thing. I say, what a howling swell you'll be. At that Rose laughed. At last he had made her. She ran upstairs, and through a door ajar he heard her singing in her own room. End of chapter 2, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3. In Tanqueray's memorandum book for 1902, there stands this note: June 10th, Rose show. Remembered to take a holiday. Rose, he knew, was counting the days till the 10th. About a fortnight before the 10th, Tanqueray was in bed ill. He'd caught a cold by walking furiously and then lying out on the grass in the chill of the May evening. There was a chance, Rose said, of its turning to influenza and bronchitis, and it did. He was so bad that Mrs. Eldred dragged herself upstairs to look at him. "Bed's the best place, sir, for you," she said. "So just you lie quiet here, sir, and Rose will look after you. And if there's anything you fancy, sir, you tell Rose and I'll make it you." There was nothing that he fancied but to lie still there and look at Rose when, in a spare hour, she sat by his window sewing. Bad as he was not so far gone as to be ever oblivious of her presence. Even at his worst, one night when he had had a touch of fever, he was aware of her wandering in and out of his room, hanging over him with a thermometer and sitting by his bedside. When he flung the clothes off, she was there to cover him. When his pillow grew hot, she turned it. When he cried out with thirst, she gave him a cool drink. In the morning she was pale and heavy-eyed. Her hair was all unsleeked, and its round coils were flattened at the back. She had lain down on her bed dressed for 5 minutes at a time, but she had not closed her eyes or her ears all night. In a week he was well enough to enjoy being nursed. He was now exquisitely sensitive to the touch of her hands, and to the nearness of her breathing mouth as her face bent over him. Tender, absorbed, and superlatively grave. What he liked best of all was to hold out his weak hands, to be washed and dried by hers. That, and having his hair brushed. He could talk to her now without coughing. Thus, "I say, what a bother I am to you." Rose had taken away the basin and towels and was arranging his hair according to her own fancy. And Rose's fancy was to part it very much on one side and brush it back in a curl off his forehead. It gave him a faint resemblance to Mr. Robinson, the elegant young draper in the High Street whom she knew. "There's nothing I like so much," said she, "as tucking people up in bed and having them lie there and nursing 'em. Give me anybody ill and anybody helpless, and me looking after 'em, and I'm happy." "And the longer I lie here, Rose, the happier you'll be?" "Yes, but I want you to get well too, sir." "Because you're so unselfish." "Oh no. There isn't anybody selfisher than me." "I suppose," said Tanqueray, "that's why I don't get well." Rose had a whole afternoon to spare that day. She spent it turning out his drawers and finding all the things there were to mend there. She was sitting by his bed when, looking up from her mending, she saw his eyes fixed on her. "I don't irritate you sitting here, do I, sir?" "Irritate me? What do you think I'm made of?" Rose meditated for the fraction of a second. "Brains, sir," said she. "So you think you know a man of brains when you see him, do you?" "Yes, sir." "What were you, Rose, before you came here?" "I was nurse in a gentleman's family. I took care of the baby." "Did you like taking care of the baby?" "Yes." Rose blushed profoundly and turned away. He wondered why. "I had a bad dream last night," said Tanqueray. "I dreamt that your aunt got into this room and couldn't get out again. I'm afraid of your aunt." "I dare say, sir. Aunt is so very huge." Rose dropped her G's, and when deeply moved, her H's, but he did not mind. If it had to be done, it couldn't be done more prettily. "Rose, do you know when I'm delirious and when I'm not?" "Yes, sir. You see, I take your temperature." "It must be up now to 180. You mustn't be alarmed at anything I say. I'm not responsible." "No, sir." She rose and gravely took his temperature. "Aren't you afraid of my biting the bulb off and the quicksilver flying down my throat and running about inside me for ever and ever?" "No, sir." "You don't seem to be afraid of anything." "I'm not afraid of many things, and I would never be afraid of you, sir." "Not if I went mad, Rose. Raving." "No. Not if you went mad. Not if you was to strike me, I wouldn't." She paused. "Not so long as I knew you was really mad and didn't mean to hurt me." "I wouldn't hurt you for the world." He sighed deeply and closed his eyes. That evening, when she was giving him his medicine, he noticed that her eyelids were red and her eyes gleaming. "You've been crying. What's made you cry?" Rose did not answer. "What is it?" "Miss Kentish keeps on callin' and callin' me, and she scolds me something awful when I don't come." "Give my compliments to Miss Kentish, Rose, and tell her she's a beast." "I have told her that if it was she that was ill, I'd nurse her just the same and be glad to do it." "You consider that equivalent to calling her a beast, do you?" Rose said, "Well." It was a little word she used frequently. "Well, I'm sorry you think I'm a beast." Rose's face had a scared look. She could not follow him, and that frightened her. It is always terrifying to be left behind. So he spared her. "Why would you be glad to nurse Miss Kentish?" "Because," said Rose, "I like taking care of people." "Do you like taking care of me?" Rose was silent again. She turned suddenly away. It was the second time she had done this, and again he wondered why. By the 8th day Tanqueray was strong enough to wash his own hands and brush his own hair. On the 9th the doctor and Rose agreed that he might sit up for an hour or two in his chair by the window. On the 11th he came downstairs for dinner. On the 13th Rose had nothing more to do for him but to bring him his meals and give him his medicine, which he would otherwise have forgotten. At bedtime, therefore, he had 2 sovereigns ready for her in an envelope. Rose refused obstinately to take them, to have anything to do with sovereigns. "No, sir, I couldn't," she reiterated. but when he pressed them on her she began to cry, and that left him wondering more. End of chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4. On the 14th day, Tanqueray, completely recovered, went out for a walk. And the first thing he did when he got back was to look at his notebook to see what day of the month it was. It was the 10th of June, the day of the dog show. And the memorandum stared him in the face. Rose show. Remember to take a holiday. He looked in the paper. The show began at 10, and here he was at 1:30. And here was Rose in her old green and brown bringing in his luncheon. "Rose," he said severely, "why are you not at the Rose show?" Rose lowered her eyes. "I didn't want to go, sir." "How about the new gown?" He remembered it. "That don't matter. Aunt's gone instead of me." "Wearing it?" "She couldn't. Get into it at once and leave that confounded cloth alone and go. You've plenty of time." She repeated that she did not want to go, and went on laying the cloth. "Why not?" said he. "I don't want to leave you, sir." "Do you mean to say you've given up that dog show, with Joey in it, for me?" "Joey isn't in it, and I'd rather be here looking after you." "I won't be looked after. I insist on your going. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir, I hear you." "And you're going?" "No, sir." She meditated with her head a little on one side. A way she had. "I've got a headache, and I don't want to go and see them other dogs, sir." "Oh, that's it, is it? A feeling for Joey." But by the turn of head he knew it wasn't. Rose was lying, the little minx. "But you must go somewhere. You shall go somewhere. You shall go. I say, supposing you go for a drive with me?" "You mustn't take me for drives, sir." "Mustn't I?" "I don't want you to give me drives, or anything." "I see. You are to do all sorts of things for me, and I'm not to be allowed to do anything for you." She placed his chair for him in silence, and as he seated himself he looked up into her face. "Do you want to please me, Rose?" Her face was firm as she looked at him. It was as if she held him in check by the indomitable set of her chin and the steady light of her eyes. Where should he be if Rose were to let herself go? Her mouth trembled. It protested against these austerities and decisions. It told him dumbly that she did want very much to please him, but that she knew her place. Did she? Did she indeed know her place? Did he know it? "You're right, Rose. That isn't the way I ought to have put it. Will you do me the honour of going for a drive with me?" She looked down, troubled and uncertain. "It can be done, Rose," he said, answering her thoughts. "It can be done. The only thing is, would you like it?" "Yes, sir. I would like it very much." "Can you be ready by 3:00?" At 3 she was ready. She wore the lilac gown she had bought for the show, and the hat. It had red roses in it. He did not like her gown. It was trimmed with coarse lace, and he could not bear to see her in anything that was not fine. "Is anything wrong with my hair?" said Rose. "No, nothing's wrong with your hair, but I think I like you better in the green and brown." "That's only for every day." "Then I shall like you better every day." "Why do you like my green and brown dress?" He looked at her again, and suddenly he knew why. "Because you had it on when I first saw you. I say, would you mind awfully putting it on instead of that thing?" She did mind, awfully, but she went and put it on. And still there was something wrong with her. It was her hat. It did not go with the green and brown. But he felt that he would be a brute to ask her to take that off too. They drove to Hendon and back. They had tea at Jack Straw's Castle. Rose's face surrendered to that ecstasy. And then they strolled over the West Heath and found a hollow where Rose sat down under a birch tree and Tanqueray stretched himself at her feet. "Rose," he said suddenly, "do you know what a wood nymph is?" "Well," said Rose, "I suppose it's some sort of a little animal." "Yes, it's a little animal. A delightful little animal." " Can you catch it and stroke it? "" No. If you tried it would run away. Besides, you 're not allowed to catch it or to stroke it. The wood nymph is very strictly preserved." Rose smiled, for though she did not know what a wood nymph was, she knew that Mr. Tanqueray was looking at her all the time. " The wood nymphs always dress in green and brown." " Like me ?"" Like you. Only they don't wear boots " Rose hid her boots " nor yet collars." " You would n't like to see me without a collar." " I 'd like to see you without that hat." Any difficulty in taking Rose about with him would lie in Rose's hat. He could not say what was wrong with it, except that the roses in it were too red and gay for Rose's gravity. " Would you mind taking it off? " She took it off and put it in her lap. Surrendered as she was, she could not disobey. The eternal spell was on her. Tanqueray removed her hat gently and hid it behind him. He laid his hands in her lap. It was deep delight to touch her. She covered his hands with hers. That was all he asked of her, and all she thought of giving. On all occasions which she was prepared for, Rose was the soul of propriety and reserve. But this, the great occasion, had come upon her unaware, and nature had her will of her. Through Rose she sent out the sign and signal that he waited for. And Rose became the vehicle of that love which nature fosters and protects. It was visible and tangible in her eyes, and in her rosy face, and in the naïve movements of her hands. Sudden and swift and fierce his passion came upon him, but he only lay there at her feet, holding her hands and gazing into her face dumb, like any lover of her class. Then Rose lifted her hands from his and spoke. " What have you done with my hat? " In that moment he had turned and sat on it. Deliberately yet impulsively, and without a twinge of remorse, he had sat on it. But not so that Rose could see him. " I have n't done anything with it," said he. " I could n't do anything with a hat like that." " You 've hidden it somewhere." He got up slowly, feigning a search, and produced what a minute ago had been Rose's hat. It was an absurd thing of wire and net, Rose's hat, and it had collapsed irreparably. " Well, I declare, if you have n't gone and sat on it." " It looks as if I had." " Can you forgive me ?"" Well, if it was an accident." He looked down upon her tenderly. " No, Rose, it was not an accident. I could n't bear that hat." He put his hand on her arm and raised her to her feet. " And now," he said, " the only thing we can do is to go and get another one." They went slowly back, she shamefaced and bareheaded, he leading her by the arm, till they found themselves in Heath Street outside a magnificent hat shop. Chance took him there, for Rose, interrogated on the subject of hat shops, was obstinately reticent. But here in this temple, in its wonderful window, before a curtain, on a stage, like actors in a gay drama, he saw hats. Black hats and white hats, green and blue and rose-coloured hats, hats of all shapes and sizes, airily perched, laid upon velvet, veiled and unveiled, befeathered and beflowered. Hats of a beauty and a splendour before which Rose had stood many a time in awful contemplation, and had hurried past with eyes averted, leaving behind her the impermissible dream. And now she had 1,000 scruples about entering. He had hit, she said, on the most expensive shop in Hampstead. Miss Kentish wouldn't think of buying a hat there. No, she wouldn't have it. He must please, please Mr. Tanqueray let her buy herself a plain straw and trim it. But he seized her by the arm and drew her in. And once in, there was no more use resisting. It only made her look foolish. Reality with its harsh conditions had vanished for a moment. It was like a funny dream to be there, in Madame Rodier's shop, with Mr. Tanqueray looking at her as she tried on innumerable hats, and Madame herself serving her, putting the hats on the right way, and turning her round and round so that Mr. Tanqueray could observe the effect from every side of her. Madame talked all the time to Mr. Tanqueray and ignored Rose. Rose had a mortal longing for a rose-coloured hat, and Madame wouldn't let her have it. Madame, who understood Mr. Tanqueray's thoughts better than if he had expressed them, insisted on a plain black hat with a black feather. " That 's Madame's hat, sir," said Madame. " We must keep her very simple." We must," said Tanqueray, with fervour. He thought he had never seen anything so enchanting in its simplicity as Rose's face under the broad black brim with its sweeping feather. Rose had to wear the hat going home. Tanqueray carried the old one in a paper parcel. At the gate of the corner house he paused and looked at his watch. " We've half an hour yet before we need go in. I want to talk to you." He led her through the willows and up the green slope opposite the house. There was a bench on the top, and he made her sit on it beside him. " I suppose," he said, " you think that when we go in I shall let you wait on me, and it'll be just the same as it was before." " Yes, sir. Just the same." " It won't, Rose. It can't. You may wait on me to night, but I shall go away to morrow." She turned her face to him. It was dumb with its trouble. " Oh no, sir. No. Don't go away." " I must. But before I go, I want to ask you if you'll be my wife." The hands she held, clasped in her lap, gripped each other tight. Her mouth was set. " I'm asking you now, Rose, to be my wife. My wife," he repeated fiercely, as if he repelled with violence a contrary suggestion. " I can't be your wife, sir," she said. "Why not?" " Because," she said simply, " I'm not a lady." At that Tanqueray cried, " Ah !" as if she had hurt him. " No, sir, I'm not. And you must n't think of it." " I shall think of nothing else and talk of nothing else until you say yes." She shook her little head, and from the set of her chin he was aware of the extreme decision of her character. He refrained from any speech. His hand sought hers, for he remembered how just now she had unbent at the holding of her hand. But she drew it gently away. " No," said she. " I look at it sensible. I can see how it is. You 've been ill, and you 're upset, and you don't know what you 're doing, sir." " I do, madam." She smiled, and drew back her smile as she had drawn back her head. She was all for withdrawal. Tanqueray in his attempt had let go the parcel that he held. She seized it in a practical, business-like manner which had the perfect touch of finality. Then she rose and went back to the house, and he followed her, still pleading, still protesting. But Rose made herself more than ever deaf and dumb. When he held the gate open for her, she saw her advantage, darted in, and vanished, his divinity, down the area steps. She went upstairs to her little garret, and there, first of all, she looked at herself in the glass. Her face was strange to her under the black hat with its sweeping feather. She shook her head severely at the person in the glass. She made her take off the hat with the feather and put it by with that veneration which attends the disposal of a best hat. The other one, the one with the roses, she patted and pulled and caressed affectionately till she had got it back into something of the shape it had been, to serve for second best. Then she wished she had left it as it was. She loved them both, the new one because he had given it her, and the old one because he had sat on it. Finally she smoothed her hair to an extreme sleekness, put on a clean apron, and went downstairs. In the evening she appeared to Tanqueray, punctual and subservient, wearing the same air of reticence and distance with which she had waited on him first. He was to see, it seemed to say, that she was only little Rose Eldred, his servant, to whom it was not proper that he should speak. But he did speak. He put his back to the door she would have escaped by, and kept her prisoned there, utterly in his power. Rose, thus besieged, delivered her ultimatum. " Well," she said, " you take a year to think it over sensible." " A year ?"" A year. And if you 're in the same mind then as you are now, p'raps I won't say no." " A year ? But in a year I may be dead." " You come to me," said Rose, " if you 're dyin'." " And you '11 have me then ?" he said savagely. " Yes. I '11 have you then." But though all night Tanqueray by turns raged and languished, it was Rose who in the morning looked about to die. Not that he saw her. He never saw her all that day. And at evening he listened in vain for her call at the gate, her salutation to the night, " Min, min, Minny, puss, puss, puss." For in the afternoon Rose left the house, attended by her uncle, who carried by its cord her little trunk. In her going forth she wore a clean white linen gown. She wore, not the hat, nor yet the sad thing that Tanqueray had sat on, but a little black bonnet, close as a cap, with a black velvet bow in the front and black velvet strings tied beneath her chin. It was the dress she had worn when she was nurse in a gentleman's family. End of chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. Of the Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. Late in the evening of that day, Tanqueray, as he sat in miserable meditation, was surprised by the appearance of Mrs. Eldred. She held in her hand Rose's hat, the hat he had given her, which she placed before him on the table. "You'll be good enough, sir," said Mrs. Eldred, "to take that back." "Why should I take it back?" he replied, with that artificial gaiety which had been his habitual defence against the approaches of Mrs. Eldred. "Because it was all very well for you to offer Rose what you did, sir, and she'd no call to refuse it. But a hat's different. There's meaning," said Mrs. Eldred, "in a hat." Tanqueray looked at the hat. "Meaning? If you knew all the meaning there is in that hat, Mrs. Eldred, you'd feel as I do that you knew something. Half the poetry that's been written has less meaning in it than that hat. That hat fulfills all the requirements of poetry. It is simple, extremely simple, and sensuous and passionate. Yes, passionate. It would be impossible to conceive a hat less afflicted with a literary taint. It stands, as I see it, for emotion reduced to its last and purest expression. In short, Mrs. Eldred, what that hat doesn't mean isn't worth meaning." "If you'd explain your meaning, sir, I should be obliged." "I am explaining it. My meaning, Mrs. Eldred, is that Rose wore that hat." "I know she did, sir, and she hadn't ought to have wore it. I'm only asking you, sir, to be good enough to take it back." "Take it back? But whatever should I do with it? I can't wear it. I might fall down and worship it, but no, I couldn't wear it. It would be sacrilege." That took Mrs. Eldred's breath away, so that she sat down and wheezed. "Does Rose not know what that hat means?" he asked. "No, sir. I'll say that for her. She didn't think till I asked her." "Then I think you'd perhaps better send Rose to me." "Sir?" "Please send her to me. I want her." "And you may want her, sir. Rose isn't here." "Not here? Where is she? I must see her." "Rose is visitin' in the country for her health." "Her health? Is she ill?" Mrs. Eldred executed a vast gesture that dismissed Rose. "Where is she?" he repeated. "I'll go down and see her." "You will not, sir. Her uncle wouldn't hear of it." "But by God he shall hear of it." He rang the bell with fury. "It's no use your ringing, sir. Eldred's out." "What have you done this for?" "To get the child out of harm's way, sir. We're not blaming you, sir. We're blaming her." "Her? Her? Properly speaking, we're not blaming anybody. We're no great ones for blaming, me and Eldred. But if you'll excuse my saying so, sir, there's a party would be glad of your rooms next month, a party taking the whole house, and if you would be so good as to try and suit yourself elsewhere, though we don't want to put you to no inconvenience, sir." It was extraordinary, but the more Mrs. Eldred's meaning was offensive, the more her manner was polite. He reflected long afterwards that really a lady in such difficult circumstances could hardly have acquitted herself better. "Oh, is that all?" "I'll go. But you'll give me Rose's address." "You leave Rose alone, sir. Rose's address don't concern you." "Rose's address concerns me a good deal more than my own, I can tell you. So you'd better give it me." "Look here, sir. Are you acting honest by that girl, or are you not?" "What the devil do you mean by asking me that?" His violence made her immense bulk tremble, but her soul stood firm. "I dare say you mean no harm, sir, but we can't have you playing with her, that's all." "Playing with her? Playing?" "Yes, playing. What else is it? You know, sir, you ain't thinking of marrying her." "That's just what I am thinking of." "You haven't told her that." "I have told her, and by heaven I'll do it." "You mean that, sir?" "Of course I mean it. What else should I mean?" She sat meditating, taking it in slowly. "You'll never make her happy, sir, nor she you. She and I are the best judges of that." "Have you spoke to her?" "Yes, I told you I had." "Not a word have she said to me." "Well, I dare say she wouldn't." "Sir?" "She wouldn't have me." Mrs. Eldred's lower lip dropped, and she stared at Tanqueray. "She wouldn't have you? Then depend upon it, that's what made her ill." "Ill?" "Yes, ill, sir. Frettin', I suppose." "Where's that address? Give it me at once." "No, sir. I daresn't give it you. Eldred'd never forgive me." "Haven't I told you I'm going to marry her?" "I don't know, sir, as how Rose'll marry you. When she's set, she's set. And if you'll forgive my saying it, sir, Rose is a good girl, but she's not in your class, sir, and it isn't suitable. And Rose, I dare say, she's had the sense to see it so." "Well, she's got to see it as I see it. That address." Mrs. Eldred rose heavily. She still trembled. "You'd best speak to her uncle. He'll give it you if he approves, and if he don't, he won't." He stormed. But he was impotent before this monument of middle-class integrity. "When will Eldred be back?" "We're expecting of him 9 o'clock tonight." "Mind you send him up as soon as he comes in." "Very good, sir." She paused. "What am I to do with that hat?" He looked at her and at the hat. He laughed. "You can leave the hat with me." She moved slowly away. "Stop!" he cried. "Have you got such a thing as a bandbox?" "I think I might have, sir, if I could lay my hand on it." "Lay your hand on it, then, and bring it to me." She brought it. An enormous bandbox, but brown, which was a good colour. He lowered the hat into it with care and shut the lid on reverently, as if he were committing some sacred emblem to its shrine. He sat at his writing table, tried to work, and accomplished nothing. His heart waited for the stroke of 9. At 9 there came to his summons the little lean brown man, Rose's uncle. Eldred, who was a groom, was attired with excessive horsiness. He refused to come further into the room than its threshold, where he stood at attention, austerely servile and respectfully despotic. The interview in all points resembled Tanqueray's encounter with Mrs. Eldred, except that the little groom, who knew his world, was even more firmly persuaded that the gentleman was playing with his Rose. "And we can't have that, sir," said Eldred. "You're not going to have it." "No, sir, we ain't," reiterated Eldred. "We can't have any such goings on here." "Look here, don't be an idiot. It isn't your business, you know, to interfere." "Not my business? When her father left her to me? I should like to know what is my business," said Mr. Eldred hotly. Tanqueray saw that he would have to be patient with him. "Yes, I know. That's all right. Don't you see, Eldred? I'm going to marry her." But his eagerness woke in Eldred a ghastlier doubt. Rose's uncle stood firmer than ever, not turning his head but casting at Tanqueray a small, sidelong glance of suspicion. "And why do you want to marry her, sir? You tell me that." Tanqueray saw. "Because I want her. And it's the only way to get her. Do you need me to tell you that?" The man reddened. "I beg your pardon, sir." "You beg her pardon, you mean." Eldred was silent. He had been hit hard that time. Then he spoke. "Are you certain sure of your feelin's, sir?" "I'm certain of nothing in this world except my feelings." "Because," Eldred was slow but steady and indomitable in coming to his point, "because we don't want her heart broke." "You're breaking it, you fool. Every minute you stand there. Give me her address." In the end he gave it. Downstairs in the kitchen, by the ashes of the raked-out fire, he discussed the situation with his wife. "Did you tell him plain," said Mrs. Eldred, "that we'd have no triflin'?" "I did." "Did you tell him that if he was not certain sure he wanted her, there was a young man who did?" Eldred said nothing to that question. He lit a pipe and began to smoke it. "Did you tell him," his wife persisted, "about Mr. Robinson?" "No, I didn't, old girl." "Well, if it had been me, I should have said, 'Mr. Tanqueray, for all you've family on your side and that, we're not so awful anxious for Rose to marry you. We'd rather have a young man without family, and a good line of business and steady risin'. And we know of such as would give his head to have her.' That's what I should have said." "I dare say you would. I didn't say it because I don't want him to have her. That I don't. And if he was wanting to cry off and I was to have named Mr. Robinson, that'd have been the very thing to have stirred him up to getting her. That's what men is, missus, and women too, all of 'em I've ever set eyes on. Dogs what'll leave the bone you give 'em to fight for the bone what another dog's he's got. What do you say to that, Mrs. Smoker, old girl? Mrs. Smoker, the Aberdeen, pricked up her eyes and smiled, with her eyes only, after the manner of her breed. Anyhow, said Mrs. Eldred, you let 'em see as how we wasn't any way snatching at 'em. I did, missus. End of chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6. Mr. Eldred, groom and dog fancier, profoundly musing upon human nature and illuminated by his study of the lower animals, had hit upon a truth. Once let him know that another man desired to take Rose away from him, and Mr. Tanqueray would be 10 times more desirous to have her. What Mr. Eldred did not see was the effect upon Mr. Tanqueray of Rose's taking herself away, or he would not have connived at her departure. Out of sight, out of mind, said Mr. Eldred, arguing again from his experience of the lower animals. But with Tanqueray, as with all creatures of powerful imagination, to be out of sight was to be perpetually in mind. All night, in this region of the mind, Rose's image did battle with Jane's image and overcame it. It was not only that Jane's charm had no promise for his senses. She was unfit in more ways than one. Jane was in love with him, yet her attitude implied resistance rather than surrender. Rose's resistance, taking as it did the form of flight, was her confession of his power. Jane held her ground. She stood erect. Rose bowed before him like a flower shaken by the wind. He loved Rose because she was small and sweet and subservient. Jane troubled and tormented him. He revolted against the tyranny of Jane. Jane was not physically obtrusive, yet there were moments when her presence in a room oppressed him. She had, further, that disconcerting quality of all great personalities, the power to pursue and seize, a power so oblivious, so pure from all intention or desire, that there was no flattery in it for the pursued. It persisted when she was gone. Neither time nor space removed her. He could not get away from Jane. If he allowed himself to think of her, he could not think of anything else. But he judged that Rose's minute presence in his memory would not be disturbing to his other thoughts. His imagination could play tenderly round Rose. Jane's imagination challenged his. It stood, brandishing its flaming sword, before the gates of any possible paradise. There was something in Jane that matched him, and, matching, rang defiance to his supremacy. Jane plucked the laurel and crowned herself. Rose bowed her pretty head and let him crown her. Laurel crowns, crowns of glory for Jane, the crown of roses for Rose. He meant, of course, the wedding wreath and the wedding ring. His conversation with the Eldreds had shown him that marriage had not entered into their humble contemplations. Also, that if there was no question of marriage, there could be no question of Rose. He had known that in the beginning. He had known it from the uncompromising little Rose herself. From the first flowering of his passion until now, he had seen marriage as the sole means to its inevitable end. Tanqueray had his faults, but it was not in him to bring the creature he loved to suffering and dishonour. And the alternative, in Rose's case, was not dishonour but frustration, which meant suffering for them both. He would have to give Rose up unless he married her. At the moment, and the moment's vision was enough for him, he saw no reason why he should not marry her. He wanted to obtain her at once and to keep her forever. She was not a lady, and she knew it, but she had a gentleness, a fineness of the heart, which was the secret of her unpremeditated charm. Without it, Rose might have been as pretty as she pleased. She would not have pleased Tanqueray. He could withstand any manifestly unspiritual appeal, restrained by his own fineness and an invincible disdain. Therefore, when the divine folly fell upon him, he was like a thing fresh from the last touch of the Creator, every sense in him unworn and delicate and alert. And Rose had come to him when the madness of the quest was on him, a madness so strong that it overcame his perception of her social lapses. It was impossible to be unaware of some of them, of certain phrases, of the sudden wild flight of her aspirates. But these things were entangled with her adorable gestures, with the soft ways of her mouth, with her look when she hung about him, nursing him, so that a sane judgment was impossible. It was palpable, too, that Rose was not intellectual, that she was not even half-educated. But Tanqueray positively disliked the society of intellectual cultivated women. They were all insipid after Jane. After Jane, he did not need intellectual companionship in his wife. He would still have Jane. And when he was tired of Jane, there would no doubt be others. And when he was tired of all of them, there was himself. What he did need in his wife was the obstinate, dumb devotion of a creature that had no life apart from him. A creature so small that in clinging it would hang no weight on his heart. And he had found it in Rose. Why should he not marry her? She was now, he had learned, staying with her former mistress at Fleet in Hampshire. The next morning he took a suitable train down to Fleet, and arrived, carrying the bandbox, at the door of the house where Rose was. He sat a long time in the hall of the house with the bandbox on his knees. He did not mind waiting. People went in and out of the hall and looked at him, and he did not care. He gloried in the society of the sacred bandbox. He enjoyed the spectacle of his own eccentricity. At last he was shown into a little room where Rose came to him. She came from behind, from the garden, through the French window. She was at his side before he saw her. He felt her then. He felt her fear of him. He turned. "Rose," he said, "I brought you the moon in a bandbox." "Oh," said Rose, and her cry had a thick sobbing vibration in it. He put his arm on her shoulder and drew her out of sight and kissed her, and she was not afraid of him any more. "Rose," he said, "have you thought it over?" "Yes, I have. Have you?" "I've thought of nothing else." "Sensible?" "Oh, Lord, yes." "You thought of how I haven't a penny and never shall have?" "Yes." "And how I'm not clever? And how it isn't a bit as if I'd any head for studyin' and that?" "Yes, Rose." "Have you thought of how I'm not a lady? Not what you'd call a lady?" There was no answer to that, and so he kissed her. "And how you'd be if you was to marry someone who was a lady. Have you thought of that?" "I have." "Well, then, it's this way. If you was a rich man, I wouldn't marry you." She paused. "But you will, because I'm a poor one?" "Yes." "Thank God I'm poor." He drew her to him, and she yielded, not wholly, but with a shrinking of her small body, and a soft, shy surrender of her lips. She was thinking, if he married a lady, he'd have to spend 10 times on her what he need on me. All she said was, "There are things I can do for you that a lady couldn't." "Oh, don't," he cried. That was the one way she hurt him. "What are you going to do with me now?" said she. "I'm going to take you for a walk. We can't stay here." "Can you wait?" "I have waited." She ran away and stayed away for what seemed an interminable time. Then somebody opened the door and handed Rose in. Somebody kissed her where she stood in the doorway and laughed softly and shut the door upon Rose and Tanqueray. Rose stood there still. "Do you know me?" said she, and laughed. Somebody had transformed her, had made her slip her stiff white gown and dressed her in a muslin one with a belt that clipped her, showing her pretty waist. Somebody had taught her how to wear a scarf about her shoulders, and somebody had taken off that odious linen collar and bared the white column of her neck. "She made me put it on," said Rose. "She said if I didn't I couldn't wear the hat." Somebody, Rose's mistress, had been in Rose's secret. She knew and understood his great poem of the hat. Rose took it out of the bandbox and put it on. Impossible to say whether he liked her better with it or without it. He thought without, for she had parted her hair in the middle and braided it at the back. "Do you like my hair?" said she. "Why didn't you do it like that before?" "I don't know. I wanted to, but I didn't." "Why not?" Rose hid her face. "I thought," said she, "you'd notice and think I was after you." "No." He could never say that she had been after him, that she had laid a lure. No huntress she. But she had found him, the hunted, run down and sick in his dark den. And she had stooped there in the darkness and tended and comforted him. They set out. She said I was to tell you, said Rose, to be sure and take me through the pine woods to the pond. How well that lady knew the setting that would adorn his Rose, sunlight and shadow that made her glide fawn-like among the tall stems of the trees. Through the pine woods he took her, his white wood nymph, and through the low lands covered with bog myrtle, fragrant under her feet. Beyond the marsh they found a sunny hollow in the sand, where the heath touched the pond. The brushwood sheltered them. Side by side they sat, and took their fill of joy in gazing at each other, absolutely dumb. It was Tanqueray who broke that beautiful silence. He had obtained her. He had had his way, and must have it to the end. He loved her, and the thing beyond all things that pleased him was to tease and torment the creatures that he loved. "Rose," he said, "you think I'm good-looking?" "No, not what you call good-looking." "How do you know what I call good-looking?" "Well, me, don't you?" "Well, you're a woman. Give me your idea of a really handsome man." "Well, do you know Mr. Robinson?" "No, I do not know Mr. Robinson." "Yes, you do. He keeps a shop in the High Street where you get your handkerchiefs and collars. You bought a collar off of him the other day. He told me." "Well, by Jove, so I did. Of course I know Mr. Robinson. What about him?" "Well, he's what I call a handsome man." "Oh." He paused. "Would you love me more if I were as handsome as Mr. Robinson?" "No, not a bit more. I couldn't. I'd love you just the same if you were as ugly as poor Uncle. There, what more do you want?" "What indeed? Rose, how much have you seen of Mr. Robinson?" "How much? Well, I see him every time I go into his shop, and every Sunday evening when I go to church, and sometimes he comes and has supper with us. He plays and he sings beautiful." "The devil he does! Well, did he ever take you anywhere?" "Once. He took me to Madame Tussaud's, and once to the Colonial Exhibition, and once—" "You minx. That'll do. Has he ever given you anything?" "He gave me Joey." "I always knew there was something wrong about that dog." "And last Christmas he gave me a scented sashie from the shop." "Never anything else?" "Never anything else." She smiled subtly. "I wouldn't let him." "Well, well. And I suppose you consider Mr. Robinson a better dressed man than I am?" "Yes, he was always a beautiful dresser. He makes it what you might call his hobby." "Of course Mr. Robinson wants you to marry him?" "Yes. Leastways he says so." "And I suppose your uncle and aunt want you to marry him?" "Well, they were more for it than I was." "Rose, he's got a bigger income than I have." "He never told me what his income is." "But you know." "I dare say Uncle does." "Better dressed. Decidedly more handsome." "Well, he is that." "A bigger income. Rose, do you want Mr. Robinson to be found dead in his shop, horribly dead, among the collars and the handkerchiefs, spoiling them, and not looking handsome any more?" "Oh, Mr. Tanqueray!" "Then don't talk about him." He turned his face to hers. She put up her hands and drew his head down into the hollow of her breasts that were warm with the sun on them. "Rose," he said, "if you stroke my hair too much it'll come off like Joey's. Would you love me if my hair came off?" She kissed his hair. "When did you begin to love me, Rose?" "I don't know. I think it must have been when you were ill." "I see. When I was bowled over on my back and couldn't struggle. What made you love me?" She was silent a long time, smiling softly to herself. "I think it was because you were so kind to Joey." "So you thought I would be kind to you?" I didn't think at all. I just—" "So did I," said Tanqueray. End of chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7. It had been arranged that Rose was to be married from the house of her mistress, and that she was to remain there until her wedding day. There were so many things to be seen to. There was the baby. You couldn't, Rose said, play fast and loose with him. Rose, at her own request, had come to take care of the baby for a month, and she was not going back on that, not if it was ever so. Then there were all the things that her mistress, Rose said, was going to learn her. So many things she was not to do, things she was not to say, things she was on no account to wear. Rose, buying her trousseau, was not to be trusted alone for a minute. It had been put to Rose, very gently by her mistress, very gravely by her master, whether she would really be happy if she married this eccentric young gentleman with a bandbox. Was it not possible that she might be happier with somebody rather less eccentric? And Rose replied that she knew her own mind, that she couldn't be happy at all with anybody else, and that, if she could, she'd rather be unhappy with Mr. Tanqueray, eccentricity, bandbox, and all. Whereas if he was to be unhappy with her now... But when it came to that, they hadn't the heart to tell her that he might, and very probably would be. If Rose knew her own mind, Tanqueray knew his. The possibility of being unhappy with Rose, he had considered it, was dim compared with the certainty that he was unhappy without her. To be deprived of the sight and sound of her for 6 days in the week, to go down to Fleet like the butcher on a Sunday, and find her rosy and bright-eyed with affection, with a little passion that grew like his own with delay, that grew in silence and in secret, making Rose every Sunday more admirably shy, to be with her for 2 hours and then to be torn from her by a train he had to catch, all this kept Tanqueray in an excitement incompatible with discreet reflection. Rose would not name a day before the 14th of July, not if it was ever so. He adored that little phrase of desperate negation. He was in a state of mind to accept everything that Rose did and said as adorable. Rose had strange audacities, strange embarrassments. Dumbness would come upon Rose in moments which another woman, Jane for instance, would have winged with happy words. She had a look that was anything but dumb, a look of innocent tenderness which in another woman, Jane again, would not have been allowed to rest upon him so long. He loved that look. In her very lapses, her gentle elision of the H, he found a foreign, an infantile, a pathetic charm. So the date of the wedding was fixed for the 14th. It was now the 12th, and Tanqueray had not yet announced his engagement. On the morning of the 12th 2 letters came which made him aware of this omission. One was from young Arnott Nicholson, who wanted to know when, if ever, he was coming out to see him. The other was from Jane's little friend, Laura Gunning, reminding him that the 12th was Jane's birthday. He had forgotten. Yet there it stood in his memorandum book, entered 3 months ago, lest by any possibility he should forget. How in the future was he going to manage about birthdays? For whenever any of the 3 had a birthday, they all celebrated it together. Last time it had been Tanqueray's birthday, and they had made a day of it, winding up with supper in little Laura's rooms. Such a funny, innocent supper that began with macaroni and ended, he remembered, with bread and jam. Before that, it had been Laura's birthday, and Tanqueray had taken them all to the play. But on Jane's birthday, and on other days, their days, it was their custom to take the train into the country, to tramp the great white roads, to loiter in the fields, to climb the hillsides and lie there prone with slackened limbs, utterly content with the world, with each other and themselves. As he thought of those days, their days, he had a sudden vision of his marriage day as a dividing line, sundering him from them, their interests and their activities. He could not think of Rose as making one of that company. Laura now inquired innocently what his plans were for that day. Would he meet them, she meant would he meet her and Jane Holland, at Marylebone by the entrance at 11 o'clock and go with them somewhere into the country? Would he? He thought about it for 5 minutes and decided that on the whole he would rather go than not. He was restless in these days before his wedding. He could not stand the solitude of this house where Rose had been and was not. And he wanted to see Jane Holland again and make it right with her. He was aware that in many ways he had made it wrong. He would have to tell her. He would have to tell Nicholson. And Nicholson, why, of course, Nicholson would have to see him through. He must go to Nicholson at once. Nicholson lived at Wendover. There was a train from Marylebone about 11. It was possible to combine a festival with Jane with a descent upon Nicky. By the entrance at 11, Laura Gunning waited for him, punctually observant of the hour. Beyond, on the pavement before the station, he saw the tall figure of another woman. It was Nina Lempriere. She was not waiting, Nina never waited, but striding impatiently up and down. He would have to reckon, then, with Nina Lempriere too. He was glad that Jane was with her. Little Laura, holding herself very straight, greeted him with her funny smile, a smile that was hardly more than a tremor of her white lips. Laura Gunning, at 27, had still, in some of her moods, the manner of a child. She was now like a 7-year-old, made shy and serious by profound excitement. She was a very small woman, and she had a small face, with diminutive features in excessively low relief, a face shadowless as a child's. Everything about Laura Gunning was small and finished with an innocent perfection. She had a small and charming talent for short stories, little novels, perfect within the limits of their kind. Tanqueray laid before her his Wendover scheme. Laura said he must ask Jane. It was Jane's birthday. Jane, being asked, said no, she didn't mind where they went, provided they went somewhere. She supposed there was a gate they could sit on, while Tanqueray called on Nicky. Tanqueray said he thought he saw Nicky letting her sit on a gate. Considering that Nicky had been pestering him for the last 6 months, he had, to bring her out to have tea with him on one of their days. And we've never been, said he. Jane let it pass. But Nina Lempriere, as Tanqueray well knew, had a devil in her. Nina's eyes had the trick of ignoring your position in the space they traversed, which made it the more disconcerting when they came back and fixed you with their curious hooded stare. They were staring at Tanqueray now. "Where have you been?" said she. "We haven't heard of you for ages." "I've been ill." Jane looked at him and said nothing. "Ill? And you never told us," said Nina. "I was all right. I was well looked after." "Who looked after you?" He did not answer her, for in that instant there rose before him the image of Rose Eldred, tender and desirable, and it kept him dumb. Nina, whose devil was nothing if not persistent, repeated her question. He divined already in Nina a secret, subtle hostility. "Oh," he said abruptly, "I looked after myself." Jane stared intently at a notice of the departure and arrival of trains. Laura, aware of embarrassment somewhere, began to talk to him light-heartedly in her fashion, and the moment passed. In the train, going down to Wendover, Laura talked to Jane. Nina did not talk. Her queer eyes, when they looked at him, had a light in them of ironic devilry and suspicion. They left him speculating on the extent to which he was cutting himself off. This journey down to Wendover was a stage in the process. He was going down to tell Nicholson, to ask Nicholson to see him through. How would Jane take it? How would Nina? How would Laura? He had said to himself light-heartedly that his marriage would make no difference, that he should retain them, all three, as an intellectual seraglio. Would this, after all, be possible? When they heard that he, George Tanqueray, was marrying a servant in a lodging-house. Aware now, vividly aware, of the thing he was doing, he asked himself why, if he was not in love with Jane, he had not been in love with Nina. Nina had shown signs. Yes, very unmistakably she had shown signs. He could recall a time when there had lurked a betraying tenderness about her ironic mouth, when her queer eyes, as they looked at him, took on a certain softness and surrender. It had not touched him. To his mind there had always been something a little murky about Nina. It was the fault, no doubt, of her complexion. Not but what Nina had a certain beauty, a tempestuous, haggard, Roman eagle kind of beauty. She looked the thing she was, a creature of high courage and prodigious energy. Besides, she had a devil. Without it he doubted whether even her genius, he acknowledged a little grudgingly her genius, could have done all it did. It had entered into Tanqueray's head, though not his heart, to be in love with Jane. But never, even by way of fantasy, had it entered it to be in love with Nina, though it was to Nina that he looked when he wanted the highest excitement in his intellectual seraglio. He could not conceive any man being in love with her, to the extent, that is to say, of trying to marry her. Nina had the thing called temperament, more temperament and murkier than he altogether cared for. But as for marrying, you might as well try to marry some bird of storm on the wing, or a flash of lightning on its career through heaven. Nina, career and all, was preeminently unfit. She had shown more than once this ironic antagonism, as if she knew what he thought of her and owed him a grudge. If not Nina, why not Laura? She was small, and she was pretty, and she was pathetic, and he liked women to be so. Why was it that with all her feminine smallness and prettiness and pathos, he had never cared for her? They were talking. "Tired, Laura?" Jane asked. "Only sleepy. Papa had another dream last night." They laughed. So did Laura, though her tragedy was there, the tragedy which had given her that indomitable face. Laura lived under conditions which would have driven Tanqueray mad. She had a father. She who, as Jane said, could least of all of them afford a father. Her father had had a sunstroke, and it had made him dream dreams. He would get up a dozen times in the night and wander in and out of Laura's bedroom and sit heavily on her bed and tell her his dreams, which terrified Laura. "It wasn't funny this time," said she. "It was one of his horrid ones." Nobody laughed then. They were dumb with the pity and horror of it. Laura's father, when he was awake, was the most innocent, most uninspired, most uncreative of old gentlemen. But in his dreams he had a perfect genius for the macabre. The dreams had been going on for about a year, and they were making Laura ill. Tanqueray knew it, and it made him sad. That was why he had not cared to care for Laura. Yet little Laura, very prettily, very innocently, with an entire unconsciousness, had let him see where her heart was. And as prettily and innocently and unconsciously as he could, he had let her see that her heart was no concern of his, any more than Nina's. And she had not cherished any resentment. She had not owed him any grudge. She had withdrawn herself, still prettily, still innocently, so that she seemed with an absurd prettiness to be making room for Jane. He had even a vague recollection of himself as acquiescing in her withdrawal on those grounds. It was almost as if there had been an understanding between him and Laura, between Jane and Laura, between him and Jane. They had behaved perfectly, all three. What made their perfection was that in all these withdrawals, acquiescences, and understandings, not one of them had given any outward sign. They had kept their spoken compact. They had left each other free. As for his mere marriage, he was certain with all of them to be understood. It was their business, as they had so often told each other, to understand. But he was not sure that he wanted to be understood with the lucidity, the depth, the prodigious thoroughness of which they were capable. He said to himself, the blood of these women is in their brains. That was precisely what he had against them. End of chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8. It was a perfect day, Jane's birthday, like a young June day, a day of the sun, of white distances and vivid foregrounds. Wendover Hill looked over Arnott Nicholson's white house and over his green garden, where, summer and winter through, there brooded a heavenly quiet, a perfect peace. It was strange and sad, said Tanqueray, that a quiet and peace like that should be given to Nicky to write poems in. Jane said it was sadder and stranger that verse so vile should flow from anything so charming, so perfect in its way as Nicky. "Do you think," said she, as they crowded on his doorstep, "do you think he'll be at home?" "Rather. We shall find him in his library among his books and his busts, seething in a froth of abominable manuscripts, and feeling himself immortal." Arnott Nicholson was at home, and he was in his library with his books and his busts, and with Gisborne's great portrait of Jane Holland, the original, above his chimney-piece. He was, as Tanqueray had predicted, seething in his froth. Their names came to him there, Miss Holland and Mr. Tanqueray. In a moment Nicky was out of his library and into his drawing room. He was a singularly attractive person, slender, distinguished, highly finished in black and white. He was dressed not like a candidate for immortality, but in the pink of contemporary perfection. He was shyly, charmingly glad to see them, and delighted, of course, he said, to see Miss Lempriere and Miss Gunning. He insisted on their all staying to tea, to dinner, on their giving him, now that they had come, a day. He ordered whiskey and soda and lemonade. He brought peaches and chocolates and cigarettes and offered them diffidently, as things mortal and savouring of mortality. He went to and fro, carrying himself humbly yet with triumph, like one aware that he entertained immortal guests. He couldn't get over it, he said, their dropping in on him like this, with a divine precipitance out of their blue. Heavens! Supposing he had been out? He stood there glowing at them, the most perfect thing in his perfect drawing room. It was a room of old chintzes and old china, of fragile, distinguished furniture, of family portraits, of miniatures and medallions and great bowls of roses everywhere. The whole house had a strange feminine atmosphere, a warm look as if a woman's hand had passed over it. Yet it was Nicky who was the soul of his house, a slender soul, 3 parts feminine. Nicky was looking at Jane as she stooped over the roses. "Do you know," he said, "that you've come home? Come and see yourself." He led the way into his library, where her portrait looked down from its high place. "You bought it," said she. "Rather. Gisborne painted it for me." "Oh, Nicky." "It's your genius brooding over mine. I mean, over me." He looked at her again. When he looked at you, Nicky's perfect clothes, his long chin, his nose that seemed all bridge, his fine little black moustache, Nicky himself retreated into insignificance beneath his enormous prominent black eyes. "I put you there," he said, "to inspire me." Nicky's eyes gazed at you with a terrible solemnity whenever he talked about his inspiration. "Do I?" She did. They had caught him in the high act of creation. He'd been at it since 10 o'clock, sitting there, with the blood, he said, beating so furiously in his brain that if he'd gone on like that he'd have destroyed himself. His head was burning now. "We'll drag you, Nicky, to the top of Wendover Hill and air you thoroughly. You reek," said Tanqueray. His idea always was that they took Nicky out of doors to air him. He had so strongly the literary taint. Nicky declared that he would have been willing to be dragged with them anywhere. Only, as it happened, he had to be at home. He was expecting Miss Bickersteth. They knew Miss Bickersteth. They knew her. Nicky, for purposes of his own, was in the habit of cultivating assiduously the right people, and Miss Bickersteth was eminently right. The lady, he said, might be upon them any minute. "In that case," said Tanqueray, "we'll clear out." "You clear out? But you're the very people he wants to see." "He?" Hugh Brodrick. Miss Bickersteth was bringing Hugh Brodrick. They smiled. Miss Bickersteth was always bringing somebody, or being brought. Brodrick was the right man to bring. He implored them to stay and meet Brodrick. "Who is Brodrick?" Brodrick, said Nicky, was a man to be cultivated, to be cherished, to be clung to and never to be let go. Brodrick was on the Morning Telegraph, and at the back of it, and everywhere about it. And the Jews were at the back of Brodrick. So much so that he was starting a monthly magazine for the work of the great authors only. That was his, Brodrick's, dream. He didn't know whether he could carry it through. Nicky supposed it would depend on the authors. No, on the advertisements, Brodrick told him. That was where he had the pull. He could work the telegraph agency for that, and he had the Jews at the back of him. He was going to pay his authors on a scale that would leave the popular magazines behind him. "He sounds too good to be true," said Jane. "Or is he," said Tanqueray, "too true to be altogether good?" "He isn't true in your sense at all. That's the beauty of him. He's a gorgeous dream. But a dream that can afford to pay for itself." "A dream with Jews at its back," said Tanqueray. "And he wants, he told me, to secure you first, Miss Holland, and Mr. Tanqueray. And he's sure to want Miss Lempriere and Miss Gunning. You'll all be in it. It's the luckiest thing that you came in today, of all days." In fact, Nicky suggested that if the finger of Providence was ever to be seen clearly working anywhere, it was working here. A bell in the distance tinkled gently, with a musical silver note. It was one of the perfections of Nicky's house that it had no jarring noises in it. " That's he," said Nicky solemnly. " Excuse me." And he went out. He came back, all glowing and quivering, behind Miss Bickersteth and Mr. Hugh Brodrick. Miss Bickersteth they all knew, said Nicky. His voice was unsteady with his overmastering sense of great presences, of Jane Holland, of Tanqueray, of Brodrick. Brodrick was a man of about 35, square-built, with a torso inclined to a somewhat heavy slenderness, and a face with blunt but regular features, heavily handsome. One of those fair Englishmen who grow darker after adolescence, hair, moustache, and skin acquiring a dull sombreness and fairness. But Brodrick's face gained in its effect from the dusky opacity that intensified the peculiar blueness of his eyes. They were eyes which lacked, curiously, the superficial social gaze, which fixed themselves, undeviating and intent, on the one object of his interest. As he entered they were fixed on Jane, turning straight to her in her corner. This directness of aim rendered mediation almost superfluous. But Nicky, as the fervent adorer of Miss Holland, had brought to the ceremony of introduction a solemnity and mystery which he was in no mood to abate. It was wonderful how, in spite of Brodrick, he got it all in. Brodrick was charged with a more formidable and less apparent fire. Yet what struck Jane first in Brodrick was his shyness, his deference, his positive timidity. There was something about him that appealed to her, pathetically, to forget that he was that important person, a proprietor of the Morning Telegraph. She would have said that he was new to any business of proprietorship, new with a newness that shone in his slumbering ardour, that at first sight seemed to betray itself in the very innocence, the openness of his approach. If it could be called an approach, that slow, indomitable gravitation of Brodrick toward Jane. " Do you often come over to Wendover? " he said. " Not very often." There was a pause, then Brodrick said something again, but in so low a voice that Jane had to ask him what he said. " Only that it's an easy run down from Marylebone." " It is, very," said she, and she tried to draw him into conversation with Miss Lempriere and Miss Gunning. It was not easy to draw him where he had not previously meant to go. He was a creature too unswerving, inadaptable for purely social purposes. For Nina and Laura he had only a blank courtesy. Yet he talked to them, he talked fluently, in an abstracted manner, while he looked now at Jane and now at her portrait by Gisborne. He seemed to be wondering quietly what she was doing there in Nicky's house. Nicky, as became him, devoted himself to Miss Bickersteth. She was on the reviewing staff of the Morning Telegraph and very valuable to Nicky. Besides, he liked her. She interested him, amused, amazed him. As a journalist she had strange perversities and profundities. She had sharpened her teeth on the critique of pure reason in her prodigious teens. Yet she could toss off for the Telegraph paragraphs of an incomparable levity. In the country Miss Bickersteth was a blustering, full-blooded Diana of the fields. In town she was intellect, energy, and genial modernity made flesh. Even Tanqueray, who drew the line at the dreadful, clever little people, had not drawn it at Miss Bickersteth. There was something soothing in her large and florid presence. It had no ostensible air of journalism, of being restlessly and forever on the spot. You found it wherever you wanted it, planted fairly and squarely, with a look of having grown there. Nicky, concealed beside Miss Bickersteth in a corner, had begun by trying to make her talk about Shelley. She had edited him. He hoped that thus he might be led on to talk about himself. To Nicky the transition was a natural one. But Miss Bickersteth did not want to talk about Shelley. Shelley, she declared irreverently, was shop. She wanted to talk about people whom they knew, having reached the absolving age of 40, when you may say anything you please about anybody, to an audience sufficiently discreet. And she had just seen Jane and Tanqueray going out together through the long window on to the lawn. " I suppose," said she, " if they liked they could marry now." Now, repeated poor Nicky vaguely. Now that one of them has got an income. I didn't think he was a marrying man. No. And you wouldn't think, would you, she was a marrying woman? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. He said he wasn't going to marry. Oh. Two small eyes looked at him, two liquid, luminous spots in the pinkness of Miss Bickersteth's face. It's got as far as that, has it? That shows he's been thinking of it. I should have thought it showed he wasn't. Miss Bickersteth's mouth was decided in its set, and vague in its outline and its colouring. Her smile now appeared as a mere quiver of her face. How have you managed to preserve your beautiful innocence? Do you always go about with your head among the stars? My head? He felt it. It was going round and round. Yes. Is a poet not supposed ever to see anything under his exquisite nose? I am not, said Nicky solemnly, always a poet. And when a person tells me he isn't going to do a thing, I naturally think he isn't. And I naturally think he is. Whatever you think about George Tanqueray, he's sure to do the other thing. Come, if you can calculate on that. You can't calculate on anything, least of all with George Tanqueray, except that he'll never achieve anything that isn't a masterpiece, if it's a masterpiece of folly. Mind you, she added, I don't say he will marry Jane Holland, and I don't say it would be a masterpiece of folly if he did. What do you say? That if he ever cares for any woman enough to marry her, it will be Jane. I see, said Nicky, after some reflection. You think he's that sort. I think he's a genius. What more do you want? Oh, I don't want anything more, said Nicky, plunging headfirst into a desperate ambiguity. He emerged. What I mean is, when we've got him and when we've got her, creators, he paused before the immensity of his vision of them. What business have we? To go putting one and one together so as to make two? Well, it doesn't seem quite reverent. You think them gods, then, your creators. I think I worship them. Ah, Mr. Nicholson, you're adorable, and I'm atrocious. I believe, said Nicky, tea is in the garden. Let us go into the garden, said Miss Bickersteth. And they went. Tea was served in a green recess shut in from the lawn by high yew hedges. Nicky at his tea-table was more charming than ever, surrounded by old silver and fine linen, making tea delicately and pouring it into fragile cups and offering it, doing everything with an almost feminine dexterity and grace. After tea, the group scattered and rearranged itself. In Nicky's perfect garden, a garden of smooth grass plots and clipped yew trees, of lupins and larkspurs, of roses that would have been riotous but for the restraining spirit of the place, in a green alley between lawn and orchard, Mr. Hugh Brodrick found himself with Miss Holland and alone. Very quietly, very persistently, with eyes intent, he had watched for and secured this moment. You don't know, he was saying, how I've wanted to meet you, and how hard I've worked for it. Was it so hard? Hard isn't the word for it. If you knew the things I've done... He spoke in his low, even voice, saying eager and impulsive things without a sign of eagerness or impulse. What things? Mean things, base things, going on my knees to people I didn't know, grovelling for an introduction. Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds awful. It was. I've been on the point of meeting you a score of times, and there's always been some horrid fatality. Either you'd gone when I arrived, or I had to go before you arrived. I believe I've seen you once. I don't remember. At Miss Bickersteth's. You were coming out as I was going in. He looked at his watch. And now I ought to be catching a train. Don't catch it. I shan't. For I've got to tell you how much I admire your work. I'm not going to ask how you do it, for I don't suppose you know yourself. I don't. I'm not even going to ask myself. I simply accept the miracle. If it's miracles you want, look at George Tanqueray. He said nothing. And now she thought of it, he had not looked at George Tanqueray. He had looked at nobody but her. It was the look of a man who had never known a moment's uncertainty as to the thing he wanted. It was a look that stuck. Why aren't you at his feet? She said. Because I'm not drawn to my knees by brutal strength and cold, diabolical lucidity. Oh, she cried, you haven't read him. I've read all of him, and I prefer you. Me? You've spoilt it all. If you can't admire him, what is the use of your admiring me? I see. You don't want me to admire you. He said it with no emphasis, no emotion, as if he were indifferent as to what she wanted. No, I don't think I do. You see, he said, you have a heart. Oh, if people would only leave my heart alone. And Tanqueray, I believe, has a devil. She turned on him. Give me George Tanqueray's devil. She paused, considering him. Why do you talk about my heart? Because, if I may say so, it's what I like most in you. Anybody can like that. Can they? Yes. For 10 people who care for me, there isn't one capable of caring for George Tanqueray. How very unfortunate for him. Unfortunate for me, you mean? He smiled. He was not in the least offended. It was as if her perverse shafts never penetrated his superb solidity. And yet he was not obtuse, not insensitive. He might fall, she judged, through pride, but not through vanity. I admit, said he, that he is our greatest living novelist. Then, said she, you are forgiven. And I may continue to adore your tenderness? You may adore anything after that admission. He smiled again, like one satisfied, appeased. What, he said presently, is Miss Lempriere's work like? Is she anything of your breadth, your solidity, your fire? There's more fire in Nina Lempriere's little finger than in my whole body. Brodrick took out his pocketbook and made a note of Nina. And the little lady, what does she do? Little things. Charming, delicious, funny, pathetic things. Everything she does is like herself. I must put her down too. And he made another note of Laura. They had turned on to the lawn. Their host was visible, gathering great bunches of roses for his guests. What a lovable person he is, said Brodrick. Isn't he, said Jane. They faced the house, the little house roofed with moss, walled with roses, where, thought Jane, poor Nicky nested like the nightingale he wasn't and would never be. I wonder, said Brodrick, how he gets the perfection, the peace, the finish of it, the little feminine touches, the flowers on the table. Yes, Mr. Nicholson and his house always look as if they were expecting a lady. But, said Brodrick, it's so pathetic, for the lady never comes. Perhaps if she did, it wouldn't be so peaceful. Perhaps. But it must be sad for him, living alone like this. I don't know. I live alone, and I'm not sad. You? You live alone? Of course I do. So does Mr. Tanqueray. Tanqueray? He's a man, and it doesn't matter. But you, a woman? It's horrible. He was almost animated. There's your friend Miss Bickersteth. She lives alone. Miss Bickersteth is Miss Bickersteth. There's Nina Lempriere. The fiery lady. He paused, meditating. Why do her people let her? She hasn't got any. Her people are all dead. How awful. And your small friend, Miss Gunning. Don't say she lives alone, too. She doesn't. She lives with her father. He's worse than a family. Worse than a... He stared aghast. Worse than a family of 7 children. And that's a misfortune, is it? He frowned. Yes, when you have to keep it on nothing but what you earn by writing, and when it leaves you neither time nor space to write in. I see. She oughtn't to have to do it. But she has, and it's killing her. She'd be better if she lived alone. Well, I don't know anything about Miss Gunning, but for you... You don't know anything about me. I do. I've seen you. And I stick to it. It's horrible. What's horrible? Said Miss Bickersteth as they approached. Ask Mr. Brodrick. But Brodrick, thus appealed to, drifted away towards Nicholson, murmuring something about that train he had to catch. What have you done to agitate him? Said Miss Bickersteth. You didn't throw cold water on his magazine, did you? I shouldn't have known he had a magazine. What? Didn't he mention it? Not to me. Then something is the matter with him. She added after a thoughtful pause, what did you think of him? There's no doubt he's a very amiable, benevolent man. The sort of man who wants everybody to marry because he's married himself." " But he isn't married." " Well, he looks it. He looks as if he'd never been anything but married all his life." " Anyhow," said Miss Bickersteth, " that's safe. Safer than not looking married when you are." " Oh, he's safe enough," said Jane. As she spoke she was aware of Tanqueray standing at her side. Chapter 9 of The Creators, a Comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9. The day was over and they were going back. Their host insisted on accompanying them to the station. They had given him a day, and every moment of it, he declared solemnly, was precious. They could hardly have spent it better than with Nicky in his perfect house, his perfect garden. And Nicky had been charming with his humble ardour, his passion for a perfection that was not his. The day, Miss Holland intimated, was his, Nicky's present, rather than theirs. He glowed. It had been glorious anyhow, a perfect day. A day, Nicky said, that made him feel immortal. He looked at Jane Holland and George Tanqueray, and they tried not to smile. Jane would have died rather than have hurt Nicky's feelings. It was not in her to spoil his perfect day. All the same, it had been their secret jest that Nicky was immortal. He would never end, never by any possibility disappear. As he stuck now, he always would stick. He was going with them to the station. Sensitive to the least quiver of a lip, the young man's mortal part was stung with an exquisite sense of the becoming. "If I feel it," said he, "what must you feel?" "Oh, we," they cried, and broke loose from his solemn and detaining eyes. They walked on ahead, and Nicholson was left behind with Laura Gunning and Nina Lempriere. He consented patiently and politely to be thus outstripped. After all, the marvellous thing was that he should find himself on that road at all with them. After all, he had had an hour alone with him, in his garden, and 25 minutes by his watch with her. It was enough if he could keep his divinities in sight, following the flutter of Miss Holland's veil. Besides, she had asked him to talk to Nina and look after Laura. She was always asking him to be an angel and look after somebody. Being an angel seemed somehow his doom. But he was sorry for Laura. They said she had cared for Tanqueray, and he could well believe it. He could believe in any woman caring for him. He wondered how it had left her. A little defiant, he thought, but with a quiet, clear-eyed virginity. Determined, too. Nicholson had never seen so large an expression of determination on so small a face. He always liked talking to Laura, but he shrank inexpressibly from approaching Nina, the woman with unquiet eyes and nervous gestures, and a walk that suggested the sweep of a winged thing to its end. A glance at Nina told him that wherever she was, she could look after herself. Morose, fearlessly disarrayed, and with it all a trifle haggard and forlorn, Nina Lempriere had the air of not belonging to them. She paused, she loitered, she swept tempestuously ahead, but none of her movements had the slightest reference to her companions. From time to time he glanced uncomfortably at Nina. " Leave her," said Laura, " to herself." " Do you think," he said, " she minds being left?" " Not she. She likes it. You don't suppose she's thinking of us?" " Dear me, no. But one likes to be polite." " She'd so much rather you were sincere." " I say, mayn't I be both?" " Oh yes, but you couldn't always be with Nina. She makes you feel sometimes as if it was no use your existing." " Do you think," he said, " she'll stand beside Jane Holland?" " No. She may go farther." " Go farther? How? "" She's got a better chance." " A better chance? I shouldn't have backed her chance against Miss Holland's." " It is better. She doesn't get so mixed up with people. If she were to " He waited. " She'd go with a rush in one piece, and either die or come out of it all right. Whereas Jane " He waited breathlessly. Jane would be torn to tatters, inch by inch. Nicholson felt a curious constriction across his chest. His throat dried as he spoke again. What do you think would tear her most? Oh, if she married. I thought you meant that. The thing is, said Laura, not to marry. She said it meditatively and without reference to herself, but he gathered that, if reference had been made, she would with still more dogged a determination have kept her view. He agreed with her and pondered. Tanqueray had once said the very same thing to him in talking about Jane. She ought not to marry. He, Tanqueray, wasn't going to, not if he knew it. That was the view they all took, not to marry. He knew that they were under vows of poverty. Were they pledged to chastity and obedience too? Obedience, immitigable, unrelenting? How wonderful they were, they and their achievements and renunciations, the things they did, and the things they let alone simply and as a matter of course with their infallible instinct for the perfect. High, solitary priest and priestesses of a God diviner than desire. And she, he saw her more virgin, more perfect than they all. You think too, then, the blameless youth continued, that if Miss Holland married, it would injure her career. Injure it? There wouldn't be any career left to injure. Was it really so? He recorded silently his own determination to remember that. It had for him also the consecration of a vow. A thought struck him. Perhaps Laura, perhaps Tanqueray had divined him, and were endeavouring in kindness to take from him the poison of a preposterous hope. He preferred, however, not to explain them or the situation or himself thus. He was, with all possible sublimity, renouncing Jane. Another thought struck him. It struck him hard with a shock almost of blasphemy. It broke into speech. Not, he said, if she were to marry him. Laura was silent, and he wondered. Why not? After all, it was natural. She matched him. The thing was inevitable, and it was fitting. So supremely fitting was it that he could not very well complain. He could give her up to George Tanqueray. End of chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 10 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 10. Jane Holland and Tanqueray had left the others some considerable way behind. It was possible, they agreed, to have too much of Nicky, though he did adore them. The wide, high road stood up before them, climbing the ridge, to drop down into Wendover. A white road between grass borders and hedgerows, their green powdered white with the dust of it. Over all, the pallor of the first white hour of twilight. For a moment, a blessed pause in the traffic. They were alone. Twilight and the road were theirs. The two bore themselves with a certain physical audacity, a swinging challenge to fatigue. He, in his well-knit youth, walked with the step of some fine, untamed animal. She, at his side, kept the wild pace he set with a smooth motion of her own. She carried, high and processionally, her trophy, flowers from their host's garden, wild parsley of her own gathering, and green fans of beech and oak. As she went, the branches swayed with the swinging of her body. A light wind woke on the hill and played with her. Her long veil, grey-blue and transparent, falling from her head to her shoulders, flew and drifted about her, now clinging to her neck, her breasts, now fluttering itself free. He looked at her and thought that if Gisborne, R.A., hadn't been an idiot, he would have painted her not sitting, but like that. Protected by the charm of Rose, there was no more terror for him in any charm of Jane's. He could afford to show his approval, to admit that even as a woman she had points. He could afford, being extremely happy himself, to make Jane happy too. So sheltered, so protected was he, that it did not strike him that Jane was utterly defenceless and exposed. "Yes," he said, "it's been a day." "Hasn't it?" She saw him sustained by some inward ecstasy. The coming joy, the joy of his wedding day, was upon him. The light of it was in his eyes as he looked at her, the tenderness of it in his voice as he spoke to her again. Have you liked it as much as you used to like our other days? Oh, more. Far more. Then, remembering how those other days had been indeed theirs and nobody else's, she added, in spite of poor Nicky. It was at this moment that he realized that he would have to tell her about Rose. Also that he would be hanged if he knew how to. She had been manifestly unhappy when he last saw her. Now he saw not only that she was happy, but that he was responsible for her happiness. This was worse than anything he had yet imagined. It gave him his first definite feeling of treachery toward Jane. Her reference to Nicky came like a reprieve. How was it, he said, that they were let in for him? Or, rather, why had they ever let him in? It was you, Jane, who did it. No, George, it was you. You introduced him. He owned it. I did it because I hoped you'd fall in love with him. She saw that there was a devil in him that still longed to torment her. That, said she, would have been very bad for Nicky. Yes, but it would have been very good for you. She had her moment of torment, then she recovered. I thought, said she, that was the one thing I was not to do. You're not to do it seriously. But you couldn't fall in love with Nicky seriously, could you? Could anybody? Why are you so unkind to Nicky? Because he's so ungovernably a man of letters. He isn't. He only thinks he is. He thinks he's Shelley because his father's a squire. Well, that saves him. No man of letters, if he tried all night, could think of anything so deliciously absurd. Don't you wish you could feel like that? He rose to it, his very excitement kindling his intellectual flame. To feel myself an immortal, a blessed god. They played together profanely with the idea that Nicky was, after all, divine. Such a tragic little god, said Jane, with a pitiful mouth. A little god without a single apostle or a prophet. Nobody, she wailed, to spread the knowledge of him. I say, we'll build an altar on Wendover, to Nicky as the unknown god. He won't like that, our calling him unknown. Let's call him the unapparent, the undeveloped. He is the undeveloped. In one aspect. In another he's a finished poem, an incarnate lyric, an ode to immortality on legs. Nicky hasn't any legs. He's a breath, a perpetual aspiration. Oh, at aspiring he beats Shelley into apoplexy. He stands for the imperishable illusion, the stupendous hope. And after all, he adores you. And nobody else does, said Tanqueray. That's Nicky's achievement. He does see what you are. It's his little claim to immortality. Just think, George, when Nicky dies and goes to heaven, he'll turn up at the gates of the poet's paradise and they'll let him in on the strength of that. The angel of the singing stars will come up to him and say, Nicky, you sing abominably, but you can see. You saw George Tanqueray when nobody else could. Your sonnets and your ballads are forgiven you, and we've got a nice place for you, Nicky, near Keats and Shelley. Because it wouldn't be heaven for Nicky if he wasn't near them. Well, how about them, though? Oh, up in heaven you won't see anything of Nicky except his heart. I suppose he'll be stuck somewhere near you, too. It won't be heaven for him if he isn't. The first thing he'll ask is, where's Jane? And then they'll break it to him very gently. Jane's in the other place, Nicky, where Mr. Tanqueray is. We had to send her down, because if she wasn't there it wouldn't be hell for Mr. Tanqueray. But why am I down there? Because you didn't see what Nicky was. If you don't take care, Jinny, he'll have you like the rest. You're laying up sorrow for yourself in the day when Nicky publishes his poems. It's you he'll turn to. No, I'm not celebrated, said he grimly. There, do you see the full horror of it? I do, she moaned. Tanqueray's devil came back to him. Do you think he'll fall in love with Laura? No, I don't. She said it coolly, though his gaze was upon her, and they were both of them aware of Nicky's high infatuation. Why not? He said lightly. Because Nicky'll never be in love with any woman as she is, and nobody could be in love with Laura as she isn't. She faced him in her courage. He might take it, if he liked, that she knew Nicky was in love with her as she was not, that she knew Tanqueray would never, like Nicky, see her as she was not, to be in love with that. "Oh, you're too subtle," he said. But he understood her subtlety. He must tell her about Rose. Before the others could come up with them he must tell her. And then he must tell Nicky. "Jane," he said, "will you forgive me for never coming to see you? I simply couldn't come." "I know, George, I know." "You don't. You don't know what I felt like." "Perhaps not. And yet I think you might—" But what she thought he might have done she would not tell him. "At any rate," said he, "you'll let me come and see you now. Often. I want to come often." He meant to tell her that his marriage was to make no difference. "Come as often as you want. Come as often as you used to." "Was it so very often?" "Not too often." "I say, those were glorious times we had. We'll have them again, Jinny. There are things we've got to talk about. Things we've got to do. Why, we're hardly beginning." "Do you remember saying, when you've made yourself an absolutely clear medium, then you can begin?" "I remember." He was content now to join her in singing the duet of remembrance. She dismissed herself. "What have you been doing?" "Not much. It looks as if I couldn't do things without you." A look of heavenly happiness came upon her face and passed. "That isn't so, George. There never was anybody less dependent on other people. That's why nothing has ever stopped you. Nothing ever will. Whereas you're right about me. Anything might stop me." "Could I stop you?" Not for his life could he have told what made him ask her that question, whether an insane impulse or a purely intellectual desire to complete his knowledge of her, to know how deep she had gone in, and what his power was, whether he could, indeed, stop her. "You," she said, and her voice had a long, profound, and passionate vibration. He had not dreamed that such a tone could have been wrung from Jane. Her eyes met his. Steady they were and deep, under their level brows. But in them, too, was that sudden, unexpected quality. Something in her startled him with its intensity. Her voice, her look, had made it impossible for him to tell her about Rose. It was not the moment. "I didn't know she was like that," he thought. No. He had never known until now what Jane was. Never seen until now that the gods, in giving her genius, had given her one passion the more, to complicate her, to increase tenfold her interest and her charm. And, with the charm of Rose upon him, he could not tell whether, if he had known, it would have made any difference. All he knew or cared to know was that he was going to marry Rose the day after tomorrow. He would have to ask Nicky to let him go back with him and stay the night. Then he could tell him. And he could get out of telling Jane. He liked teasing and tormenting her, but he did not want to stab her. Still less did he want to stand by with the steel in his hand and see her bleed. He must get away from Jane. End of chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11. On the morning after Wendover, Jane woke, bright-eyed and flushed with dreams. Last night a folding splendour had hung over her till she slept. It passed into her dreams, and joy woke her. She sat up and swung her slender limbs over the bedside, and was caught agreeably by her likeness in the long glass of the wardrobe. She went to it and stood there looking at herself. For the last 3 months she had been afraid to face the woman in the glass. Sometimes she had had to turn her head another way when she passed her. Every day the woman in the glass grew more repulsively powerful and sombre, more dreadfully like that portrait which George hated. She knew he couldn't stand her when she looked like that. Looking like that, and George's inability to stand her, and the celebrity that made her so absurd, she put it all down to the peculiar malice and mischief of the thing that had been, as she said, tacked on to her, the thing they called her genius. And now she did not look like that in the very least. She looked to her amazement like any other woman. Nobody had ever said that Jane was handsome. She hadn't one straight feature except her eyebrows, which were too straight. She wasn't pretty either. There was something about her too large and dominating for that. She had that baffling and provoking modern beauty which secures its effect by some queerness, some vividness of accent, and triumphs by some ugliness subdued. It was part of her queerness that she had the square brows, the wide mouth, the large innocent muzzle of a deer, and a neck that carried her head high. With a queerness amounting to perversity, some gentle, fawn-like, ruminant woman had borne her. And, queerer still, her genius had rushed in and seized upon that body, that it might draw wild nature into it through her woodland, pastoral blood. And for the blood it took, it had given her back fire. Latterly, owing to Tanqueray's behaviour, whenever Jane looked in the glass it had been the element of queerness and ugliness that she had seen. She had felt herself cruelly despoiled, disinherited of the splendours and powers of her sex. And here she was, looking, as she modestly put it, like any other woman. Any one of the unknown multitude whom lately, in prophetic agony, she had seen surrounding Tanqueray. Women dowered not with the disastrous gift of genius, but with the secret charm and wonder of mere womanhood. One of these, she had always reckoned with the possibility, one of these conceivably might at any moment, and inevitably would when her moment came, secure and conquer Tanqueray. She had been afraid even in vision to measure her power with theirs. But now, standing there in the long nightgown that made her so straight and tall, with arms raised, holding up the thick mass of her hair, her body bent a little backwards from the waist, showing it for the slender and supple thing it was, seeing herself so incredibly feminine and so alive, she defied any one to tell the difference. If any difference there were, it was not in her body, neither was it in her face. That was the face which had looked at Tanqueray last night, the face which he had called up to meet that strange excitement and that tenderness of his. Her body was the body of a woman created in a day and a night by joy for its own wooing. This glorious person was a marvel to itself. It was so incomprehensibly, so superlatively happy. Its eyes, its mouth, its hands and feet were happy. It was happy inside and out and all over. It had developed a perfectly preposterous capacity for enjoyment. It found pleasure in bathing itself, in dressing itself, in brushing its hair. And its very hair, when it had done with it, looked happy. It was at its happiest at 10 o'clock, when Jane sat down to write a letter to Tanqueray. The letter had to be written, for yesterday Nina Lempriere had asked her to supper in her rooms on Sunday, and she was to bring George Tanqueray, if, said Nina, she could get him. Sunday was the 17th. This was Wednesday the 13th. She would hear from Tanqueray tonight or tomorrow at the latest. And there would be only 4 days to get through till Sunday. Tonight and tomorrow went, and Tanqueray did not write. Jane's heart began to ache with an intolerable anxiety. It was on Saturday night that the letter came. "Dear Jinny," it said, "it was nice of Nina to ask me to supper. I'm sorry I can't come. I got married yesterday. Yours, G.T. P.S. Nicky saw me through." Not a word about his wife. At first the omission did not strike her as significant. It was so like Tanqueray, to fling you the bare body of a fact while he cherished the secret soul of it himself. He must have wondered how she would take it. She took it as she would have taken a telegram from a stranger, telling her that Tanqueray was dead. She took it as she would have taken the stranger's telegram, standing very stiff and very still. She faced, as it were, an invisible crowd of such strangers, ignorant of the intimacy of her loss, not recognizing her right to suffer, people whose presence constrained her to all the observances of decency. She crushed the note in her hand vindictively, as she would have crushed that telegram. She pushed it from her, hating the thing that had made her suffer. Then she drew it to her again. She smoothed it. She examined it as she might have examined the telegram. To verify the hour and the place of the decease, to establish the fact which seemed incredible. Verification brought the first live pangs that stabbed her. She was aware of the existence of the woman. There had been a woman all the time. But she couldn't realize her. She only knew that she meant finality, separation. An hour passed. She went to bed. Her footsteps and her movements in undressing were hushed and slow. She was still like someone who knows that there has been a death in the house and that the body lies in the next room. Stretched in her bed, turning her face to the wall to hide herself, she had that sense of awful contact and of separation, of there being only a wall between the living and the dead. The best thing that could have happened to her would have been to lie awake all night, and let her heart and brain hammer as they would, till they hammered her to stupefaction. Unfortunately, towards morning, she fell into a sound sleep. She woke from it with nerves recharged to the point of torture, and a brain intolerably acute. She saw now all the vivid, poignant things which last night she had overlooked. She realized the woman. She divined her secret, her significance, all that she stood for and all that she portended. In the light of that woman, for she spread round her an unbearable illumination, Jane saw transparently what she had been to Tanqueray. She had had no power and no splendor for him of her own, but she had been the reflection of the woman's splendor and her power. So much so that when he looked at her as he had looked the other evening, he, George Tanqueray, had grown tender as if in the presence of the other. He had suffered a sentimental, a sensuous hallucination and had made her suffer. But never, never for a moment had he cared for her or seen in her any power or splendor of her own. She wondered why he had not told her about that woman then. It had been just 2 days before he married her. Perhaps it had been only his shyness or, more likely, his perversity. But he had said nothing about her now. He had not said, as men say so fatuously in the circumstance, that he believed they would like each other and that he hoped they would be friends. It was borne in on her that he had said nothing because he knew it was the end. There were no fatuous beliefs and hopes in Tanqueray. And if there was perversity, there was also an incorruptible and almost violent honesty. His honesty was, as it were, part of his perversity. He was not going to keep up any absurd pretenses, to let her imagine for one moment that it was not the end. It was to mean not only that Tanqueray would no longer exist for her, but that she would no longer exist for Tanqueray. In her attitude to him there had always been, though Tanqueray did not know it, an immense simplicity and humbleness. She felt herself wiped out by this woman who wore for him, she saw her wearing, all the powers and all the splendors. Tanqueray's wife must make an end of her and of everything. There was nothing, not the smallest, most pitiful cast-up fragment that she could save from the wreck. A simple, ordinary friendship might have survived it, but not theirs. There had been in it a disastrous though vague element of excess. She could not see it continuing in the face of Tanqueray's wife. As for enlarging it, so as to embrace Tanqueray's wife as well as Tanqueray, Jane simply couldn't. There was something virile in her that forbade it. She could no more have taken Tanqueray's wife into her heart than Tanqueray, if their cases had been reversed, could have taken into his Jane's husband. She might have expected Tanqueray to meet her husband, to shake hands with him, to dine with him, but not to feel or to profess affection for him. So Tanqueray would probably expect her to call upon his wife, to receive her, to dine with her perhaps, but it would end there. It would end there in handshakes and in frigid ceremony, this friendship to which Tanqueray had lent himself with a precipitance that resembled passion, and a fervour that suggested fire. Looking back, she wondered at what moment the real thing had begun. She was certain that 2 months ago, on that evening in May after he had dined with her, the moment which was his moment had been hers. She had been divided from him by no more than a hair's breadth, and she had let him go for a scruple finer than a hair. And yet it seemed to her that her scruple had not really counted. It might have worked somehow at the moment, but she could not think of it as containing all the calamitous weight of destiny. Her failure, it was so preeminently her failure, came of feeling and of understanding at every moment far too much. It came of having eyes at the back of your head and nerves that extended prodigiously beyond the confines of your body. It was as if she understood with her body and felt with her brain, passion and insight in her running disastrously together. It came back to her that Tanqueray had always regarded her with interest and uncertainty, as if he had wondered whether she were really like other women. In his moment he had searched her for their secret, and her scruple had worked so far that he judged her lacking in the instinct of response. Her heart, of course, he must have heard. It had positively screamed at him. But her heart was not what had concerned him at any moment. She remembered how she had said to him that night, "Mayn't I be a woman?" And he had answered her brutally. What had concerned him was her genius. If there had been 20 women in her, he would have made her sacrifice them all to that. He had cared for it to the point of tenderness, of passion. She had scores of his letters in a drawer there, love letters written to her genius. She knew one of them, the last, by heart. It was written at Hampstead. "Jinny," it had said, "I'm on my knees with my hat off at your feet. I'm in the dust, Jenny, kissing your feet. Shivers of exquisite adoration are going up and down my spine. Do you know what you've done to me, you unspeakably divine person? I've worn out the knees of my trousers. I've got dust in my hair, Jinny, kissing your feet." That letter, there was a great deal more of it, had tided her over Tanqueray's worst absence. It had carried her on, so to speak, to Wendover. As she thought of it, her heart was filled with hatred and jealousy of her genius. It was odd, but she had no jealousy and no hatred for Tanqueray's wife. She hated and was jealous of her genius, not only because it had forced Tanqueray to care for it, but because, being the thing that had made her different from other women, it had kept Tanqueray from caring about her. And she had got to live alone with it. Her solitude had become unbearable. The room was unbearable. It was so pervaded, so dominated by her genius and by Tanqueray. Most of all by Tanqueray. There were things in it which he had given to her, things which she had given to him, as it were. A cup he drank out of, a tray he used for his cigar ash. Things which would remain vivid forever with the illusion of his presence. She could not bear to see them about. She suffered in all ways, secretly, as if Tanqueray were dead. A bell rang. It was 4 o'clock. Somebody was calling. As to one preoccupied with a bereavement, it seemed to her incredible that anybody could call so soon. She was then reminded that she had a large acquaintance who would be interested in seeing how she took it. She had got to meet all these people as if nothing had happened. She remembered now that she had promised Caroline Bickersteth to go to tea with her today. If she wanted to present an appearance of nothing having happened, she couldn't do better than go to Caro's for tea. Caro expected her, and would draw conclusions from her absence. So might her caller if she declared herself not at home. It was Nicky. Come, he said, to know if she were going to Miss Bickersteth's, and if he might have the pleasure of taking her there. That was all he cared to go for, the pleasure of taking her. Jane had never thought of Nicky being there. He was a barrister, and he had chambers, charming chambers, in the Temple where he gave little tea parties and, less frequently, looked up little cases. But on Sundays he was always a little poet down at Wendover. They needn't start at once, he said, almost as if he knew that Jane was dreading it. He sat and talked. He talked straight on end. Talked not literature, but humble, innocent banalities, so unlike Nicky, who cared for nothing that had not the literary taint. It was a sign of supreme embarrassment, the only one he gave. He did not mention Tanqueray, and for a moment she wondered if he had heard. Then she remembered. Of course, it was Nicky who had seen Tanqueray through. Nicky was crowning his unlikelihood by refraining from the slightest allusion to the event. He was, she saw with dreadful lucidity, afraid of hurting her. And yet he was, in his exquisite delicacy, behaving as if nothing had happened. They were going together to Miss Bickersteth's as if nothing had happened. His manner suggested that they were moving together in a world where nothing could happen, a world of delightful and amicable superficialities. She was not to be afraid of him. He was, as it were, looking another way. He wasn't even aware of any depths. The sheer beauty and gentleness of him showed her that he had seen and understood thoroughly what depths there were. It was her certainty of Nicky's vision that drove her to the supreme act of courage. "Why aren't we talking," she said, "about George Tanqueray?" Nicky blushed in a violent distress. Even so, in the house of mourning, he would have blushed at some sudden unsoftened reference to the deceased. "I didn't know," he said, "whether he had told you." "Why shouldn't he?" Poor Nicky. She had made him blunder, so upset was he by the spectacle of her desperate pluck. He really was like a person calling after a bereavement. He had called on account of it, and yet it was the last thing he was going to talk about. He had come, not to condole, but to see if there was any way in which he could be of use. "Well," said Nicky, "he seemed to have kept it so carefully from all his friends." "He told you? Why, you were there, weren't you?" It was as if she had said, "You were there. You saw him die." "Yes." Nicky's face expressed a tender relief. If she could talk about it. "But it was only at the last minute." "I wonder," said she, "why he didn't tell us." "Well, you know, I think it was because the lady—" He hesitated. He knew what would hurt most, and he shrank almost visibly from mentioning her. "Yes, you've forgotten the lady." She smiled, and he took courage. "There it is. The lady, you see, isn't altogether a lady." "Oh, Nicky." He did not look at her. He seemed to be a partaker in what he felt to be her suffering and Tanqueray's shame. "Has he known her long?" she said. "About 2 months." She was right, then. It had been since that night. It had been her own doing. She had driven him to her. "Since he went to Hampstead, then?" "Yes." "Who was she?" "His landlady's daughter, I think. Or a niece. She waited on him, and she nursed him when he was ill." Jane drew in her breath with an almost audible sound. Nicky had sunk into his chair in his attitude of vicarious, shamefaced misery. It made her rally. "Nicky," she said, "why do you look like that? I don't think it's nice of you to sit there, giving him away by making gloomy faces in a chair. Why shouldn't he marry his landlady's daughter if he likes? You ought to stand up for him and say she's charming. She is. She must be, or he wouldn't have done it. He ought not to have done it. But he has. It had to happen. Nothing else could have happened." "You think so? It seems to me the most unpredestined, the most horribly, fantastically fortuitous occurrence." "It was what he wanted. Wouldn't you have given him what he wanted?" "No," said Nicky. "Not if it wasn't good for him." "Oh, Nicky, how do you know what's good for him? You're not George Tanqueray." "No. If I were, I'd have—" He stopped. His passion, growing suddenly, recklessly, had brought him to the verge of the depth they were trying to avoid. "If you were," said she with amazing gaiety, "you'd have married this lady who wasn't a lady. And then where would you have been?" "Where indeed?" said Nicky bitterly. Jane's face, so gay, became suddenly tragic. She looked away, staring steadily, dumbly, at something that she saw. Then he knew that he had raised a vision of the abyss, and of Tanqueray, their Tanqueray, sinking in it. He must keep her from contemplating that, or she would betray herself. She would break down. He searched his heart for some consoling inspiration, and found none. It was his head which suggested that irrelevance was best. "When," said he, by way of being irrelevant, "are you going to give us another big book?" "I don't know," she said. "Never, I think." He looked up. Her eyes shone perilously over trembling pools of tears. He had not been irrelevant at all. "You don't think anything of the sort," he said, with a sharp tenderness. "No. I feel it. There isn't another book in me. I'm done for, Nicky." Her tears were hanging now on the curve of her eyelashes. They shook and fell. She sat there silent, fronting the abyss. Nicky was horrified and looked it. If that was how she took it. "You've overworked yourself, that's all," he said presently. "Yes, that's all." She rose. "Nicky," she said, "it's 4:30. If we're going, we must go." "Are you sure you want to?" Of course I want to." She said it in a tone that for Nicky pointed to another blunder. "I only thought," said he simply, "it might bore you." End of chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 12. Of the Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 12. Miss Bickersteth's house was round the corner. So small a house that a front room and a back room thrown together hardly gave Caro space enough for tea parties. But as the back room formed a recess, what space she had was admirably adapted for the discreet arrangement of conversation in groups. Its drawback was that persons in the recess remained unaware of those who entered by the door of the front room until they were actually upon them. Through that door, opened gently by the little servant, Miss Bickersteth in the recess was heard inquiring with some excitement, "Can't either of you tell me who she is?" Only Nina and Laura were with her. Jane knew from their abrupt silence as she entered that they had been discussing George Tanqueray's marriage. She gathered that they had only just begun. There was nothing for it but to invite them to go on, to behave in all things as if nothing had happened or could happen to her. "Please don't stop," she said. "It sounds exciting." "It is, but Mr. Nicholson disapproves of scandal," said Caro, not without address. "He's been talking nothing else to me," said Jane. "Yes, but his scandal and our scandal." "Yours isn't in it with his. He's seen her." Three faces turned to Nicholson's, as if it held for them the reflection of his vision. Miss Bickersteth's face was flushed with embarrassment that struggled with curiosity. Nina's was almost fierce in its sombre, haggard intensity. Laura's, in its stillness, had an appealing anxiety, an innocent distress. It was shadowless and unashamed. It expressed a trouble that had in it no taint of self. Nicky met them with an admirable air of light-heartedness. "Don't look at me," he said. "I can't tell you anything." "But you've seen her," said Miss Bickersteth, seating herself at her tea-table. "I've seen her, but I don't know her," he said stiffly. "She doesn't seem to have impressed him favourably," remarked Miss Bickersteth to the world in general. Nicky brought tea to Jane, who opened her eyes at him in deprecation of his alarming reticence. It was as if she had said, "Oh, Nicky, to please me, won't you say nice things about her?" He understood. "Miss Holland would like me to tell you that she is charming." "Do you know her, Jinny?" It was Laura who spoke. "No, dear, but I know George Tanqueray." "As for Nicky," she went on with high daring, "you mustn't mind what he says. He wouldn't think any mortal woman good enough for George." Nicky's soul smiled all to itself invisibly as it admired her. "I see," said Miss Bickersteth. "The woman isn't good enough. I hope she's good." "Oh, good. Good as they make them." "He knows," said Jane, "more than he lets out." She withdrew into the corner where little Laura sat, while Miss Bickersteth put her witness under severe cross-examination. "Is it," she said, "the masterpiece of folly?" "It looks like it. Only she is good." "Good, but impossible." "Impossible." "Do you mean for him?" "I mean in herself. Utterly impossible." "But inevitable." "Not in the least, to judge by what I saw." "Then," said Miss Bickersteth, "how did it happen?" "I don't know," said Nicky, "how it happened." There was a long pause. Miss Bickersteth seemed almost to retire from ground that was becoming perilous. "You may as well tell them," said Jane, "what you do know." "I have," said poor Nicky. "You haven't told us who she is," said Nina. "She is Mrs. George Tanqueray. She was, I believe, a very humble person. The daughter, no, I think he said the niece of his landlord." "Uneducated?" said Miss Bickersteth. "Absolutely." "Common?" He hesitated, and Jane prompted, "No, Nicky." "Don't tamper," said Miss Bickersteth, "with my witness. Uncommon?" "Not in the least." "Any H's?" "I decline," said Nicky, "to answer any more questions." "Never mind. You've told us quite enough. I'm disgusted with Mr. Tanqueray." "But why?" said Jane imperturbably. "Why? When one thinks of the women, the perfectly adorable women he might have married if he'd only waited, and he goes and does this. He knows his own business best, said Jane. A man's marriage is not his business. What is it then? Miss Bickersteth was at a loss for once, and Laura helped her. It's his pleasure, isn't it? He'd no right to take his pleasure this way. Jane raised her head. He had. A perfect right. To throw himself away? My dear, on a little servant girl without an H in her. On anybody he pleases. Can you imagine George Tanqueray, said Nina, throwing himself away on anybody? I can. Easily, said Nicholson. Whatever he throws away, said Nina, it won't be himself. My dear Nina, look at him, said Miss Bickersteth. He's done for himself, socially at any rate. Not he. It's men like George Tanqueray who can afford to do these things. Do you suppose anybody who cares for him will care a rap whom he marries? I care, said Nicky. I care immensely. You needn't. Marriage is not, it really is not, the fearfully important thing you think it. Nicholson looked at his boots, his perfect boots. It's the most important act of a man's life, he said. An ordinary man's, a curate's, a grocer's, and for Tanqueray, for anyone who creates. For anyone who creates, said Nina, nothing's important outside his blessed creation. And this lady, I imagine, said Miss Bickersteth, will be very much outside it. Nicky raised his dark eyes and gazed upon them. Good heavens! But a man wants a woman to inspire him. George doesn't, said Jane. You may trust him to inspire himself. You may, said Nina. In 6 months it won't matter whether George is married or not. At least not to George. She rose, turning on Nicky as if something in his ineffectual presence maddened her. Do you suppose, she said, that woman counts? No woman counts with men like George Tanqueray. She can hold you back, said Nicky. You think so? You haven't got 100 horsepower genius pulling you along. When he's off, 50 women hanging on to him couldn't hold him back. She smiled. You don't know him. The first time that wife of his gets in his way, he'll shove her out of it. If she does it again, he'll knock her down and trample her under his feet. Her smile, more than ever ironic, lashed Nicky's shocked recoil. Creators are a brutal crew, Mr. Nicholson. We're all the same. You needn't be sorry for us. She looked over Nicky's head, as it were, at Jane and Laura. It was as if with a sweep of her stormy wing she gathered them, George Tanqueray and Jane and Laura, into the spaces where they ran the superb course of the creators. The movement struck Arnott Nicholson aside into his place among the multitudes of the uncreative. Who was he to judge George Tanqueray? If she arraigned him, she had a right to. She was of his race, his kind. She could see through Nicky as if he had been an innocent pane of glass. And at the moment, Nicky's soul, with its chivalry and delicacy, enraged her. Caroline Bickersteth enraged her. Everybody enraged her except Jane and little Laura. She stood beside Jane, who had risen and was about to say good-bye. Carol would have kept them with her distressed, emphatic, "Must you go?" She was expecting, she said, Mr. Brodrick. Jane was not interested in Mr. Brodrick. She could not stay, and did not, and going, she took Nina with her. Laura would have followed, but Miss Bickersteth held her with a hand upon her arm. Nicholson left them, though Laura's eyes almost implored him not to go. "My dear," said Miss Bickersteth, "tell me, have you any idea how much she cares for him?" "She?" "Jane." "You've no reason to suppose she cares." "Do you think he cared in the very least for her?" "I think he may have, without knowing it." "My dear, there's nothing that man doesn't know. He knows, for instance, all about us." "Us?" "You and I. We've both of us been there, and Nina." "How do you know?" "She was flagrant." "Flagrant?" "Flagrant isn't the word for it. She was flamboyant, magnificent, superb." "You forget she's my friend," said little Laura. "Well, she's mine. I'm not traducing her. Look at George Tanqueray. I defy any woman not to care for him. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Like an infatuation for a stockbroker who has no use for you. It's It's your apprenticeship at the hands of the master. End of chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13. Of the Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13. Nina inhabited a third floor in a terrace off the Strand, overlooking the river. You approached it by secret, tortuous ways that made you wonder. In a small back room, for an unspeakable half-hour, the two women had sat over the table facing each other, with Tanqueray's empty place between them. There had been moments when their sense of his ironic, immaterial presence had struck them dumb. It was as if this were the final, consummate stroke of the diabolic master. It had been as impossible to talk about him as if he had been sitting there and had overheard them. They left him behind them in the other room, a room where there was no evidence of Tanqueray's ever having been. The place was incontestably and inalterably Nina's. There were things in it cared for by Nina with a superstitious tenderness, portraits, miniatures, relics guarded, as it were, in shrines. And in their company were things that Nina had worn out and done with, things overturned, crushed, flung from her in a fury of rejection, things on which Nina had inflicted personal violence, provoked, you felt, by their too long and intimate association with her, signs everywhere of the pace at which she went through things. It was as if Nina had torn off shreds, fringes, whole layers of herself and left them there. You inferred behind her a long, half-savage ancestry of the open air. There were antlers about and the skins of animals, a hunting crop hung by the chimney-piece, foils, fishing rods, golf clubs staggered together in a corner. Nina herself, long-limbed, tawny, aquiline, had the look of wild and nervous adolescence prisoned within walls. Beyond this confusion and disorder, her windows opened wide to London, to the constellated fires, the grey enchantment and silence of the river. It was Nina who began it. Leaning back in a very low chair, with her legs crossed and her arms flung wide, a position almost insolent in its ease, she talked. "Jinny," she said, "have you any idea how it happened?" Jane made a sound of negation that was almost inaudible and wholly inarticulate. Nina pondered. "I believe," she said presently, "you do know." She paused on that a moment. "It needn't have happened," she said. "It wouldn't if you'd shown him that you cared." Jane looked at her then. "I did show him," she said. "That's how it happened." "It couldn't. Not that way." "It did. I waked him up. I made him restless. I made him want things. But there was nothing. Nothing." "You forget. I've seen him with you. What's more, I've seen him without you." "Ah, but it wasn't that. Not for a moment. It could never have been that." "You could have made it that. You could have made it anything you liked. Jinny, if I'd been as sure of him as you were, I'd never have let him go. I'd have held on." Her hand's tense clutch on the arm of her chair showed how she would have held on. "You see," said Jinny, "I was never sure of him." A silence fell between them. "You were in it," said Nina, troubling the silence. It must have been something you did to him." "Or something I didn't do." "Yes, something you didn't do. You didn't know how." Jane could have jumped at this sudden echo of her thought. "And she did," said Nina. She got up and leaned against the chimney-piece, looking down on Jane. "Poor Jinny," she said. "How I hated you 3 years ago." Jane remembered. It was just 3 years since Nina had gone away without saying a word and hidden herself among the mountains where she was born. In her isolation she had conceived and brought forth her tales of the Marches, and a year ago she had come back to them, the Nina whom they knew. "You can't hate me now," Jane said. "I believe I would if you had been sure of him. But I don't hate you. I don't even hate her." "Why should you?" "Why should I? When I don't believe she's sure of him either. She's called out the little temporary animal or the devil in him. That's what she's married. It won't last." "No, Nina. Nicky said she was good. It's wonderful how good women manage these things. Not when they're absolutely simple. How do you know she's simple? Oh, because I'm not. Simplicity, said Nina, would only give her more rope. Nina, there's one thing Nicky didn't tell us. He never let on that she was pretty. I suppose he thought that was more than we could bear. How do you know she's pretty? That's how I see her. Very pretty, very soft and tender. Shy at first, and then very gently, very innocently letting herself go. And always rather sensuous and clinging. Poor idiot. She's done for if she clings. I'm not sorry for George, Jinny. I'm sorry for the woman. He'll lay her flat on the floor and wipe his boots on her. Jane shrank back. Nina, she said, you loved him, and yet you can tear him to pieces. You think I'm a beast, don't you? Yes, when you tear him, and before people, too. She shrank a little further. Nina was now sitting on the floor with her back against Jane's knees. It's all very well for you, she said. He wanted to care for you. He only wanted me to care. That's what he is. He makes you care. He makes you show it. He drives you on and on. He gives nothing. He takes nothing. But he lets you strip yourself bare. He lets you bring him the soul out of your body, and then he turns round and treats you as if you were his cast-off mistress. She laid her head back on Jane's knee, so that Jane saw her face foreshortened and, as it were, distorted. If I'd been like any other woman, good or bad, he'd have been different. Jane started at this sudden voice of her own thought. It was as if some inscrutable, incredible portion of herself, some dark and fierce and sensual thing, lay there at her feet. It was not incredible or inscrutable to itself. It was, indeed, splendidly unashamed. It gloried in itself and in its suffering. It lived on its own torture, violent and exalted. Jane could hardly bear its nearness and its utterance. But she was sorry for it. She hated to see it suffer. It raised its head. Doesn't it look, Jinny, as if genius were the biggest curse a woman could be saddled with? It's giving you another sex inside you, and a stronger one to plague you. When we want a thing, we can't sit still like a woman and wait till it comes to us or doesn't come. We go after it like a man, and if we can't get it peaceably, we fight for it, as a man fights when he isn't a coward or a fool. And because we fight, we're done for. And then, when we're down, the woman in us turns and rends us. But if we got what we wanted, we'd be just like any other woman, as long, she added, as we wanted it. She got up and leaned against the chimney-piece, looking down, rather like a man, on Jane. It's borne in on me, she said, that the woman in us isn't meant to matter. She's simply the victim of the will to do things. It puts the bit into our mouths and drives us the way we must go. It's like a whip laid across our shoulders whenever we turn aside. She paused in her vehemence. Jinny, have you ever reckoned with your beastly genius? Jane stirred in her corner. I suppose, she said, if it's any good, I'll have to pay for it. You'll have to pay for it with everything you've got, and with everything you haven't got and might have had. With a genius like yours, Jinny, there'll be no end to your paying. You may make up your mind to that. I wonder, said Jane, how much George will have to pay. Nothing. He'll make his wife pay. You'd have paid if he'd married you. I wonder. Nina, he was worth it. I'd have paid 10 times over. So would you. I have paid. I paid beforehand, which is a mistake. She looked down at her feet. They were fine and feminine, Nina's feet, and exquisitely shod. She frowned at them as if they had offended her. Never again, she said, as if admonishing her feet. Never again. There must be no more George Tanquerays. If I see one coming, I'll put a knife into myself, not hard enough to kill, but hard enough to hurt. I'll find out where it hurts most and keep it there, so that I mayn't forget. If I haven't the pluck to stick it in myself, I'll get you to do it for me. You'll only have to say, George Tanqueray. Her murky face cleared suddenly. Look here, she said. I believe if any woman is to do anything stupendous, it means virginity. But I know it means that for you and me. End of chapter 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14. August and September came. One by one, the houses in Kensington Square had put on their white masks. But in the narrow brown house at the corner, among all the decorous drawn blinds and the closed shutters, the top-floor window stared wide awake on the abandoned square. Jane Holland had stayed in London because it was abandoned. She found a certain peace in the scattering and retreating in all directions of the terrible, converging, threatening multitudes of the clever little people, the multitudes that gather round celebrity, that pursue celebrity, that struggle and contend for celebrity among themselves. They had all gone away, carrying with them their own cleverness and Jane's celebrity. For her celebrity, at least her dreadful sense of it, vanished when they went. She could go in and out of the square now, really hidden, guarding her secret, no longer in peril, feeling herself obscure. Not that she could really feel anything, or enjoy her obscurity, or do anything with it now that she had got it. She was no longer a creature that felt or thought or did things. You could not call it thinking, this possession of her mind by one tyrannous idea. Every morning she got up determined to get through the day without thinking of Tanqueray. But when she tried to read, his face swam across the page. When she tried to write, it thrust itself saliently, triumphantly, between her and the blank sheet. It seemed to say, "You'll never get rid of me that way." When she tried to eat, he sat down beside her and took away her appetite. And whenever she dressed before the looking-glass, he made her turn from her own reflections, saying to herself, "No wonder he didn't care for me, a woman with a face like that, fit to frighten the babies in Kensington Gardens." He drove her out of doors at last, and she became simply a thing that walked. A thing caught in a snare and shut up in a little space where it could walk. A thing once wild that had forgotten the madness and anguish of its capture, that turned and turned, till all its senses served the solitary, perpetual impulse of its turning. So Jane walked without any sense of direction or deliverance, round and round in her cage of Kensington Gardens. She did not stop to ask herself how she was to go on. She had a sort of sense that she would go on somehow, if only she hardened her heart. So she hardened it. She hardened it not only against the clever little people who had never touched it, but against Nicky and Nina and Laura. Laura's face in August had grown whiter than ever. It was taking on a fixed, strained look. This face, the face of her friend, appeared to Jane like something seen in a dream, something remotely, intangibly, incomprehensibly sad. But it had no power to touch her. She had hardened her heart against everybody she knew. At last she succeeded in hardening it against the world, against the dawn and the sunset and the grey skies at evening, against the living grass and the trees. She hardened it against everything that was beautiful and tender, because the beauty and the tenderness of things pierced it with an unbearable pain. It was hard to the very babies in the gardens where she walked. One day she came upon a little boy running along the broad walk. The little boy was unable to stop because he believed himself to be a steam engine. So he ran his small body into Jane and upset it violently at her feet. And Jane heard herself saying, "Why don't you look where you're going?" in a voice as hard as her heart. Then she looked at the little boy and saw his eyes. They were the eyes that children have for all strange and sudden cruelties. They held her so that she did not stoop and pick him up. He picked himself up and ran to his mother, sobbing out his tale, telling her that he was a steam engine and he couldn't stop. And Jane turned away across the grass and sat down under a tree, holding her head high to keep her tears back, for they hurt. Her thoughts came in a tumult, tender, passionate, incoherent, mixed with the child's wail. "I was a steam engine and I couldn't stop. I mustn't care for George if it makes me knock little boys down in their pretty play and be cruel to them. I'll stop thinking about George this minute. I was a steam engine and I couldn't stop. No wonder he didn't care for me, a woman who could do a thing like that. I'll never, never think of him again. I wonder if he knew I was like that." The pain that she had been trying to keep out had bitten its way through. It gnawed at her heart for days and made it tender, and in growing tender she grew susceptible to pain. She was aware of the world again. She knew the passion that the world absorbs from things that feel, and the soul that passes perpetually into its substance. It hurt her to see the beauty that came upon the gardens in September evenings, to see the green earth alive under its web of silver air, and the trees as they stood enchanted in sunset and blue mist. There had been a procession of such evenings, alike in that insupportable beauty and tenderness. On the last of these, the last of September, Jane was sitting in a place by herself under her tree. She could not say how or at what moment the incredible thing happened, but of a sudden the world she looked at became luminous and insubstantial and divinely still. She could not tell whether the stillness of the world had passed into her heart or her heart into the stillness of the world. She could not tell what had happened to her at all. She only knew that after it had happened, a little while after, something woke out of sleep in her brain, and it was then that she saw Hambleby. Up till this moment, Hambleby had been only an idea in her head, and Tanqueray had taught her a profound contempt for ideas in her head. And the idea of Hambleby, of a little suburban banker's clerk, was one that he had defied her to deal with. She could not, he had said, really see him. She had given him up and forgotten all about him. He arose with the oddest irrelevance out of the unfathomable peace. She could not account for him, nor understand why, when she was incapable of seeing him a year ago, she should see him now with such extreme distinctness and solidity. She saw him, all pink and blonde and callow with excessive youth, advancing with his inevitable suburban adolescent smile. She saw his soul, the soul he inevitably would have, a blonde and callow soul. She saw his girl, the girl he inevitably would have. She was present at the mingling of that blonde soul with the dark flesh and blood of the girl. She saw it all, the innocence of Hambleby, the marriage of Hambleby, the torture and subsequent deterioration of Hambleby, and, emerging in a sort of triumph, the indestructible decency of Hambleby. Heavens! What a book he would be! Hambleby! She was afraid at first to touch him, he was so fragile and so divinely shy. Before she attempted, as Tanqueray would have said, to deal with him, he had lived in her for weeks, stirring a delicate excitement in her brain and a slight fever in her blood, as if she were falling in love with him. She had never possessed so completely this virgin ecstasy of vision, this beatitude that comes before the labour of creation. She walked in it, restless but exultant. And when it came to positively dealing with him, she found that she hadn't got to deal. Hambleby did it all himself. So alive was he, so possessed by the furious impulse to be born. Now as long as Hambleby was there, it was impossible for Jane to think about Tanqueray. And she calculated that Hambleby would last about a year. For a year, then, she might look to have peace from Tanqueray. But in 3 months, towards the end of January, one half of Hambleby was done. It then occurred to her that if she was to behave absolutely as if nothing had happened, she would have to show him to Tanqueray. Instead of showing him to Tanqueray, she took him to Nina Lempriere and Laura Gunning. That was how Jane came back to them. They sat till midnight over the fire in Nina's room, 3 of them where there had once been 4. " Do you like him? " said Jane. " Rather." It was Nina who spoke first. She lay at all her length along the hearth rug, recklessly, and her speech was innocent of the literary taint. " Jinny," said Laura, " he's divine. However did you think of him? "" I didn't have to think. I simply saw him. Is there anything wrong with him? "" Not a thing." If there had been a flaw in him, Laura would have found it. Next to Tanqueray, she was the best critic of the 4. There followed a discussion of technical points that left Hambleby intact. Then Laura spoke again. How George would have loved him. 6 months after, she still spoke of Tanqueray gently, as if he were dead. Nina broke their silence. " Does anybody know what's become of Tanks? " They did not answer. " Doesn't that Nicholson man know? Nicky thinks he's somewhere down in Sussex, said Jane. And where's she? Wherever he is, I imagine. I gave her 6 months, if you remember. I wonder, said Laura, why he doesn't turn up. Probably, said Nina, because he doesn't want to. He might write. It isn't like him not to. No, said Jane. It isn't like him. She rose. Goodbye, I'm going. She went, with a pain in her heart and a sudden fog in her brain that blurred the splendour of Hambleby. Perhaps, Laura continued, he thinks we want to drop him. You know, if he has married a servant girl, it's what he would think. If, said Nina, he thought about it at all. He'd think about Jinny. If he'd thought about Jinny, he wouldn't have married a servant girl. It was then that Laura had her beautiful idea. She was always having them. It was Jinny he thought about. He thought about nothing else. He gave Jinny up for her own sake, for her career. You know what he thought about marrying. She was in love with her idea. It made George sublime and preserved Jinny's dignity. But Nina did not think much of it and said so. She sat contemplating Laura a long time. Queer Kitty, she said. Very queer Kitty. It was her tribute to Laura's moral beauty. I say, infant, she said suddenly, were you ever in love? Why shouldn't I be? I'm human, said the infant. I doubt it. You're such a calm Kitty. I'd like to know how it takes you. It doesn't take me at all. I don't give it a chance. It doesn't give you a chance when it comes, my child. Yes, it does. There's always, said the infant, speaking slowly, just one chance. When you feel it coming. You don't feel it coming. I do. You ask me how it takes me. It takes me by stages. Gradual, insidious stages. In the first stage I'm happy, because it feels nice. In the second I'm terrified. In the third I'm angry, and I turn round and stamp, hard. Ridiculous baby. With those feet? When those feet have done stamping, there isn't much left to squirm, I can tell you. Let's look at them. Laura lifted the hem of her skirt and revealed the marvel and absurdity of her feet. And they, said Nina, stamped on George Tanqueray. It wasn't half as difficult as it looks. You're a wonderful Kitty, but you don't know what passion is, and you may thank your stars you don't. I might know quite a lot, said Laura, if it wasn't for Papa. Papa's a perfect safeguard against passion. I know beforehand that as long as he's there, passion isn't any good. You see, she explained, it's so simple. I wouldn't marry anybody who wouldn't live with Papa, and nobody would marry me if he had to. I see. Is it very bad? Pretty bad. He dreams and dreams and dreams. Won't that ever be better? Laura shook her head. It may be worse. There are things that I'm afraid of. What things, Kitty? What things? Oh, I don't know. How on earth do you go on? I shut my eyes, and I sit tight, and I go. Poor Kitty, you give me a pain. I'm quite happy. I'm working like 10 horses to get things done while I can. She smiled indomitably. I'm glad Tanks didn't care for me. I couldn't have let him in for all these horrors. As for his marrying, I didn't want you to have him, because he wouldn't have been good for you. But I did want Jinny to. And you don't mind now? There are so many things to mind. It's one nail driving out another. It's all the nails being hammered in at once into your little coffin, said Nina. She drew closer to her. She put her arms round her and kissed her. Oh, don't. Don't be sorry for me. I'm all right. She broke from Nina's hand that still caressed her. I am, really, she said. I like Jinny better than anybody in the world except you and Tanks. And I like Nina better than all the Tankses that ever were. Nice Kitty, Nina whispered into Laura's hair. And now Tanks is married, he can't take you away from me. Nobody else can, said Nina. We're stuck together, and we'll stick. End of chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15. The creation of Hambleby moved on in a procession of superb chapters. Jane Holland was once more certain of herself, as certain as she had been in the days when she had shared the splendid obscurity of George Tanqueray. Her celebrity, by removing her from Tanqueray, had cut the ground from under her feet. So far from being uplifted by it, she had felt that there must be something wrong with her, since she was celebrated and George Tanqueray was not. It was Tanqueray's belief in her that had kept her up. It consoled her with the thought that her celebrity was, after all, only a disgusting accident. For through it all, in spite of the silliness of it, he did believe. He swore by her. He staked his own genius upon hers. As long as he believed in it, she could not really doubt. But now, for the first time since she was celebrated, she believed in it herself. She no longer thought of Tanqueray, or, if she did think of him, her thinking no longer roused in her the old perverse, passionate jealousy. She no longer hated her genius because he had cared for it. She even foresaw that in time she might come to love it for that reason. But at the moment she was surrendered to it for its own sake. She was beginning to understand the way of genius, of the will to create. She had discovered the secret and the rhythm of its life. It was subject to the law of the supersensible. To love anything more than this thing was to lose it. You had to come to it clean from all desire, naked of all possession. Placable to the small, perishing affections, it abhorred the shining, dangerous powers, the rival immortalities. It could not be expected to endure such love as she had had for Tanqueray. It rejoiced in taking Tanqueray away from her. For the divine thing fed on suffering, on poverty, solitude, frustration. It took toll of the blood and nerves and of the splendor of the passions. And to those who did not stay to count the cost or measure the ruin, it gave back immeasurable immortal things. It rewarded supremely the supreme surrender. Nina Lempriere was right. Virginity was the law, the indispensable condition. The quiet, inassailable knowledge of this truth had underlain Tanqueray's most irritable utterances. Tanqueray had meant that when he said, "The Lord our God is a consuming fire." Jane saw now that there had been something wrong with her and with all that she had done since the idea of Tanqueray possessed her. She could put her finger on the flaws wrought by the deflected and divided flame. She had been caught and bound in the dark places of the house of life and had worked there, seeing things only by flashes, by the capricious impulse of the fire, struggling between the fall and rise of passion to recover the perfection of the passionless hour. She had attained only the semblance of perfection through sheer dexterity, a skill she had in fitting together with delicate precision the fragments of the broken dream. She defied even Tanqueray to tell the difference between the things she had patched and mended and the things she had brought forth whole. She had been wonderful, standing there before Tanqueray, with her feet bound and her hands raised above the hands that tortured her, doing amazing things. There was nothing amazing about Hambleby or whole population of Hamblebys given a heavenly silence, a virgin solitude, and a creator possessed by no power except the impulse to create. Within the four walls of her room and in the quiet square, nothing moved, nothing breathed but Hambleby. His presence destroyed those poignant, almost tangible memories of Tanqueray, those fragments of Tanqueray that adhered to the things that he had looked upon and touched. She was no longer afraid of these things or of the house that contained them. She no longer felt any terror of her solitude, any premonition of trouble as she entered the place. Away from it she found herself longing for its stillness, for the very sight of the walls that folded her in this incomparable peace. She had never known what peace was until now. If she had, she would have been aware that her state was too exquisite to last. She had not allowed for the flight of the days and for the inevitable return of people, of the dreadful, clever little people. By November they had all come back. They had found her behind her barricades. They approached, some tentatively, some insistently, some with an ingenuity no foresight could defeat. One by one they came. First Caro Bickersteth, and Caro once let in, it was impossible to keep out the rest. For Caro believed in knowing the right people, and in the right people knowing each other. It was Caro, last year, It would open the innumerable doors by which they had streamed in, converging upon Jane. And they were more terrible than they had been last year, braced as they were by their sense of communion, of an intimacy so established that it ignored reluctance and refusal. They had given introductions to each other, and behind them, on the horrific verge, Jane saw the heaving, hovering multitudes of the as yet unintroduced. By December she realized again that she was celebrated. By January that she was hunted down, surrounded, captured, and alone. For last year, when it all began, she had had George Tanqueray. Tanqueray had stood between her and the dreadful little people. His greatness sheltered her from their dreadfulness, their cleverness, their littleness. He had softened all the horrors of her pitiless celebrity so that she had not felt herself half so celebrated as she was. And now, 6 months after George's marriage, it was borne in upon her with appalling certitude that George was necessary to her and that he was not there. He had not even written to her since he married. Then, as if he had a far-off sense of her need of him and of her agony, he wrote. Marriage had not destroyed his supernatural sympathy. Absolutely as if nothing had happened, he wrote. It was on the day after New Year's Day, and if Jane had behaved as if nothing had happened, she would have written to him. But because she needed him, she could not bring herself to write. My dear Jinny, he wrote, I haven't heard from you for centuries. He must have expected then to hear. What's the matter? Is it book? And Jane wrote back, It is. Will you look at it? Nothing would please me better, said Tanqueray by return. Not a word about his wife. Jane sent Hambleby by return also, and regretted it the moment after. In 2 days a telegram followed. Coming to see you today at 4. Tanqueray. Absolutely as if nothing had happened, he came. Her blood sang a song in her brain. Her heart and all her pulses beat with the joy and tumult of his coming. But when he was there, when he had flung himself into his old place by the fireside and sat smiling at her across the hearthrug, of a sudden her brain was on the watch and her pulses and her heart were still. What's been the matter? He said. You look worn out. I am worn out. With book, Jinny? She smiled and shook her head. No. With people, George. Everlasting people. I have to work like 10 horses, and when I think I've got a spare minute just to rest in, someone takes it. Look there, and there, and there. His eyes followed her wild gesture. Innumerable little notes were stacked on Jinny's writing table and lay littered among her manuscripts. Invitation cards, theatre tickets, telegrams were posted in every available space about the room, schedules of the tax the world levies on celebrity. Tanqueray's brows crumpled as he surveyed the scene. Before I can write a line of Hambleby, said Jinny, one little line, I've got to send answers to all that. You don't mean to tell me, he said sternly, that you dream of answering. If it could only end in dreaming. He groaned. Here have I been away from you. How long? 6 months, is it? Only 6 months, Jinny, just long enough to get married in, and you go and do the very things I told you not to. You're not to be trusted by yourself for a single minute. I told you what it would be like. George, dear, can't you do something? Can't you save me? My dear Jinny, I've tried my level best to save you, but you wouldn't be saved. Ah, said she, you don't know how I've hated it. Haven't you liked any of it? No, she said slowly, not any of it. The praise, Jinny, didn't you like the praise? Weren't you just a little bit intoxicated? Did I look intoxicated? No, you carried it fairly well. Just at first, perhaps, just at first it goes to your head a bit. Then you get sick of it, and you don't want ever to have any more of it again. And all the time it makes you feel such a silly ass. You were certainly not cut out for a celebrity. But the awful thing is that when you've swallowed all the praise, you can't get rid of the people. They come swarming and tearing and clutching at you and buzzing in your ear when you want to be quiet. I feel as if I were being buried alive under awful avalanches of people. I told you you would be. If, she cried, they'd only kill you outright. But they throttle you. You fight for breath. They let go, and then they're at you again. They come telling you how wonderful you are and how they adore your work, and not one of them cares a rap about it. If they did, they'd leave you alone to do it." "Poor Jinny," he murmured. "Why am I marked out for this? Why is it, George? Why should they take me and leave you alone?" "It's your emotional quality that fetches them. But it's inconceivable how you've been fetched." "I wanted to see what the creatures were like. Oh, George, that I should be so punished when I only wanted to see what they were like." "Poor Jinny, poor gregarious Jinny." She shook her head. "It was so insidious. I really can't think how it began." "It began with those 2 spluttering imbecilities you asked me to dine with." "Oh no, poor things. They haven't hurt me. They've gone on to dine at other tables. They're in it too. They're torn and devoured. They dine and are dined on." "But my dear child, you must stop it." "If I could. If I could only break loose and get away." "Get away? What keeps you?" "Everything keeps me." "By everything you mean—" "London. London does something to your brain. It jogs it and shakes it. And all the little ideas that had gone to sleep in their little cells get up and begin to dance as if they heard music. Everything wakes them up, the streams of people, the eyes and the faces. It's you and Nina and Laura. It's 10,000 things. Can't you understand, George?" "It's playing the devil with your nerves, Jinny." "Not when I go about in it alone. That's the secret." "It looks as if you were alone a lot, doesn't it?" He glanced significantly around him. "Oh, that." "Yes," he said, "that. Will you really let me save you?" "Can you?" "I can, if I do it my own way." "I don't care how you do it." "Good." He rose. "Is there anything in those letters you mind my seeing?" "Not a word." He sat down at her writing table and stirred the litter with rapid, irritable hands. In 2 minutes he had gathered into a heap all the little notes of invitation. He then went round the room collecting the tickets and the cards and the telegrams. These he added to his heap. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "I am going," he said, "to destroy this hornet's nest you've raised about you." He took it up, carrying it gingerly as if it stung, and dropped it on the fire. "George!" she cried, and sat looking at him as he stirred the pile to flame and beat down its ashes into the grate. She was paralyzed, fascinated by the bold splendour of his deed. "There," he said. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" "Yes," she smiled. "You can tell me what I'm to say to my stepmother." "Your stepmother?" "She wants to know if I'll have Effie." "Effie?" "My half-sister." "Well?" "I think, George, I may have to have her." "Have her? It's you who'll be had. Don't I tell you you're always being had?" He looked down at her half tenderly, smiling at the pathos, the absurd pathos of her face. He was the same George Tanqueray that he had always been, except he was no longer restless, no longer excited. "Jinny," he said, "if you begin to gather round you a family, or even the rudiments of a family, you're done for. And so is Hambleby." She said nothing. "Can you afford to have him done for?" "If it would help them, George." "You want to help them." "Of course I do." "But you can't help them without Hambleby. It's he who goes out and rakes in the shekels, not you." "Yes, I know he does." "Apart from Hambleby, what are you? A simple idiot." Jane's face expressed her profound and contrite persuasion of this truth. "Well," he said, "have you written to the lady?" "Not yet." "Then sit down and write to her now exactly what I tell you. It will be a beautiful letter, in your manner, not mine." He stood over her and dictated the letter. It had a firmness of intention that no letter of Jinny's to her people had hitherto expressed, but in all other respects it was a masterly reproduction of Jinny's style. "I am going to post this myself," he said, "because I can't trust you for a minute." He ran out bareheaded and came back again. "You can't do without me," he said. "You can't do without me for a minute." He sat down in his old place and began, always as if nothing had happened. "And now about Hambleby. Another day, Jinny, and I should have been too late to save him." "But George, it's awful. They'll never understand. They don't realize the deadly grind. They see me moving in scenes of leisured splendour." "Tell them you don't move in scenes of leisured anything." "The scenes I do move in. I was so happy once when I hadn't any money, when nobody but you knew anything about me." "Were you really, Jinny?" "Yes. And before that when I was quite alone. Think of the hours, the days, the months I had to myself." "Then the curse fell, and you became celeb. Even then, with a little strength of mind, you might have saved yourself. Do you think if I became celebrated, I should give myself up to be devoured?" "If I could only not be celebrated," she said. "Do you think I can ever creep back into my hole again and be obscure?" "Yes, if you'll write a book that nobody but I can read." "Why, isn't Hambleby?" "Not he. He'll only make things worse for you. 10 times worse." "How do you mean?" "He may make you popular." "Is that what you think of him?" "Oh, I think a lot of him. So do you." He smiled his old teasing and tormenting smile. "Are you sure you're not just a little bit in love with that little banker's clerk?" "I was never in love with a banker's clerk in my life. I've never even seen one except in banks and tubes and places. I don't care. It's the way you'll be had. It's the way you'll be had by Hambleby if you don't look out. It's the way," he said, "that's absolutely forbidden to any artist. You've got to know Hambleby outside and inside as God Almighty knows him." "Well?" Jinny's mind was working dangerously near certain personal matters. George himself seemed to be approaching the same borders. He plunged in an abyss of meditation and emerged. "You can't know people. You can't possibly hope to know them if you once allow yourself to fall in love with them." "Can't you?" she said quietly. "No, you can't. If God Almighty had allowed himself to fall in love with you and me, Jinny, he couldn't have made us all alive and kicking. You must be God Almighty to Hambleby or he won't kick." "Doesn't he kick?" "Oh Lord, yes. You haven't gone in deep enough to stop him. I'm only warning you against a possible danger. It is always a possible danger when I'm not there to look after you." He rose. "Anything," he said, "is possible when I'm not there." She rose also. Their hands and their eyes met. "That's it," she said. "You weren't there, and you won't be." "You're wrong," said he. "I've always been there when you wanted me." He turned to go and came back again. "If I don't like to see you celebrated, Jinny, it's because I want to see you immortal." "You don't want to be alone in your immortality?" "No. I don't want to be alone in my immortality." With that he left her, and he had not said a word about his wife. Neither, for that matter, had Jane. She wondered why she had not. At any rate, she thought, I haven't hurt his immortality. End of chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16. A week after his visit to Jane Holland, Tanqueray was settled, as he called it, in rooms in Bloomsbury. He had got all his books and things sent down from Hampstead to stay in Bloomsbury forever because Bloomsbury was cheap. It had not occurred to him to think what Rose was to do with herself in Bloomsbury, or he with Rose. He had brought her up out of the little village of Sussex where they had lodged in a farmhouse ever since their marriage. Rose had been happy down in Sussex. And for the first few weeks Tanqueray had been happy too. He was never tired of playing with Rose, caressing Rose, talking nonsense to Rose, teasing and tormenting Rose forever. The more so as she provoked him by turning an imperturbable face to the attack. He liked to lie with his head in Rose's lap, while Rose's fingers played with his hair, stirring up new ideas to torment her with. He was content for the first few weeks to be what he had become, a sane and happy animal, mated with an animal, a dear little animal, superlatively happy and incorruptibly sane. He might have gone on like that for an interminable number of weeks, but that the mere rest from all intellectual labour had a prodigiously recuperative effect. His genius, just because he had forgotten all about it, began with characteristic perversity to worry him again. It wouldn't let him alone. It made him more restless than Rose had ever made him. It led him into ways that were so many subtle infidelities to Rose. It tore him from Rose and took him out with it for long tramps beyond the Downs. Wherever they went, it was always too far for Rose to go. He would try basely to get off without her seeing him, and managed it, for Rose was so sensible that she never saw. Then it made him begin a book. He wrote all morning in a room by himself, all afternoon he walked by himself, all evening he lay with his head in Rose's lap, too tired even to tease her. But because she had Tanqueray's head to nurse in the evenings, Rose had been happy down in Sussex. She went about the farm and stroked all the animals. She borrowed the baby at the farm and nursed it half the day. And in the evening she nursed Tanqueray's head. Tanqueray's head was never bothered to think what Rose was doing when she was not nursing it. Then, because his book made him think of Jane Holland, he sat down one day and wrote that letter to Jinny. He did not know that it was because of Jinny that he had come back to live in Bloomsbury. They had been a month in Bloomsbury in a house in Torrington Square. Rose was sitting alone in the ground floor room that looked straight onto the pavement, sitting with her hands before her waiting for Tanqueray to come to lunch. Tanqueray was upstairs 2 flights away in his study writing. She was afraid to go and tell him lunch was ready. She had gone up once that morning to see that he didn't let his fire out, and he hadn't liked it, so she waited. There was a dish of cutlets keeping hot for him on the hearth. Presently he would come down and she would have the pleasure of putting the cutlets on the table and seeing him eat them. It was about the only pleasure she could count on now. For to Rose, as she sat there, the thought had come that for all she saw of her husband, she might as well not be married to him. She had been better off at Hampstead when she waited on him hand and foot, when she was doing things for him half the day, when, more often than not, he had a minute to spare for a word or a look that set her heart fairly dancing. She had agreed to their marriage chiefly because it would enable her to wait on him and nobody but him, to wait on him all day long. And he had said to her first thing as they dined together on their wedding day that he wasn't going to let his wife wait on him. That was why they lived in rooms, since he couldn't afford a house and servant, that she might be waited on. He had hated to see her working, he said, and now she wouldn't have to work. No, never again. And when she asked him if he liked to see her sitting with her hands before her, doing nothing, he said that was precisely what he did like. And it had been all very well so long as he had been there to see her, but now he wasn't ever there. It was worse than it was down in Sussex. All morning he shut himself up in his study to write. After lunch he went up there again to smoke. Then he would go out by himself, and he might or might not come in for dinner. All evening he shut himself up again and wrote. At midnight or after he would come to her worn out and sleep, lying like a dead man at her side. She was startled by the sound of the postman's knock and the flapping fall of a letter in the letter box. It was for Tanqueray, and she took it up to him and laid it beside him without a word. To speak would have been fatal. He had let his fire go out, she knew he would, so, while he was reading his letter, she knelt down by the hearth and made it up again. She went to work very softly, but he heard her. "What are you doing there?" he said. "I thought," said she, "I was as quiet as a mouse." "So you were, just about. A horrid little mouse that keeps scratching at the wainscot and creeping about the room and startling me." "Do I startle you?" "You do, horribly." Rose put down the poker without a sound. He had finished his letter and had not begun writing again. He was only looking at his letter. So Rose remarked that lunch was ready. He put the letter into a drawer and they went down. About halfway through lunch he spoke. "Look here," he said, "you must keep out of the room when I'm writing." "You're always writing now." Yes, he was always writing now, because he did not want to talk to Rose, and it was the best way of keeping her out of the room. But as yet he did not know that was why, any more than he knew that he had come to live in London because he wanted to talk to Jinny. The letter in his drawer upstairs was from Jinny asking him if she might not come and see his wife. He was not sure that he wanted her to come and see his wife. Why should she? "You'll hurt your brain," his wife was saying, "if you keep on writin', letting the best of the day go by before you put your foot out of doors. It would do you all the good in the world if you was to come sometimes for a walk with me." It all went in at one ear and out of the other. So all morning, all afternoon, all evening, Rose sat by herself in the room looking on the pavement. She had nothing to do in this house that didn't belong to them. When she had helped the little untidy servant to clear away the breakfast things, when she had dusted their sitting room and bedroom, when she had gone out and completed her minute marketings, she had nothing to do. Nothing to do for herself. Worse than all, nothing to do for Tanqueray. She would hunt in drawers for things of his to mend, going over his socks again and again in the hope of finding a hole in one of them. Rose, who loved taking care of people, who was born in the world and fashioned by nature to that end, Rose had nothing to take care of. You couldn't take care of Tanqueray. Sometimes she found herself wishing that he were ill. Not dangerously ill, but ill enough to be put to bed and taken care of. Not that Rose was really aware of this cruel hope of hers. It came to her rather as a picture of Tanqueray lying in his sleeping suit, adorably helpless, and she nursing him. Her heart yearned to that vision. For she saw visions. From perpetual activities of hands and feet, from running up and down stairs, from sweeping and dusting, from the making of beds, the washing of clothes and china, she had passed to the life of sedentary contemplation. She was always thinking. Sometimes she thought of nothing but Tanqueray. Sometimes she thought of Aunt and Uncle, of Minnie and the 7 little dogs. She could see them of a Sunday evening, sitting in the basement parlour, Aunt in her black cashmere with the gimp trimmings, Uncle in his tight broadcloth with his pipe in his mouth, and Mrs. Smoker sleeping with her nose on the fender. Mr. Robinson would come in sometimes, dressed as Mr. Robinson could dress, and sit down at the little piano and sing in his beautiful voice, "Hark, hark, my soul," and "The Church's One Foundation," while Joey howled at all his top notes, and the smoke came curling out of Uncle's pipe, and Rose sat very still, dreaming of Mr. Tanqueray. She could never hear "Hark, hark, my soul" now without thinking of Tanqueray. Sometimes she thought of that other life, further back, in her mistress's house at Fleet, all the innocent service and affection, the careful, exquisite tending of the delicious person of Baby, her humble, dutiful intimacy with Baby's mother. She would shut her eyes and feel Baby's hands on her neck and the wounding pressure of his body against her breasts. And then Rose dreamed another dream. She no longer cared to sew now, but when Tanqueray's mending was done, she would sit for hours with her hands before her, dreaming. He found her thus occupied one evening when he had come home after seeing Jane. After seeing Jane, he was always rather more aware of his wife's existence than he had been, so that he was struck now by the strange dejection of her figure. He came to her and stood, leaning against the chimney-piece and looking down at her, as he had stood once and looked down at Jane. "What is it?" he said. "It's nothing. I've a cold in my head." "Cold in your head? You've been crying. There's a blob on your dress." He kissed her. "What are you crying about?" "I'm not crying about anything." "But you're crying." It gave him pain to see Rose crying. "If I am, it's the first time I've done it." "Are you quite sure?" "Certain. I never was one for crying, nor for being seen cry. It's just sitting here with my hands before me, having nothing to do." "I suppose there isn't very much for you to do." "I've done all there is, and a great deal there isn't." "I say, shall we go to the play tonight?" She smiled with pleasure at his thought for her. Then she shook her head. "It's not plays I want. It's work. I'd like to have my hands full. If we had a little house." "Oh no. No, no, no." He looked terrified. "It would come a lot cheaper. Only a little house where I could do all the work." "I've told you before I won't let you." "With the girls," she pleaded, "to scrub. A little house up Hampstead way." "I don't want to live up Hampstead way." "If you mean Uncle and Aunt," she said, "they wouldn't think of intruding. We settled that, me and Uncle. I'd be as happy as the day is long." "You're not? And the day is very long, is it?" He kissed her, first on her mouth and then on the lobe of the ear that was next to him. "Kissing's all very well," said Rose. "You never kissed me at Hampstead, and you don't know how happy I was there, doing things for you." "I don't want things done for me." "No, I wish you did." "And Rose, I don't want to be bothered with a house, to be tied to a house, to have anything to do with a house." "Would it worry you?" Abominably. And think of the horrors of moving." " I'd move you," said Rose. " I couldn't. Look here, it would kill that book. I must have peace. This is a beastly hole, I know, but there's peace in it. You don't know what that damned book is." She gave up the idea of a house, and 7 months after her marriage she fell into a melancholy. Sometimes now, on a fine afternoon, she would go out into the streets and look listlessly through shop windows at hats and gowns and all the pretty things she would have thought it sin so much as to desire to wear. Where Rose lingered longest was outside those heavenly places where you saw far off a flutter of white in the windows, which turned out to be absurd, tiny, short-waisted frocks and diminutive undergarments and little heart-rending shoes, things of desire, things of impossible dream, to be approached with a sacred dumbness of the heart. The toy shops, too, they carried her away in a flight, so that Rose caught herself saying to herself, "Some day, perhaps, I shall be here buying one of them fur animals or that there Noah's Ark." Then, perhaps, she said to her very inmost self, things might be different. Sometimes she would go up to Hampstead, riding, as she phrased it, in a bus, to see her aunt and uncle and a friend she had, Polly White. Not often, for Rose did not hold with gadding about when you had a husband. Besides, she was afraid of Aunt asking her, "What's he doing?" By always referring to Tanqueray as he, Mrs. Eldred evaded the problem of what she was expected to call the gentleman who had so singularly married her husband's niece. Most of all, Rose dreaded the question, when is he going to take a little house? For in Rose's world it is something of a reflection on a married man if he is not a householder. And last time Mrs. Eldred's inquiries had taken a more terrible and searching form. "Is he looking for anything to do besides his writin'?" Rose had said then that no, he needn't, they'd got enough. An answer that brought Mrs. Eldred round to her point again. Then why doesn't he take a little house? Sometimes Polly White came to tea in Bloomsbury. Very seldom, though, and only when Tanqueray was not there. Rose knew and Polly knew that her friends had to keep away when her husband was about. As for his friends, she had never caught a sight of them. Then, all of a sudden, when Rose had given up wondering whether things would ever be different, Tanqueray, instead of going upstairs as usual, sat down and lit a pipe as if he were going to spend the evening with her. Rose did not know whether she would be allowed to talk. He seemed thoughtful, and Rose knew better than to interrupt him when he was thinking. "Rose," he said at last, apparently as a result of his meditation, "a friend of mine wants to call on you tomorrow." "To call on me?" "On you, certainly." "Shall I have to see him?" "She, Rose, she. Yes, I think you'll have to see her." "I didn't know," said Rose, "you had a friend." She meant what she would have called a lady friend. "I've dozens," said Tanqueray, knowing what she meant. "You haven't told me this one's name yet." "Her name is Jane Holland." It was Rose who became thoughtful now. "Has she anything to do with the Jane Holland that's on those books of yours?" "She wrote them." "You didn't tell me you knew her." "Didn't I?" "I suppose that's how you knew her." "Yes, that's how I knew her." "What made her take to writin'? Is she married?" "No." "I see," said Rose, almost as if she really saw. "And what shall I have to do?" "You'll write a pretty little note to her and ask her to tea." "Oh dear." "You needn't be afraid of her." "I'm not afraid, but goodness knows what I shall find to talk about." "You can talk about me." "I suppose I shall have to talk to her?" "Well, yes. Or I can talk to her." Rose became very thoughtful indeed. "What's she like?" He considered. What was Jinny like? Like nothing on earth that Rose had ever seen. "I mean," said Rose, "to look at." "I don't know that I can tell you what she's like." "Is she like Miss Kentish? You remember Miss Kentish at Hampstead?" He smiled. "Not in the very least." Rose looked depressed. "Is she like Mrs. Henderson down at Fleet?" "That's nearer, but she's not like Mrs. Henderson. She's charming." "So's Mrs. Henderson." "It's another sort of charm. I don't even know whether you'd see it." "Ah, you should have seen Mrs. Henderson with Baby. They were a perfect picture." "That's it. I can't see Miss Holland with Baby. I can only see her by herself." I wish, said Rose, she was married. Because if she had been, there might be something. Something? Well, to talk about. It was his turn to say, I see. He knocked the ashes out of his pipe, thus closing the sitting, and settled down to a long correspondence in arrears. At bedtime, Rose spoke again. How old is she? Rose said. End of chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17. The next day at 4:00, Rose had on her best gown and was bright-eyed and pink. Brighter-eyed and pinker than Tanqueray had seen her for many weeks. She was excited, not so much by the prospect of seeing Miss Holland as by the beautiful vision of her tea-table. There was a cake with sugar icing on it and bread and butter rolled as Rose had seen it rolled at Fleet. She had set out the tea service that her aunt had given her for a wedding present. The tablecloth had a lace edge to it, which gratified Rose whenever she thought of it. Tanqueray had on his nicest suit, and Rose's gaze travelled up and down it and paused in ecstasy at his necktie. "You do pay for dressin'," she said. "I do indeed," said Tanqueray. Rose got on very well at tea time. It was marvellous how many things she found to say. The conversation really made itself. She had only to sit there and ask Miss Holland how she liked her tea, weak or strong, and if she took so much milk or a little drop more, and sugar, 1 lump or 2 lumps, and that size lump or a little larger. She spun it out till George was ready to begin talking, and there came a beautiful and sacred silence while Rose made Tanqueray's tea and gave it him. After 7 months it was still impossible for Rose to hide her deep delight in waiting on him. More than once her eyes turned from Jane to watch him in the wonderful and interesting acts of eating and drinking. For a moment Jane suffered an abominable pang as she realized the things that were permissible to Rose, the things that she could say to Tanqueray, the things that she might do for him. At first she had looked away so that she might not see these tender approaches of Rose to Tanqueray. Then she remembered that this was precisely what she had come out to see, that she had got to realize Rose. And thus, as she brought herself round to face it fairly, she caught in a flash Rose's attitude and the secret of it. It was not a thing flung in her face to madden her. It had no bridal insolence about it, and none of the consecrated folly of the bride. It was a thing of pathos and of innocence, something between the uncontrollable tenderness, the divine infatuation of a mother, and the crude obsession of a girl uncertain of the man she has set her unhappy heart on. A thing, Rose's attitude, stripped of all secrecy by its sadness. But there was nothing abject in it. It was strong. It was militant under its pathos and its renunciation. With such a look, Rose would have faced gates of death closing between her and Tanqueray. So Jane realized Rose. And she said to herself, "What a good thing Tanks never did care for me. It would be awful if I made her more uncertain of him." At this moment Tanqueray said, "How's Hambleby?" "He's not quite so well as he was," said Jane. "I'm sorry to hear that," said Tanqueray. "Is anybody ill?" said Rose. She was always interested in anybody who was ill. "Only Hambleby," said Tanqueray. "Who's he?" said Rose. "The man Jinny's in love with." Rose was shocked at this violation of the holy privacies. She looked reprovingly at Tanqueray. "Is your tea as you like it?" she inquired, with tact, to make it more comfortable for Jane. "I'm going to smoke," said Tanqueray. "Will you come to my den, Jinny, and talk about Hambleby?" Rose looked as if positively she couldn't believe her ears. But it was at Jane that she looked, not at Tanqueray. "No," said Jinny. "I don't want to talk about Hambleby. I want to talk to your wife." "You mustn't mind what he says," said Rose, when they were alone together. "He sometimes says things to me that make me fair jump." "I didn't jump," said Jane, "did I?" "No. You took it a deal better than I should have done." It was odd, but Rose was 10 times more at her ease since Tanqueray's awful reference to Hambleby. And she seemed happier, too. "You see," said Jane, "there wasn't much to take. Hambleby's only a man in a book I'm writing." "Oh. Only a man in a book." Rose looked depressed. There was a silence which even Jane found it difficult to break. Then she had an inspiration. "I'm supposed to be in love with him because I can't think or talk about anything else." "That's just like Mr. Tanqueray," said Rose. "Only he isn't in love with the people in his books," said Jane. "He must think a deal of 'em." "He says he doesn't." "Well, he's always thinking when he isn't writing." There was trouble on Rose's face. "Miss Holland, how many hours do you sit at it?" "Oh, it depends." "He's sitting all day sometimes and half the night. And my fear is," said Rose, "he'll injure his brain." "It will take a good deal to injure it. It's very tough. He'll leave off when he's tired." "He hasn't left off for months and months." Her trouble deepened. "Did he always work that hard?" "No," said Jane. "I don't think he ever did." "Then why," said Rose, coming straight to her point, "is he doing it now?" They looked at each other, and somehow Jane knew why he was doing it. She wondered if Rose knew, if she suspected. "He's doing it," she said, "because he can do it. You've had a good effect on him." Do you really think it's me?" "I do indeed," said Jane, with immense conviction. "And you think it doesn't hurt him?" "No. Does him good. You should be glad when you see him writing." "If," said Rose, "I could see him. But I've been sitting here thinking. I lie awake sometimes at night till I'm terrified, wondering what's happening and whether his brain won't give way with him driving it. You see, we had a lodger once and he overworked his brain and had to be sent off quick to the asylum. That's what's frightened me." "But I don't suppose the lodger's brain was a bit like Mr. Tanqueray's." "That's what I keep saying to myself. People's brains is different. But there's been times when I could have taken that old book away from him and hidden it, thinking that might be for his good." "It wouldn't be for his good." "No," said Rose. "I'm not that certain that it would. That's why I don't do it." She became pensive. "Besides, it's his pleasure. Why, it's all the pleasure he's got." She looked up at Jane. Her thoughts swam in her large eyes. "It's awful, isn't it," said she, "not knowing what really is for people's good?" "I'm afraid we must trust them to know best." "Well," said Rose, "I'll just let him alone. That's safest." Jane rose. "You mustn't worry," said she. "I don't," said Rose. "He hates worrying." She looked up again into Jane's face as one beholding the calm face of wisdom. "You've done me good," said she. Jane stooped and kissed her. She kissed Tanqueray's wife. "Do you know," she said, "you are what I thought you would be." Rose's eyes grew rounder. "And what's that?" "Something very sweet and nice." Rose's face was a soft mist of smiles and blushes. "Fancy that," she said. "Why did you let her go away without telling me?" said Tanqueray half an hour later. "I didn't think," said Rose. "We got talking." "What did you talk about?" She would not tell. End of chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 18 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 18. She had known all the time that if she was not to go on thinking about George Tanqueray, she must see his wife. When she had once thoroughly realized his wife, it would be easier to give him up to her. It was George who had tried to prevent her realizing Rose. He, for his part, refused to be given up to Rose or in any way identified with her. Nina was right. His marriage had made no difference to George. But now that she realized Rose, it made all the difference to Jane. Rose was realized so completely that she turned George out of the place he persisted in occupying in Jane's mind. Jane had not allowed herself to feel that there was anything to be sorry about in George's marriage. She was afraid of having to be sorry for George, because in that case there would be no end to her thinking about him. But if there was any sorrow in George's marriage, it was not going to affect George. She would not have to be sorry about him. Like Nina, Jane was sorry for the woman. That little figure strayed in and out of Jane's mind without disturbing her renewed communion with Hambleby. Up till now she had contrived to keep the very existence of Hambleby a secret from her publishers, but they had got wind of him somehow and had written many times inquiring when he would be ready. As if she could tell, as if her object was to get him ready and not rather to prolong the divine moments of his creation. She would have liked to have kept him with her in perpetual manuscript, for in this state he still seemed a part of herself. Publicity of any sort was a profanation. When published, he would be made to stand in shop windows, coarsely labelled, offering himself for sale at 4 and 6. He would go into the houses of people who couldn't possibly appreciate him, and would suffer unspeakable things at their hands. As the supreme indignity he would be reviewed, and she, his creator, would be living on him, profiting by his degradation at percentages which made her blush. To be thinking of what Hambleby would fetch was an outrage to his delicate perfection. But she had to think of it, and after all, when she had reckoned it up, he would not fetch so very much. She had failed to gather in 1/2 of the golden harvest. The serial rights of Hambleby lay rotting in the field. George used to manage all these dreadful things for her, for though George was not much cleverer than she, he liked to think he was. It was his weakness to imagine that he had a head for business. And in the perversity of things, he had really done better for her than he had ever done for himself. That was the irony of it. When, if she could, she would have taken her luck and shared it with him. Anyhow, business without George had been very uninteresting, and therefore she had not attended to it. There had been opportunities as golden as you please, but she had not seized them. There had been glorious openings for Hambleby, far-reaching prospects, noble vistas, if only he had been born 6 months sooner. And when George said that Hambleby would be popular, he was, of course, only tormenting her. He never meant half of the unpleasant things he said. It was now April. Hambleby waited only for the crowning chapter. The arrangements for his publication had been made, all but the date, which was left unsettled, in case at the last moment a new opening should be found. At 4 o'clock on an April afternoon, Jane was meditating on her affairs when the staircase bell rang somewhat imperiously. It sounded like somebody determined to get in. A month ago she would have taken no notice of it. Now she was afraid not to open her door, lest Tanqueray should be there. It was not Tanqueray. It was Hugh Brodrick. For a second she wondered at him not taking him in. She had forgotten that Brodrick existed. It was his eyes she recognized him by. They were fixed on her, smiling at her wonder. He stood on the little square of landing between the door and the foot of the staircase. "Of course," he said, "you're just going out." "No, do come in." "May I? I don't believe you know in the least who I am." "I do, really. I'm very glad to see you." He followed her up the stairs and into her sitting room, the small white-painted sitting room, with its 3 straight windows looking on the square. He went to one of the windows and looked out. "Yes," he said, "there is a charm about it." He spoke as if his mind had been long occupied with this place she lived in, as if they had disputed together many times as to the attraction of Kensington Square, and he had been won over at last, reluctantly, to her view. It all strengthened the impression he gave of being absorbed in her. He turned to her. "You like living here? All alone? Cut off from everybody?" She remembered then how they had really discussed this question. "I like it very much indeed." "Well," he said it sadly, "do you write in this room? At that table?" "Yes." He looked at the table as if he thought it all very interesting and very incomprehensible and very sad. He looked at the books on the shelf close to the table and read George Tanqueray's name on them. He frowned slightly at the books and turned away. She sat down. He did not take the chair she indicated, but chose another where he could see her rather better. He was certainly a man who knew his own mind. "I've called," he said, "a great many times, but I've always missed you." "So at last you gave it up, like everybody else." "Does it look as if I'd given it up?" She could not say it did. "No," he said, "I never give anything up. In that I'm not like everybody else." He wasn't, she reflected. And yet somehow he ought to have been. There was nothing so very remarkable about him. He smiled. "I believe," he said, "you thought I was the man come to tune the piano." "Did I look as if I did?" "A little." "Do I now?" She was beginning to like Brodrick. "Not so much. As it happens, I have come partly for the pleasure of seeing you, and partly, to discuss, if you don't mind, some business." Jane was aware of a certain relief. If it was that he came for. "I don't know whether you've heard that I'm bringing out a magazine." "Oh, yes. I remember you were bringing it out." "I was thinking of bringing it out when I last met you. It may interest you because it's to have nothing in it that isn't literature. I'm going in for novels, short stories, essays, poems. No politics." "Won't that limit your circulation?" "Of course it'll limit it. Still, it's not easy to keep honest if you go in for politics." "I see. Rather than not be honest, you prefer to limit your circulation." He blushed like a man detected in some meanness, the supreme meanness of vaunting his own honesty. "Oh, well, I don't know about that. Politics means my brother-in-law. If I keep them out, I keep him out, and run the thing my own way. I dare say that's all there is in it." Certainly she liked him. He struck her as powerful and determined. With his magazine he had the air of charging sublimely at the head of the forlorn hope of literature. "It's taken me all this time to get the capital together, but I've got it." "Yes, you would get it." He looked up gravely inquiring. "You strike me as being able to get things." He flushed with pleasure. "Do I?" "I don't know. If I can get the authors I want, I believe I can make the magazine one of the big things of the century." He said it quietly, as if inspired by caution rather than enthusiasm. "They'll make it, if I can get them." "Are they so difficult?" "The ones I want are. I don't want any but the best." She smiled. "It's all very well to smile, but this kind of magazine hasn't really been tried before. There's room for it." "Oh, oceans of room." "And it will have all the room there is. Now's its moment. All the good old magazines are dead." "And gone to heaven because they were so good." "Because they were old. My magazine will be young." "There has been frightful mortality among the young." "I know the things you mean. They were decadent, neurotic, morbid, worse than old. My magazine will be really young. It's the young writers that I want, and there isn't one of them I want as much as you." She seemed to have hardly heard him. "Have you asked Mr. Tanqueray?" "Not yet. You're the first I've asked. The very first." "You should have asked him first." "I didn't want him first." "You should have wanted him. Why," she persisted, "did you come to me before him?" "Because you're so much more valuable to me." "In what way?" "Your name is better known." "It oughtn't to be. If it's names you want." She gave him a string of them. "Your name stands for more." "And Mr. Tanqueray's? Does it not stand?" He hesitated. She insisted. "If mine does." "I am corrupt," said Brodrick, "and mercenary and brutal." "I wish you weren't," said she, so earnestly that he laughed. "My dear Miss Holland, we cannot blink the fact that you have a name and he hasn't." "Or that my name sells and his doesn't. Is that it?" "Not altogether. If I couldn't get you, I'd try to get him." "Would you? How do you know that you're going to get me?" He smiled. "I don't. I only know that I'm prepared, if I may say so, to pay for you." "Oh," she said, "it isn't that." He smiled again at her horror. "I know it isn't that. Still," he named a round sum, a sum so perfect in its roundness that it took her breath away. With such a sum she could do all that she wanted for her sister Effie at once, and secure herself against gross poverty for years. "It's more than we could give Mr. Tanqueray." "Is it?" "Much more." "That's what's so awful," she said. He noticed how she clenched her hands as she said it. "It's not my fault, is it?" "Oh, I don't care whose fault it is." "But you care." "Yes." She almost whispered it. He was struck by that sudden drop from vehemence to pathos. "He is a very great friend of yours?" "Yes." "And he's just married, isn't he?" "Yes. And he isn't very well off. I don't think he could afford, she said. He coloured painfully, as if she had suspected him of a desire to traffic in Tanqueray's poverty. We should pay him very well, he said. His book, she pressed it on him, is not arranged for. And yours is? Practically it is. The contract's drawn up, but the date's not settled. If the date's not settled, surely I've still a chance. And he, she said, has still a chance if I fail you. Of course, if you fail me. And supposing that I hadn't got a book. But you have. Supposing. Then I should fall back on Mr. Tanqueray. Fall back on him? The date is settled. But I thought, I've settled it. Oh. And it can't be unsettled? It can't possibly. Why not? She meditated. Because it would spoil the chances of the book. I see. The chances of the book. Their eyes met in conflict. It was as if they were measuring each other's moral value. I should make you a bigger offer, Miss Holland, he said, only I believe you don't want that. No, certainly I don't want that. He paused. Do you mind telling me if you've any other chance? None. Not the ghost of one. So that, but for this all-important question of the date, I might have had you. You might have had me. I'm almost glad, he said, to have lost you that way. Which way? Said she. At that moment a servant of the house brought in tea. She announced that Mr. Nicholson was downstairs and would like to see Miss Holland. Very well. You'll stay, Jane said to Brodrick. He did. He was, Jane reflected, the sort of man who stayed. Here's Mr. Brodrick, said she, as Nicky entered. He's going to make all our fortunes. His own, too, I hope, said Brodrick, but he looked sulky, as if he resented Nicholson's coming in. Of course, he said, they tell me the whole thing's a dream, a delusion, that it won't pay. But I know how to make it pay. The reason why magazines go smash is because they're owned by men with no business connections, no business organization, no business capacity. I couldn't do it if I hadn't the Telegraph at my back. Practically, I make the paper pay for the magazine. And he went into it, in his quick, quiet voice, expounding and expanding his scheme, laying it down fairly and squarely, with lucidity but no apparent ardour. It was Nicky who was excited. Jane could see cupidity in Nicky's eyes as Brodrick talked about his magazine. Brodrick dwelt now on the commercial side of it, which had no interest for Nicky. Yet Nicky was excited. He wanted badly to get into Brodrick's magazine, and Brodrick was determined to keep him out. There was a brief struggle between Nicky's decency and his desire, and then Nicky's desire and Brodrick's determination fairly skirmished together in the open. Brodrick tried heavily to keep Nicky off it, but Nicky hovered airily, intangibly about it. He fanned it as with wings. When Brodrick dropped it, he picked it up, he sustained it, he kept it flying high. Every movement intimated in Nicky's most exquisite manner that if Brodrick really meant it, if he had positively surrendered to the expensive dream, if he wanted, in short, to keep it up and keep it high, he couldn't be off letting Nicky in. Brodrick's shameless intention had been to outstay Nicky. And as long as Nicky's approaches were so delicate as to provoke only delicate evasions, Brodrick stayed. But in the end, poor Nicky turned desperate and put it to him point blank. Was there or was there not to be a place for poets in the magazine? At that, Brodrick got up and went. Nicky, said Jane, as the door closed on the retreating editor. He came for my book, and I've made him take George Tanqueray's instead. I wish, said he, you'd make him take my poems, but you can't. Nobody can make Brodrick do anything he doesn't want to. Oh, said Jane, and dismissed Brodrick. It's ages since I've seen you. I heard that you were immersed, and so I kept away. That was very good of you, said she. It struck her when she had said it that perhaps it was not altogether what Nicky would have liked her to say. I was immersed, she said, in Hambleby. Is he finished? All but. I am waiting to put a crown upon his head. Were you by any chance making it? The crown? I haven't even begun to make it. I shan't spoil him then if I stay? No. I doubt if anything could spoil him now. You've got him so safe. So safe. And yet, Nicky, there are moments when I can hardly bear to think of Hambleby for fear he shouldn't be all right. It's almost as if he came too easily. He couldn't. All my best things come, said Nicky. Like that. A furious sweep of Nicky's arm simulated the onrush of his inspiration. Oh, Nicky, how splendid it must be to be so certain. It is, said Nicky solemnly. After all, it argued some divine compensation somewhere that a thing so destitute should remain unaware of its destitution, that a creature so futile and diminutive should be sustained by this conviction of his greatness. For he was certain. Nothing could annihilate the illusion by which Nicky lived. But it was enough to destroy all certainty in anybody else, and there were moments when the presence of Nicky had this shattering effect on Jane. She could not have faced him until Hambleby was beyond his power to slay. But Nicky, so far from enlarging on his certainty, meditated with his eyes fixed on the clock. "You don't dine, do you," he said suddenly, "till 7:30. You'll stay, won't you?" "I think I mustn't, thanks. I only wanted to know how long I had." "You've really half an hour if you won't dine." "I say, you're not expecting anybody else?" "I didn't expect Mr. Brodrick. I've kept everybody out so long that they've left off coming." "I wonder," said he, still meditating, "if I've come too soon." She held her breath. Nicky's voice was charged with a curious emotion. "I knew," he went on, "it wasn't any use my coming as long as you were immersed. I wouldn't for worlds do anything that could possibly injure your career." "Oh, my career." "The question is," he meditated, "would it?" "You're coming, Nicky?" "My not keeping away. I suppose I ought to be content to stand aside and watch it, your genius, when it's so tremendous. I've no right to get in its way." "You don't. You don't." "I wouldn't. I always should be standing aside and watching. That," said Nicky, "would be, you see, my attitude." "Dear Nicky," she murmured, "it's a beautiful attitude. It couldn't, your attitude, be anything but beautiful." "Only, of course," he added, "I'd be there." "But you are. You are there, and it's delightful to have you." His face, which had turned very white, flushed, but not with pleasure. It quivered with some sombre and sultry wave of pain. "I meant," he said, "if I were always there." His eyes searched her. She would not look at him. "Nobody," she said, "can be always." "You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't see me when you were immersed." "I'm afraid," she said, "I always am. I always shall be immersed." "Won't there be moments?" "Oh, moments. Very few." "I wouldn't care how few there were," he said. "I know there can't be many." She understood him. There was nothing on earth like Nicky's delicacy. He was telling her that he would accept any terms, the very lowest, that he knew how Tanqueray had impoverished her, that he could live on moments, the moments Tanqueray had left. "There are none, Nicky. None," she said. "I see this isn't one of them." "All the moments, when there are any, will be more or less like this. I'm sorry," she said. "So am I," said he. It was as if they were saying they were sorry he could not dine. So monstrous was Nicky's capacity for illusion that he went away thinking he had given Jane up for the sake of her career. And Jane tried to think of Nicky and be sorry for him, but she couldn't. She was immoderately happy. She had given up Brodrick's magazine and Brodrick's money for Tanqueray's sake. Tanks would have his chance. He would be able to take a house, and then that little wife of his wouldn't have to sit with her hands before her, fretting her heart away because of Tanks. She was pleased, too, because she had made Brodrick do what he hadn't meant and didn't want to do. But as she lay in bed that night, not thinking of Brodrick, she saw suddenly Brodrick's eyes fixed on her, with a look in them which she had not regarded at the time, and she heard him saying in that queer, quiet voice of his, "I'm almost glad to have lost you this way." "I wonder," she said to herself, "if he really spotted me." End of chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. Brodrick's house, Moor Grange, stood on the Roehampton side of Putney Heath, just discernible between the silver and green of the birches. With its queer, red-tiled roofs, pitched at every possible slope, white, rough-cast, many-cornered walls, green storm shutters, lattice windows of many sorts and sizes, Brodrick's house had all the brilliant eccentricity of the 20th century. But Brodrick's garden was at least 100 years older than his house. It had a beautiful green lawn with a lime tree in the middle and a stone-flagged terrace at the back overlooking the north end of the heath. Beyond the house there was a kitchen garden that had survived modernity. Brodrick's garden was kept very smooth and very straight. No impudent little flowers hanging out of their beds, no dissolute straggling of creepers upon walls. Even the sweet peas at the back were trained to a perfect order and propriety. And in Brodrick's house, propriety and order were carried to the point of superstition. Nothing in that queer-cornered, modern exterior was ever out of place. No dust ever lay on floor or furniture. All the white-painted woodwork was exquisitely white. Time there was measured by a silver-chiming clock that struck the quiet hours with an infallible regularity. And yet Brodrick was not a tidy nor a punctual man. In his library, the spirit of order contended against fearful odds. For Brodrick lived in his library, the long, book-lined upstairs room that ran half the length of the house on the north side. But even there, violate as he would his own sanctuary, the indestructible propriety renewed itself by a diurnal miracle. He found books restored to their place, papers sorted, everything an editor could want lying ready to his hand. For the spirit of order rose punctually to perform its task. But in the drawing-room its struggles and its triumph were complete. It had been, so Brodrick's sisters told him, a man's idea of a drawing-room. And now there were feminine touches, so incongruous and scattered that they seemed the work of a person establishing herself tentatively, almost furtively, by small inconspicuous advances and installments. A little work-table stood beside the low settle in the corner by the fireplace. Gay, shining chintz covered the ugly chairs. There were cushions here and there where a woman's back most needed them. Books, too, classics in slender duodecimo, bought for their cheapness, novels from the circulating library, of the kind that Brodrick never read. On the top of a writing table, flagrantly feminine in its appointments, there stood, well in sight of the low chair, a photograph of Brodrick, which Brodrick could not possibly have framed and put there. The woman who entered this room now had all the air of being its mistress. She moved in it so naturally and with such assurance as in her sphere. You would have judged her occupied with some mysterious personal predilections with regard to drawing-rooms. She paused in her passage to reinstate some article dishonoured by the parlour-maid, to pat a cushion into shape and place a chair better to her liking. At each of these small fastidious operations she frowned, like one who resents interference with the perfected system of her own arrangements. She sat down at the writing-table and took from a pigeon-hole a sheaf of tradesmen's bills. These she checked and docketed conscientiously after entering their totals in a book marked household. From all these acts she seemed to draw some secret enjoyment and satisfaction. Here she was evidently in a realm secure from the interference of the incompetent. With a key attached to her person, she now unlocked the inmost shrine of the writing-table. A small squat heap of silver and of copper sat there like the god of the shrine. She took it in her hand and counted it and restored it to its consecrated seat. She then made a final entry, cash in hand, 35 shillings. She sat smiling in tender contemplation of this legend. It stood for the savings of the last month, effected by her deft manipulation of the household. There was no suggestion of cupidity in her smile, nor any hint of economy adored and pursued for its own sake. She was Gertrude Collett, the lady who for 3 years had acted as Brodrick's housekeeper, or, as she now preferred to call herself, his secretary. She had contrived, out of this poor material of his weekly bills, to fashion for herself a religion and an incorporeal romance. She raised her face to the photograph of Brodrick, as if spiritually she rendered her account to him. And Brodrick's face, from the ledge of the writing table, looked over Gertrude's head with an air of being unmoved by it all, with eyes intent on their own object. She, Brodrick's secretary, might have been about 35. She was fair with the fairness which is treacherous to women of her age, which suffers when they suffer. But Gertrude's skin still held the colours of her youth, as some strong fabric holds its dye. Her face puzzled you. It was so broad across the cheekbones that you would have judged it coarse. It narrowed suddenly in the jaws, pointing her chin to subtlety. Her nose, broad also across the nostrils and bridge, showed a sharp edge in profile. It was alert, competent, inquisitive. But there was mystery again in the long-drawn, pale rose lines of her mouth. A wide mouth, with irregular lips, not coarse, but coarsely finished. Its corners must once have drooped with pathos, but this tendency was overcome or corrected by the serene habit of her smile. It was not the face of a dreamer. Yet at the moment you would have said she dreamed. Her eyes, light-coloured, slightly prominent, stared unsheltered under their pale lashes and insufficient brows. They were eyes that at first sight had no depths in them. Yet they seemed to hold vapour. They dreamed. They showed her dream. She started as the silver chiming clock struck the quarter. She went upstairs to the room that was her own and examined herself carefully in the looking-glass. Then she did something to her hair. Waved slightly and kept in place by small amber-coloured combs, Gertrude's hair, though fragile, sustained the effect of her almost Scandinavian fairness. Next, she changed her cotton blouse for an immaculate muslin one. As she drew down the blouse and smoothed it under the clipping belt, she showed a body flat in the back, sharp-breasted, curved in the waist, the body of a thoroughly competent, serviceable person. Her face now almost suggested prettiness, as she turned and turned its little tilted profile between two looking-glasses. At 3:30 she was seated at her place in Brodrick's library. A table was set apart for her, and her typewriter, on a corner by the window. The editor was at work at his own table in the centre of the room. He did not look up at her as she came in. His eyes were lowered, fixed on the proof he was reading. Once, as he read, he shrugged his shoulders slightly, and once he sighed. Then he called her to him. She rose and came, moving dreamily as if drawn, yet holding herself stiffly and aloof. He continued to gaze at the proof. "You sat up half the night to correct this, I suppose." "Have I done it very badly?" He did not tell her that she had, that he had spent the best part of his morning correcting her corrections. She was an inimitable housekeeper and a really admirable secretary, but her weakness was that she desired to be considered admirable and inimitable in everything she undertook. It would distress her to know that this time she had not succeeded, and he did not like distressing people who were dependent on him. It used to be so easy, so mysteriously easy, to distress Miss Collett, but she had got over that. She was used to him now. She had settled down into the silent and serene performance of her duties. And she had brought to her secretarial work a silence and serenity that were invaluable to a man who detested argument and agitation. So, instead of insisting on her failure, he tried to diminish her disturbing sense of it. And when she inquired if she had done her work very badly, he smiled and said no, she had done it much too well. "Too well?" She flushed as she echoed him. "Yes. You've corrected all Mr. Tanqueray's punctuation and nearly all his grammar." "But it's all wrong. Look there. And there." "How do you know it's all wrong?" "But it's so simple. There are rules." "Yes. But Mr. Tanqueray is a great author, and great authors are born to break half the rules there are. What you and I have got to know is when they may break them and when they mayn't." A liquid film swam over Gertrude's eyes, deepening their shallows. It was the first signal of distress. "It's all right," he said. "I wanted you to do it. I wanted to see what you could do." He considered her quietly. It struck me you might perhaps prefer it to your other duties." "What made you think that?" "I didn't think. I only wondered." "Well?" The next half hour was occupied with the morning's correspondence, till Brodrick announced that they had no time for more. "It's only just past 4," she said. "I know. But is there anything for tea?" He spoke vaguely, like a man in a dream. "What an opinion you have of my housekeeping," she said. "Your housekeeping, Miss Collett, is perfection." She flushed with pleasure so that he kept it up. "Everything," he said, "runs on greased wheels. I don't know how you do it." "Oh, it's easy enough to do." "And it doesn't matter if a lady comes to tea?" He took up a pencil and began to sharpen it. "Is there," said Miss Collett, "a lady coming to tea?" "Yes. And we'll have it in the garden. Tea, I mean." "And who," said she, "is the lady?" "Miss Jane Holland." Brodrick did not look up. He was absorbed in his pencil. "Another author?" "Another author," said Brodrick to his pencil. She smiled. The editor's attitude to authors was one of prolonged amusement. Prodigious people, authors, in Brodrick's opinion. More than once, by way of relieving his somewhat perfunctory communion with Miss Collett, he had discussed the eccentricity, the vanity, the inexhaustible absurdity of authors, so that it was permissible for her to smile. "You are not," he said, "expecting either of my sisters?" He said it in his most casual, most uninterested voice. And yet she detected an undertone of anxiety. He did not want his sisters to be there when Miss Holland came. She had spent 3 years in studying his inflections and his wants. "Not specially to day," she said. Brodrick became manifestly entangled in the process of his thought. The thought itself was as yet obscure to her. She inquired, therefore, where Miss Holland was to be shown in. Was she a drawing-room author or a library author? In the perfect and unspoken conventions of Brodrick's house, the drawing-room was Miss Collett's place and the library was his. Tea in the drawing-room meant that he desired Miss Collett's society. Tea in the library that he preferred his own. There were also rules for the reception of visitors. Men were shown into the library and stayed there. Great journalistic ladies like Miss Caroline Bickersteth were shown into the drawing-room. Little journalistic ladies with dubious manners, calling as they did solely on business, were treated as men and confined strictly to the library. Brodrick's stare of surprise showed Gertrude that she had blundered. He had a superstitious reverence for those authors who, like Mr. Tanqueray, were great. "My dear Miss Collett, do you know who she is? The drawing-room, of course, and all possible honour." She laughed. She had cultivated for Brodrick's sake the art of laughter, and prided herself upon knowing the precise moments to be gay. "I see," she said. And yet she did not see. How could there be any honour if he did not want his sisters to be there? "That means the best tea service and my best manners." He didn't know, he said, that she had any but the best. How good they were she let him see when he presented Miss Holland on her arrival, her trailing, conspicuous arrival. Gertrude had never given him occasion to feel that his guest could have a more efficient hostess than his secretary. She spoke of the pleasure it gave her to see Miss Holland, and of the honour that she felt, and of how she had heard of Miss Holland from Mr. Brodrick. There was no becoming thing that Gertrude did not say. And all the time she was aware of Brodrick's eyes fixed on Miss Holland with that curious lack of diffuseness in their vision. Brodrick was carrying it off by explaining Gertrude to Miss Holland. "Miss Collett," he said, "is a wonderful lady. She's always doing the most beautiful things, so quietly that you never knew they're done." "Does anybody," said Jane, "know how the really beautiful things are done?" "There's a really beautiful tea," said Miss Collett gaily, "in the garden. There are scones and the kind of cake you like." "You see," Brodrick said, "how she spoils me. How I lie on roses." "You'd better come," said Miss Collett, "while the scones are still hot." "While," said Jane, "the roses are still fresh." He held the door open for her, and on the threshold she turned to Miss Collett, who followed her. "Are you sure," said she, "that he's the horrid sybarite you think him?" "I am," said Brodrick, "whatever Miss Collett thinks me. If it pleases her to think I'm a sybarite, I've got to be a sybarite." "I see." And when the rose leaves are crumpled, you bring them to Miss Collett, and she irons them out and makes them all smooth again, so that you don't know they're the same rose leaves. The rose leaves never are crumpled. Except by some sudden, unconsidered movement of your own. My movements, said Brodrick, are never sudden and unconsidered. What? Never? Miss Collett looked a little surprised at this light-handed treatment of the editor. And Jane observed Brodrick with a new interest as they sat there in the garden and Miss Collett poured out tea. Mr. Brodrick, she said to herself, is going to marry Miss Collett, though he doesn't know it. By the end of the afternoon it seemed to her an inevitable consummation, the marriage of Mr. Brodrick and Miss Collett. She could almost see it working, the predestined attraction of the eternally compatible, the incomparably fit. And when Brodrick left off taking any notice of Miss Collett and finally lured Jane away into the library on the flimsiest pretense, she wondered what game he was up to. Perhaps in his innocence he was blind to Miss Collett's adoration. He was not sure of Miss Collett. He was trying to draw her. Jane, intensely interested, advanced from theory to theory of Brodrick and Miss Collett, while Brodrick removed himself to the writing table and turned on her a mysterious back. I want to show you something, he said. She went to him. In the bared centre of the writing table he had placed a great pile of manuscript. He drew out his chair for her so that she could sit down and look well at the wonder. Her heart leaped to the handwriting and to George Tanqueray's name on the title page. "You've seen it," he said. "No. Mr. Tanqueray never shows his work." From some lair in the back of the desk he swept forward a prodigious array of galley proofs. Tanqueray's novel was in the first number of the Monthly Review. "Oh," she cried, looking up at him. "I've pleased you," he said. "You have pleased me very much." She rose and turned away, overcome as by some desired and unexpected joy. He followed her, making a cushioned place for her in the chair by the hearth, and seated himself opposite her. "I was very glad to do it," he said simply. "It will do you more good than Hambleby," she said. "You know I did not think so," said he, and there was a pause between them. "Mr. Brodrick," she said presently, "do you really want a serial from me?" "Do I want it?" "As much as you think you do." "I always," said he, "want things as much as I think I do." She smiled, wondering whether he thought he wanted Miss Collett as much as he obviously did. "What?" he said. "Are you going to let me have the next?" "I had thought of it. If you really do." "Have you had any other offers?" "Yes. Several. But you must remember mine is only a new venture. And you may do better." It was odd, but a curious uncertainty, a modesty had come upon him since she last met him. He had been then so absurd, so arrogant about his magazine. "I don't want to do better." "Of course, if it's only a question of terms." It was incredible, Brodrick's depreciating himself to a mere question of terms. She flushed at this dreadful thought. "It isn't," she said. "Oh, I didn't mean that." "You never mean that, which is why I must think of it for you. I can at least offer you higher terms." "But," she persisted, "I should hate to take them. I want you to have the thing. That's to say, I want you to have it. You must not go paying me more for that." "I see," he said. "You want to make up." She looked at him. He was smiling complacently in the fullness of his understanding of her. "My dear Miss Holland," he went on, "there must be no making up. Nothing of that sort between you and me." "There isn't," she said. "What is there to make up for? For your not getting me?" He smiled again, as if that idea amused him. "Or," said she, "for my making you take Mr. Tanqueray." "You didn't make me," he said. "I took him to please you." "Well," she said, "and you'll take me now to please me." She rose. "I must say good bye to Miss Collett. How nice," she said, "Miss Collett is." "Isn't she?" said he. He saw her politely to the station. That evening he drank his coffee politely in the drawing room with Miss Collett. "Do you know," he said, "Miss Holland thinks you're nice." To his wonder, Miss Collett did not look as if the information gave her any joy. "Did she say so?" "Yes. Do you think her nice?" "Of course I do." "What," said he, "do you really think of her?" He was in the habit of asking Miss Collett what she thought of people. It interested him to know what women thought, especially what they thought of other women. It was in the spirit of their old discussions that she now replied. "You can see she is a great genius. They say geniuses are bad to live with, but I do not think she would be." He did not answer. He was considering very profoundly the question she had raised. Which was precisely what Miss Collett meant that he should do. As the silver chiming clock struck 10, she rose and said good night. She never allowed these sittings to be prolonged past 10. Neither did Brodrick. "And I am not to read any more proofs," she said. "Do you like reading them?" She smiled. "It's not because I like it. I simply wanted to save you." "You do save me most things." "I try," she said sweetly, "to save you all." He smiled now. "There are limits," he said, "even to your power of saving me, and to my capacity for being saved." The words were charged with a significance that Brodrick himself was not aware of, as if the powers that worked in him obscurely had used him for the utterance of a divination not his own. His secretary understood him better than he did himself. She had spent 3 years in understanding him, and now, for the first time in 3 years, her lucidity was painful. She could not contemplate serenely the thing she thought she had seen. Therefore she drew a veil over it and refused to believe that it was there. "He did not mean anything," said Gertrude to herself. "He is not the sort of man who means things." Which was true. End of chapter 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. Brodrick, living on Putney Heath, was surrounded by his family. It was only 15 minutes' walk from his front door to his brother John's house in Augustus Road, Wimbledon. Only 5 minutes from his back door to Henry's house in Roehampton Lane. You went by a narrow foot track down the slope to get to Henry. You crossed the heath by Wimbledon Common to get to John. If John and Henry wanted to get to each other, they had to pass by Brodrick's house. Moor Grange was a halfway house, the great meeting place of all the Brodricks. One fine warm Sunday in mid-May, about 4 o'clock, all the Brodricks except Hugh were assembled on Hugh's lawn. There was Mr. John Brodrick, the eldest brother, the head of the firm of Brodrick and Brodrick Electrical Engineers. There was Dr. Henry Brodrick, who came next to John. He had brought Mrs. Heron, their sister. Mrs. Heron lived with Henry because Mr. Heron had run away with the governess, to the unspeakable scandal of the Brodricks. There was Mrs. Louis Levine, who came next to Mrs. Heron. There was Mrs. John Brodrick, not to be separated from her husband, who, in a decorous dumbness and secrecy, adored her. And Mr. Louis Levine, who owed his position among the Brodricks to the very properly apparent devotion of his wife. And there were children about. Eddie and Winnie Heron, restless, irrepressible in their young teens, sprawled at their mother's feet and hung over her in attitudes of affection. One very small Levine trotted to and fro on fat legs over the lawn. The other, too small to run, could be seen in the background standing in Gertrude Collette's lap and trampling on her. The Levines had come over from St. John's Wood, packed tight in their commodious brand-new motor car, the symbol of Levine's prosperity, so that all Brodrick's family were at Putney this afternoon. They were sitting in the delicate shadow of the lime tree. Outside, the lawn was drenched with light that ran quivering into the little inlets and pools among the shadows. The cropped grass shone clear as emerald, and all the garden showed clear-cut and solid and stable in its propriety and order. Still more distinct, more stable and more solid, more ineradicably fixed in order and propriety, were the 4 figures of the Brodricks. Sitting there, in a light that refused, in spite of the lime tree, to lend itself to any mystery or enchantment, They maintained themselves in a positively formidable reality. All these Brodricks had firm, thick-skinned faces, in which lines came slowly and were few but strong. Faces they were of men who have lived in absolute sobriety and sanity, untorn by any temptation to live otherwise. Faces of women to whom motherhood has brought the ultimate content. Comfortably material persons sitting in a deep peace, not to be rapt from it by any fantasy, nor beguiled by any dream. They paid only in a high morality their debt to the intangible. This afternoon, in spite of themselves, they were roused somewhat from the peace they sat in. They were expecting somebody. " I suppose when she arrives we shall all have to sit at the lady's feet," said Mrs. Levine. " I've no objection," said the doctor, " after what she's done." " It was pretty decent of her," said Levine. He was dark, nervous and solemn-eyed, a lean man of his race, and handsome. Sophy Brodrick had not loved her husband when she married him. She adored him now, because of the beauty that had passed from him into her children. " I say, Uncle Louis, you might tell me what she did do," said Eddie Heron. " She got your Uncle Hughey out of a tight place, my boy." " I say, what's he been doing? " Mr. Levine smiled inscrutably, while his wife shook her head at him. " He's been going it, has he? Good old Uncle Hughey." Eddie's mother thought it would be nice if he and Winny went down the Heath Road to meet Uncle Hughey and Miss Holland. Whereupon Eddie embraced his mother, being unable to agree with her. " You really believe," said Mr. John Brodrick, who seemed anxious to be sure of his facts before he committed himself, " you really believe that if it had not been for this lady he'd have had to give it up?" " Well," said Levine judicially, " she practically saved it. You see, he would start it with George Tanqueray. And who cares about George Tanqueray? That's what wrecked him. I told him at the time it was sheer lunacy, but he wouldn't listen to me. Why," Levine spoke in a small excited voice with sudden high notes, " he hadn't subscriptions enough to float the thing for 24 hours. As soon as he gets Miss Holland, they go up by leaps and bounds, and it's been going steady ever since. How long it'll keep going's another thing." " I understood Hugh to say," said John, " that the arrangements involved some considerable sacrifice to the lady." " Well, you see, he'd been a bit of an ass. He'd made her a ridiculous offer, an offer we simply couldn't afford, and we had to tell her so." " And then," said Sophy, " you might as well mention that she gave it him for what you could afford." " She certainly let him have it very cheap." He ruminated. " Uncommonly cheap, considering what her figure is." Eddie wanted to know what Miss Holland's figure had to do with his Uncle Hughey. Winny, round-eyed with wonder, inquired if it was beautiful, and was told that it was fairly beautiful, a tidy figure, a nice round figure like her Aunt Sophy's. " That," said John, " was very decent of her." " Very," said the gentle lady, Mrs. John. " It was splendid," said Mrs. Heron. The doctor meditated. " I wonder why she did it," said the doctor. His brother-in-law explained. " Oh, she thought she'd let him in for Tanqueray." " Let him in ?"" Don't you see," said Mrs. Heron, " it was her idea of honour." " A woman's idea of honour," said the doctor. " You need n't criticize it," said his sister Sophy. " I don't," said the doctor. " I can tell you," said Levine, " what with her idea of honour and Hugh's idea of honour, the office had a pretty rough time of it till they got the business fixed." " With Hugh's ideas," said John, " he 's hardly likely to make this thing pay, is he? Especially if he 's going to bar politics." He said it importantly. By a manner, by wearing spectacles, and brushing his hair back in 2 semicircles from his forehead, Mr. John Brodrick contrived to appear considerably more important than he was. " Ah, he 's made a mistake there," said the doctor. " That 's what I tell him." Levine was more excited than ever. " I should think he might be allowed to do what he likes," said Sophy. " After all, it's his magazine." Mr. Levine's face remained supernaturally polite while it guarded his opinion that it wasn't his brother-in-law's magazine at all. They had disagreed about Tanqueray. They had disagreed about everything connected with the magazine, from the make-up of the first number to the salary of the sub-editor. They had almost quarrelled about what Levine called Miss Holland's price. And now, when his wife said that it was her Sunday, and if they were going to talk business all the afternoon, she was told that Hugh's magazine wasn't business. It was Hugh's game. his dreadfully expensive, possibly ruinous game. Then, she said, you might let him play it. I'm sure he works hard enough on your horrid old telegraph. Sophie invariably stood up for her family against her husband, but she would have stood up for her husband against all the world. Thank you, my pet. She stooped to the little 3-year-old girl who trotted to and fro, offering to each of these mysteriously, deplorably preoccupied persons a flower without a stalk. It was at this moment that Brodrick arrived from the station with Miss Holland. "Is it a garden party?" Jane inquired. "No," said Brodrick. "It's my family." She came on with him over the lawn, and the group rose to its feet. It broke up with little movements and murmurs to a restrained, dignified expectancy. Jane had the sense of being led towards some unaccountable triumph and acclamation. They closed round her, these unknown Brodricks, inaudibly stirred, with some unspoken, incomprehensible emotion in the men's gaze and in the women's touch. The big boy and girl shared it as they came forward in their shyness, with affectionate faces and clumsy, abortive encounters of the hand. It was the whole Brodrick family moved to its depths, feeling as one. It could only be so moved by the spectacle of integrity and honour and incorruptible loyalty to it. Still moved, it was surrounding Jane when a maid arrived with the tea-table, and the white cloth waved a signal to Miss Collett across the lawn. There was then a perceptible pause in the ovation as Brodrick's secretary appeared. Even across the lawn, Jane could discern trouble in Miss Collett's face. But Miss Collett was plastic in readjustments, and by the time she was fairly on the scene, it had recaptured the habit of its smile. The smile in greeting covered and carried off the betraying reluctance of her hand. It implied that if Miss Holland was to be set up in a high place and worshipped, Miss Collett was anxious to observe the appropriate ritual. Having observed it, she took with her quiet, inconspicuous assurance the place that was her own. She gave but one sign of her trouble when Dr. Brodrick was heard congratulating their guest on the great serial which, said he, by saving the magazine, had saved his brother. Then Gertrude quivered slightly, and the blood flushed in her set face and passed as fierce heat passes through iron. While they were talking, Jane had opportunity to watch and wonder at the firm, consolidated society that was Brodrick's family. These faces proclaimed by their resemblance the material link. Mr. John Brodrick was a more thick-set, an older, graver-lined and grizzled Hugh, a Hugh who had lost his sombre fixity of gaze. Dr. Henry Brodrick was a tall, attenuated John, with a slightly, ever so slightly receding chin. Mrs. Heron was Hugh again, made feminine and slender. She had Hugh's features, refined and diminished. She had Hugh's eyes, filled with some tragic sorrow of her own. Her hair was white, every thread of it, though she could not have been more than 45. These likenesses were not so apparent at first sight in Mrs. Levine, the golden, full-blown flower of the Brodricks. They had mixed so thoroughly and subtly that they merged in her smoothness and her roundness. And still the facial substance showed in the firm opacity of her skin, the racial soul asserted itself in her poised complacence and decision. "You don't know," she was saying, "how we're all sitting at your feet." "We are indeed," said Mr. John Brodrick. "Very much so," said the doctor. "Even little Cissy," said Hugh. For little Cissy was bringing all her stalkless flowers to Jane, smiling at her as if she alone possessed the secret of this play. Brodrick watched, well pleased, the silent traffic of their tendernesses. The others were talking about Hambleby now. They had all read him. They had all enjoyed him. They all wanted more of him. "If we could only have had Hambleby, Miss Holland," said Levine. "It wasn't my fault that we didn't get him." Jane remembered that this was the brother-in-law whom Brodrick had wanted to keep out. He had the air of being persistently, permanently in. "Of course it wasn't your fault," said she. Levine then thought it necessary to say things about Jane's celebrity, till Brodrick cut him short. "Miss Holland," he said, "doesn't like her celebrity. You needn't talk about it." John and Henry looked graver than ever, and Sophy made sweet eyes at Jane. Sophy's eyes, when they looked at you, were very sweet. It was through her eyes only that she apologized for her husband. whose own eyes were manifestly incapable of apologizing for anything. The Brodricks seemed to tolerate their brother-in-law, and he seemed, more sublimely, to tolerate their tolerance. Great efforts were now made to divert Levine from the magazine. Mr. John Brodrick headed him off, with motors and their makers. The doctor kept his half-resentful spirit moving briskly round the Wimbledon golf links. And Hugh, with considerable dexterity, landed him securely on the fiscal question, where he might be relied upon to stay. But it was the baby who saw what was to be done if his parent was to be delivered from his own offensiveness. "Oh, look," cried Winnie. "Look at Baby, making such a ducky angel of himself." The baby, having sat down abruptly on the grass, was making a ducky angel of himself by wriggling along it obliquely as he sat. At the sight of him, all the Brodricks instantaneously lost their seriousness and sanity. He was captured and established as the centre of the group. And, in the great act of adoration of the baby, Levine was once more united to his wife's family. His wife's family, like his wife, could forgive anything to Louis Levine because of the babies. It reserved its disapproval for Mrs. John Brodrick, who had never had any, who had never done anything that was expected of her. Mrs. John looked as if she had cried a great deal because of the things she had not done. She had small hazel eyes with inflamed lids, and a small high nose that was always rather red. She was well born, and she carried her low-browed, bird-like head among the Brodricks with a solitary grace, and the motions of a dignified, distinguished bird. And now, in mute penitence and wistful worship, she prostrated herself before their divinity, the baby. And in the middle of it all, with amazing smiles and chuckles, the baby suddenly renounced his family and held out his arms to Jane. And suddenly all the Brodricks laughed. His mother laughed more than any of them. She took the baby and set him at Jane's feet, and he sat there looking at Jane as at some object of extraordinary interest and wonder and fascination. And Brodrick looked at both of them with something of the same naïve expression, and the doctor, the attenuated, meditative doctor, looked at all three, but especially at his brother. Gertrude Collett looked, now at Brodrick and now at Jane. Brodrick did not see the doctor or Gertrude either. It had just struck him that Jane was not in the least like her portrait, the portrait. He was thinking, as Tanqueray had once thought, that Gisborne R.A. was an ass, and that if he could have her painted, he would have her painted as she looked now. As he was trying to catch the look, Gertrude came and said it was the baby's tea time, and carried him away. And the look went from Jane's face, and Brodrick felt annoyed with Gertrude because she had made it go. Then Mrs. John came up and tried very hard to talk to Jane. She was nervously aware that conversation was expected of her as the wife of the head of the family, and that in this thing also she had failed him. She was further oppressed by Miss Holland's celebrity, and by the idea she had that Miss Holland must be always thinking of it, and would not like to see it thus obscured by any other interest. And while Mrs. John sat beside her, painfully and pensively endeavouring to converse, Jane heard Brodrick talking to Mrs. Levine. "Where's Gertrude gone?" he said. And Mrs. Levine answered, "She's indoors with the children." Mrs. John was saying that Miss Holland must have known Hambleby, and then again that no, that wasn't likely. That was what made it so wonderful that she should know. Mrs. John could not have done it. She recounted sorrowfully the number of things she could not do. And through it all Jane heard the others talking about Gertrude. "Gertrude looks very ill," said Mrs. Levine. "What's the matter with her?" "How should I know?" said Brodrick. "Ask Henry." "Miss Collett," said the doctor solemnly, "has not consulted me." At this point Mrs. Heron delivered Jane from Mrs. John. She said she wanted Miss Holland to see the sweet peas in the kitchen garden. And in the kitchen garden, among the sweet peas, Mrs. Heron thanked Jane on her own account for what she had done, while Jane kept on saying that she had done nothing. All down the kitchen garden there was an alley of sweet peas with a seat at the end of it. And there they sat while Mrs. Heron talked about her brother Hugh, who had been so good to her and to her children. This praise of Brodrick mingled with the scent of the sweet peas, so that Jane could never again smell sweet peas in a hot garden without hearing Brodrick's praise. Mrs. Heron stopped abruptly, as if she could say no more, as if, indeed, she had said too much, as if she were not used to saying such things. "My brother thinks I may ask you to come and see me. Will you? Will you come some day and stay with me?" In spite of the voice that told her that she was being drawn, that this family of Brodricks was formidable, that she must be on her guard against all arms stretched out to her, before she knew what she was doing, Jane had said yes. She would be very glad. Voices came to them then, and down the long alley between the sweet peas she saw Brodrick coming towards them with Miss Collett and Winnie Heron. And Jane was suddenly aware that it was getting late. It was cold, too. She shivered. Miss Collett offered a wrap. For a moment, in the hall of the house, Jane was alone with Brodrick's secretary. Through the open door they could see Brodrick standing on the lawn, talking to his sister. Mrs. Heron held him by one arm, Winnie dragged on the other. "Those two seem devoted to Mr. Brodrick," said Jane. "They ought to be," said Miss Collett, "with all he does for them. And they are. The Brodricks are all like that." She looked hard at Jane. "If you've done anything for them, they never forget it. They keep on paying back." Jane smiled. "I imagine Mr. Hugh Brodrick would be quite absurd about it." "Oh, he?" Gertrude raised her head. Her eyes adored him. As if her pause were too profoundly revealing, she filled it up. "He'll always give more than he gets. It isn't for you he gives, it's for himself. He likes giving. And when it comes to paying him back—" "That's where he has you." "Yes." And Jane thought, "My dear lady, if you wouldn't treat him quite so like a god, you might have a chance to discover that he's mortal." She would have liked to have said that to Miss Collett. She would have liked to have taken Brodrick to the seat at the end of the alley and have said to him, "It's all perfectly right. Don't be an idiot and miss it. You can't do a better thing for yourself than marry her, and it's the only way, you know, you can pay her back. Don't you see that you're cruel to her, that it's you that's making her ill? She can't look pretty when she's ill, but she'd be quite pretty if you made her happy." But all she said was, "He's like that, is he?" And she went out to where he waited for her. "Have you got to go?" he said. She said yes. She was half expecting Nina Lempriere. "The fiery lady?" "Yes." "You may as well stay. She won't be there," said Brodrick. But Jane did not stay. The whole family turned out onto the Heath to see them go. At the end of the road they looked back and saw it there. Sophie Levine was holding up the baby to make him wave to Jane. "Why did you tell them?" she said reproachfully to Brodrick. "Because I wanted them to like you." "Am I so disagreeable that they couldn't without that?" "I wanted you," he said, "to like them." "I do like them." He glanced at her sidelong and softly. "Tell me," she said, "what have they done to look so happy and so perfectly at peace?" "That's it. They haven't done anything." "Not to do things. That's the secret, is it?" "Yes," he said. "I almost think it is." "I wonder," said she. End of chapter 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 21 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 21. Brodrick was right. Nina was not there. At the moment when Jane arrived, anxious and expectant, in Kensington Square, Nina and Tanqueray were sitting by the window of the room in Adelphi Terrace. They were both silent, both immobile in the same attitude, bowed forward, listening intently, the antagonistic pair made one in their enchantment, their absorption. A young man stood before Tanqueray. He stood a little behind Nina where she sat in the window seat. One shoulder leaned beside her against the shutter. He was very tall, and as he stood there his voice, deep and rhythmic, flowed and vibrated above them, giving utterance to the thing that held them. Nina could not see him where she sat. It was Tanqueray who kept on looking at him with clear contemplative eyes under brows no longer irritable. He was, Tanqueray thought, rather extraordinary to look at. Dressed in a loosely fitting suit of all seasons, he held himself very straight from the waist, as if in defiance of the slackness of his build. His eyes, his alien star-gazing eyes, were blue and uncannily clear under their dark and delicate brows. He had the face of a Celt, with high cheek-bones and a short high nose. The bone between the nostrils, slightly prominent like a buttress, saved the bridge of it from the final droop. He had the wide mouth of a Celt, long-lipped but beautifully cut. His thick hair, his moustache, his close-clipped pointed beard were dark and dry. His face showed a sunburn whitening. It had passed through strange climates. He had the look, this poet, of a man who had left some stupendous experience behind him, who had left many things behind him to stride stargazing on. His face revealed him as he chanted his poems. Unbeautiful in detail, its effect as a whole was one of extraordinary beauty, as of some marvellously pure vessel for the spiritual fire. Beside him, it struck Tanqueray that Nina showed more than ever a murky flame. The voice ceased, but the two remained silent for a moment. Then Tanqueray spoke one word. "Splendid." Nina turned her head and looked up at the poet. His eyes were still following his vision. Her voice recalled him. "Owen," she said, "will you bring the rest? Bring down all you've got." Tanqueray saw as she spoke to him that there came again that betraying tenderness about her mouth. As she looked at him, her eyes lifted their hoods, revealing the sudden softness and surrender. And as Tanqueray watched her, he was aware that the queer eyes of the man were turned on him rather than on Nina. They looked through him as if they saw with a lucidity even more unendurable than his what was going on in Tanqueray's soul. He said something inaudible to Nina and went out of the room with a light, energetic stride. "How can you stand his eyes?" said Tanqueray. "It's like being exposed to the everlasting stare of God." "It is, rather." "What's his name again?" "Owen Prothero." "What do you know about him?" She told him what she knew. Prothero was, as Tanqueray saw, an unlicked Celt. He had been, if Tanqueray would believe it, in the Indian Medical Service and had flung it up before he got his pension. He had been to British Central Africa on a commission for investigating sleeping sickness. He spoke of it casually, as if it were the sort of thing you naturally were on. He had volunteered as a surgeon in the Boer War, and with it all he was what Tanqueray saw. "And his address?" Tanqueray inquired. "He lives here." "Why shouldn't he?" He answered her challenging eyes. They shot light at him. "He is a great poet. I was right." "Absolutely. He's great enough for anybody. How on earth did you get hold of him?" She was silent. She seemed to be listening for the sound of Prothero's feet on the stair. He was soon with them, bringing his sheaf of manuscript. He had brought all he had got. The chanting began again and continued till the light faded. And as Tanqueray listened, the restless, irritable devilry passed from his face. Salient, thrust forward toward Prothero, it was the face of a winged creature in adoration, caught suddenly into heaven, breasting the flood of the supernal light. For Tanqueray could be cruel in his contempt for all clevernesses and littlenesses, for all achievements that had the literary taint. But he was on his knees in a moment before the incorruptible divinities. He had the immortal's scent for immortality. When the chanting ceased, they talked. Tanqueray warned Prothero of the horrors of premature renown. Prothero declared that he had none. Nobody knew his name. "Good," said Tanqueray. "Celebrity's all very well at the end, when you've done the things you want to do. It's a bad beginning. It doesn't matter quite so much if you live in the country where nobody's likely to know you're celebrated till you're dead. But if you will live in London, your only chance is to remain obscure." "There are in London at this moment," he continued, "about 1,000 celebrated authors. There are, I imagine, about 50 distinct circles where they meet. 50 distinct hells where they're bound to meet each other. Hells where they're driven round and round, meeting each other. Steaming hells where they sit stewing in each other's sweat." "Don't, George," cried Nina. "Loathsome hells where they swarm and squirm and wriggle in and out of each other. sanguinary, murderous hells, where they're all tearing at each other's throats. How can you hope? How can you possibly hope to do anything original if you're constantly breathing that atmosphere? Horrid, used-up air that authors, beasts, have breathed over and over and over again. As if, said Nina, we weren't authors. My dear Nina, nobody would think it of us. Nobody would have thought it of Jinny if she hadn't gone and got celebrated. Well, you'll be celebrated yourself some day. I shall be dead, said he. I shan't know anything about it. At this point, Prothero, with an exquisite vagueness, stated that he wanted to get work on a paper. He was not, he intimated, looking to his poems to keep him. On the contrary, he would have to keep them. Tanqueray wondered if he realized how disastrous, how ruinous they were. He had no doubt about Nina's poet, but there were poets and poets. There were dubious, delicate splendors, forever trembling on the verge of immortality. And there were the infrequent, enormous stars that wheel on immeasurable orbits, so distant that they seem of all transitory things most transitory. Prothero was one of these. There was not much chance for him in his generation. His poems were too portentously inspired. They were the poems of a saint, a seer, an exile from life and time. He stood alone on the ultimate untrodden shores, watching strange tides and the courses of unknown worlds. On any reasonable calculation, he could not hope to make himself heard for half a century, if then. There was something about him alien and terrible, inaccessibly divine. The form of his poems was uncouth, almost ugly. Their harmonies, stupendous and unforeseen, struck the ear with the shock of discord. It was, of course, absurd that he should want work on a paper. Still more absurd that he should think, or that Nina should think, that Tanqueray could get it for him. He didn't, it appeared, expect anybody to get it for him. He just wrote things, things that he thought were adequately imbecile, and shot them into letterboxes. As to what became of them, Tanqueray had never seen anybody more unsolicitous, more reckless of the dark event. He went away with Prothero's poems in his pocket. Nina followed him and held him on the doorstep. "You do believe in him," she said. "What's the good of my believing in him? I can't help him. I can't help myself. He's got to wait, Nina, like the rest of us. It won't hurt him." "It will. He can't wait, George. He's desperately poor. You must do something." "What can I do?" "There are things," she said, "that people always do." I could offer him a £5 note, but he wouldn't take it. No, he wouldn't take it. You can do better than that. You can get him to meet that man of yours. What man? That magazine man, Brodrick. He laughed. Considering that I all but did for him in his magazine. Brodrick's Jane Holland's man, not mine, you know. Have you told Jane about Prothero? No. A faint flame leaped in her face and died. "You'd better," he said. "She can do anything with Brodrick. She could even make him take a poem. Why didn't you ask Prothero to meet her?" "I haven't seen her for 6 months." "Is that your fault or hers?" "Neither." "He's had to wait, then, 6 months." There was no escaping his diabolical lucidity. "Go and see her at once," he went on, "and take Prothero. That's more to the point, you know, than his seeing me. Jinny is a powerful person, and then she has a way with her." Again the flame leaped in her face and died slowly as under torture. "Even Laura can do more for him than I. She knows people on papers. Take him to see Laura." He was backing out of the doorway. "It was you," she said, "that he wanted to see. I promised him." Her face, haggard, restless with the quivering of her agonized nerves, was as a wild book for him to read. He was sorry for her torture. He lingered. "I'd go and speak to Brodrick to-morrow, only he loathes the sight of me, and I can't blame him, poor devil." "It's no matter," she said. "I'll write to Jane Holland." "Do. She'll get him work on Brodrick's paper." He went away, meditating on Nina and her medical surgical poet. She would have to write to Jinny now. But she wouldn't take him to see her. She was determined to keep him to herself. That was why none of them had seen anything of Nina for 6 months. There was, he came back to it again, something very murky about Nina. And Nina, with her murkiness, was manifestly in love with this spiritual, this mystical young man. So amazing was the part set her in the mortal comedy. He would give a good deal to know what Prothero thought of Nina. Prothero could have told him that he thought of Nina as he thought of his own youth. He was of her mother's race and from her country of the Marches. He knew more about Nina than Tanqueray had ever known. He knew the Lemprieres, a family of untamed hereditary wildness. He knew Nina as the survival of a hereditary doom, a tragedy untiring, relentless, repeated year after year and foreseen with a terrible certainty. He knew that it had left her with her bare genius, her temperament, and her nerves. It was of all things most improbable that he should be here in London, lodged in one room, with only the bare boards of it between him and Nina Lempriere. The improbability of it struck Nina as she went to and fro in the inner room, preparing their supper. There had been no acquaintance between her and young Prothero, the medical student. If their ways met, it was only by accident, at long intervals, and always, she remembered, out of doors on her mountains. They used to pass each other with eyes unseeing, fixed in their own dream. That was 15 years ago. In all that time she had not seen him. He had drawn her now by his shyness, his horror of other people, his perfect satisfaction in their solitary communion. Virgin from his wild places, he had told her that she was the only woman he was not afraid of. He had attached himself to her manifestly, persistently, with the fidelity of a wild thing won by sheer absence of pursuit. She had let him come and go, violently aware of him, but seeming unaware. He would sit for hours in her room, reading while she wrote, forgetting that upstairs his fire was dying in the grate. He had embraced poverty like a saint. He regarded it as the blessed state of every man who desired to obey his own genius at all costs. He was all right, he said. He had lived on rice in the jungle. He could live on rice at a pinch now. And he could publish his poems if he got work on the papers. On this point Nina found him engagingly, innocently open to suggestion. She had suggested a series of articles on the problem of the East. He had written the articles, but in such a style and in such a spirit that no editor had as yet dared to publish them. It was possible that he would have a chance with Brodrick, who was braver than other editors. Brodrick was his one chance. She would have suggested his meeting Brodrick, but that the way to Brodrick lay through Jane Holland. She remembered that the gods had thrust Jane Holland between her and George Tanqueray, and she was determined that they should put no woman between her and Owen Prothero. She had taken possession of him, and she meant to keep him to herself. The supreme, irresistible temptation was to keep him to herself. It dominated her desire to serve his interests. But she had not refused him when he owned shyly that he would like to see George Tanqueray, the only living writer, he maintained, who had any passion for truth, any sweep, any clearness of vision. It was Tanqueray with that passion, that diabolical lucidity, that vision of his, who had made her realize the baseness of her secrecy. She had no right to keep Owen to herself. He was too valuable. His innocence had given a sting to her remorse. He had remained so completely satisfied with what she had done for him, so wholly unaware of having been kept obscure when celebrity was possible. Things came, he seemed to say, or they didn't come. If you were wise, you waited. With his invincible patience, he was waiting now, in her room upstairs, standing before the bookcase with his back to the door. He stood absolutely still, his head and shoulders bowed over the book he was manifestly not reading. In this attitude he had an air of masterly indifference to time, of not caring how long he waited, being habituated to extravagant expenditure of moments and of days. Absorbed in some inward and invisible act, he was unaware of Nina as she entered. She called him to the supper she had made ready for him. He swung round, returning as it were from an immense distance, and followed her. He was hungry, and she had a fierce maternal joy in seeing him eat. It was after supper that they talked, as they sat by the window in the outer room, looking at the river, a river of night, lamp-starred. Nina began it. "Owen," she said, "how did George Tanqueray strike you?" He paused before he spoke. "I think," he said, "I never in my life saw anybody more on the lookout. It's terrible, that prowling genius, always ready to spring." "I know," she said. "He sees everything." "No, Nina, he doesn't. He's a man whose genius has made away with one half of his capacity for seeing. That's his curse. If your eyes are incessantly looking out, they lose the power of looking in." "And yet he's the only really great psychologist we've got, he and Jane Holland." "Yes, as they go, your psychologists. Tanqueray sees so much inside other people that he can't see inside himself. What's worse, I shouldn't think he'd see far inside the people who really touch him. It comes of perpetually looking away. You don't know him. How can you tell?" "Because I never look away." "Can you see what's going on inside me?" "Sometimes. I don't always look." "Can you help looking?" "Of course you can." "You may look. I don't think I mind your looking. Why," she asked abruptly, "don't I mind?" Her voice had an accent that betrayed her. "Because there's nothing inside you that you're ashamed of." She reddened with shame, shame of the fierce, base instinct that had made her keep him to herself. She knew that nothing escaped him. He had the keen, comprehending eyes of the physician who knows the sad secrets of the body, and he had other eyes that saw inward, that held and drew to confession the terrified, reluctant soul. She had an intense longing to throw herself at his feet in confession. "Yes," she said, "but there are things. And yet—" He stopped her. "Nothing, Nina, if you really knew yourself." "Owen, it's not that. It's not because I don't know myself. It's because I know you. I know that whatever there might be in me, whatever I did, however low I sank, if I could sink, your charity would be there to hold me up. And it wouldn't be your charity either. I couldn't stand your charity. It wouldn't even be understanding. You don't understand me. It would be some knowledge of me that I couldn't have myself, that nobody but you could have. As if whatever you saw, you'd say, 'That isn't really Nina.' I should say, 'That's really Nina, so it's all right.'" She paused, brooding on the possibilities he saw, that he was bound to see, if he saw anything. Did he, she wondered, really see what was in her? Her hidden shames and insanities, the course of the wild blood that he knew must flow from all the Lemprieres to her. She lived, to be sure, the life of an ascetic, and took it out in dreams. Yet he must see how her savage, solitary passion clung to him and would not let go. Did he see, and yet did he not condemn her? "Owen," she said suddenly, "do you mind seeing?" "Sometimes I hate it. These aren't the things, you know, I want to see." She lowered her eyes. Her nervous hand moved slowly to and fro along the window sill, measuring her last words. "What do you want to see?" He rose to his feet and looked at her. At her, not through her, and she wondered, had he seen enough? It was as if he withdrew himself before some thought that stirred in her, menacing to peace. "I can't tell you," he said. "I can't talk about it." Then she knew what he meant. He was thinking of his vision of God. He could not speak of it to her. She had never known him. This soul with which her own claimed kindred was hidden from her by all the veils of heaven. "I know," she said. "Only tell me one thing. Was that what you went out to India and Central Africa to see?" That drew him. "No. I went out not to see it. To get away from it. I meant to give things their chance. That's why I went in for medicine. I wasn't going to shirk. I wanted to be a man. Not a long-haired, weedy thing in a soft hat." "Was it any good?" "Yes. I proved the unreality of things. I proved it up to the hilt, and I didn't shirk." "But you wanted to escape all the time." "I didn't escape. I couldn't. I couldn't catch cholera or plague or sleeping sickness. I couldn't catch anything." "You tried?" "Oh yes. I gave myself a chance. That was only fair. But it was no use. I couldn't even get frightened." "Owen, some people would say you were morbid." "No, they wouldn't. They'd say I was mad. They will say it when I publish those poems." Did you mind my showing them to George Tanqueray? No, but it's no use. Nobody knows my name. May I show them to Jane Holland? Show them to anyone you like. It'll be no use either. Owen, does it never occur to you that any human being can be of use? No. He considered the point. No, I can't say it ever does. He stood before her, wrapped in his dream, removed from her, utterly forgetful. She had her moment of pain in contemplating him. He saw it in her face and, as it were, came back to her. Don't imagine, he said, that I don't know what you've done, now that I do know you. She turned almost in anger. I've done nothing. You don't know me. She added, I am going to write to Jane Holland. When he had left her, she sat a long while by the window, brooding on the thing that had happened to her a second time. She had fallen in love, fallen with the fatality of the Lemprieres and with the fine precipitate sweep of her own genius. And she had let herself go, with the recklessness of a woman unaware of her genius for loving, with a superb innocence, too, of all spontaneous forces. Owen's nature had disarmed her of all subterfuges, all ordinary defences of her sex. They were absurd in dealing with a creature so remote and disembodied. She knew that in his way, his remote and disembodied way, he cared for her. She knew that in whatever place he held her, she was alone there. She was the only woman for whom as yet he had cared. His way was not Tanqueray's way. It was a way that kept her safe. She had sworn that there were to be no more George Tanquerays, and there were none. She had done with that. Not but that she was afraid of Owen. She had taken possession of him in fear, a secret unallowed possession, a holding with hands invisible, intangible. For she had wisdom, the sad wisdom of the frustrate. It and the insight of her genius told her that Owen would not endure a tie less spiritual than friendship. She knew George Tanqueray's opinion of her. He was justified. But though she sacrificed so far to spirit, it was her flesh and blood that shrank from the possible communion of Owen Prothero and Jane Holland. For Jinny, as Tanqueray said, had a way with her, and she knew Jinny's way. Jinny would take Owen Prothero from her as she had taken George, not deliberately, not because she wanted to, but because she was Jinny and had a way. Besides, Jane could do for him what she with her bare genius could not do, and that thought was insupportable to Nina. Yesterday she had been everything to him. Tomorrow Jane would be as much or more. And there were other women. They would be as ready as she to take possession. They would claim his friendship, and more than she had claimed, as the reward of having recognized him. There was no reason why she should give Owen up and hand him over to them. And this was what she would do if she wrote that letter to Jane Holland. She rose and went to her desk and wrote it. End of chapter 21. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 22 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 22. Jane answered at once. If Nina would bring Prothero to Kensington on Friday at 4:00, he would meet Hugh Brodrick. But Prothero refused to be taken anywhere. He would not go hanging about women's drawing rooms. It was the sort of thing, he said, that did you harm. He wanted to hold on to what he'd got. It was tricky. It came and went. It was all he could do to hold on to it. And if he got mixed up with women, he was done for. Of course, he was profoundly grateful. Nina assured Jane that Mr. Prothero was profoundly grateful. But he was, she said, a youth of an untamable shyness. He was happy in an Indian jungle or an African swamp, but civilized interiors seemed to sadden him. She therefore proposed that Tanqueray, who had the manuscript, should read it to an audience chosen with absolute discretion. 2 or 3 people, not a horrid crowd. For the poems, she warned her fairly, were all about God, and nowadays people didn't care about God. Owen Prothero didn't seem to care much about anything else. It was bound, she said, to handicap him. Jane consented. After all, the poems were the thing. For audience she proposed Hugh Brodrick, Caro Bickersteth, Laura, and Arnott Nicholson. Dear Nicky, who really was an angel, could appreciate people who were very far from appreciating him. He knew a multitude of little men on papers, men who write you up if they take a fancy to you, and go about singing your praises everywhere. Nicky himself, if strongly moved to it, might sing. Nicky was a good idea, and there was Laura, who also wrote for the papers. The reading was fixed for Friday at 4:00. Tanqueray, who detested readings, had overcome his repugnance for Prothero's sake. His letter to Jane was one fiery eulogy of the poet. Brodrick and the others had accepted the unique invitation, Laura gunning provisionally. She would come like a shot if she could get off, she said, but things were going badly at the moment. Laura, however, was the first to arrive. "Who is this man of Nina's?" said she. "I don't know, my dear. I never heard of him till the other day." She showed her Nina's letter. Laura's face was sullen. It indicated that things were going very badly indeed, that Laura was at the end of her tether. "But why God?" was her profane comment. "Because, I imagine, he believes in him." Laura declared that it was more than she did. She preferred not to believe in him after the things that had been done to Papa. Her arraignment of the cosmic order was cut short by the arrival of George Tanqueray. Nina appeared next. She was followed by Hugh Brodrick and by Caro Bickersteth. Nicky came last of all. He greeted Jane a little mournfully. It was impossible for Nicky to banish altogether from his manner the delicate reproach he felt, impossible not to be alive to the atrocious irony that brought him here to be, as Jane said, an angel, to sit and listen to this fellow Prothero. He understood that they were all there to do something for Prothero. Brodrick had been brought solely for that purpose. Tanqueray too, and Miss Bickersteth and Miss Gunning and he. Jane Holland was always asking him to do things, and she had never done anything for him. There was Brodrick's magazine that he had never got into. Jane Holland had only got to speak to Brodrick, only got to say to him that Arnott Nicholson was a rather fine poet, and the thing was done. It was a small thing, and an easy thing for her to do. It was not so much that he wanted her to do things. He even now shrank in his delicacy from the bare idea of her doing them. For all his little palpitating ambition, Nicky shrank. What hurt him was the unavoidable inference he drew. When a woman cares for a man, she does not doom him to obscurity by her silence, and Jane least of all women. He knew her. He knew what she had done for Tanqueray because she cared. And now she was going to do things for Owen Prothero. Nicky sat dejected in the sorrow of this thought. Brodrick also was oppressed. He was thinking of his magazine. It had been saved by Jane Holland, but he was aware that at this rate it could also be ruined by her. He knew what he was there for. He could see with the terrible foreknowledge of the editor that Prothero was to be pressed on him. He was to take him up as he had taken up Tanqueray. And from all that he had heard of Prothero, he very much doubted whether he could afford to take him up. It was becoming a serious problem what he could afford. Levine was worrying him. Levine was insisting on concessions to the public, on popular articles, on politics. He had threatened, if his views were disregarded, to withdraw his financial cooperation, and Brodrick realized that he could not as yet afford to do without Levine. He might have to refuse to take Prothero up, and he hated to refuse Jane Holland anything. As for Laura, she continued in her sullenness, anticipating with resentment the assault about to be made upon her soul. And Jane, who knew what passed in Brodrick's mind, was downcast in her turn. She did not want Brodrick to think that she was making use of him, that she was always trying to get at him. Tanqueray, a transformed, oblivious Tanqueray, had unrolled the manuscript. They grouped themselves for the reading. Nina on a corner of the sofa, Jane lying back in the other corner, Laura looking at Tanqueray over Nina's shoulder with her chair drawn close beside her. Nicholson and Brodrick on other chairs opposite the sofa, where they could look at Jane. It was to this audience that Tanqueray first read young Prothero's poems of the vision of God. to Laura, who didn't believe in God, to Jane, absorbed in her embarrassments, to Nina, tortured by many passions, to Hugh Brodrick, bearing visibly the financial burden of his magazine, to Caro Bickersteth, dubious and critical, to Nicky, struggling with the mean hope that Prothero might not prove so very good. They heard of the haunting of the divine lover, of the soul's mortal terror, of the divine pursuit, of the flight and the hiding of the soul, of its crying out in its terror, of its finding, of the divine consummation, of its eternal vision and possession of God. Nicky's admirable judgment told him that as a competitive poet he was dished by Prothero. He maintained his attitude of extreme depression. His eyes, fixed on Jane, were now startled out of their agony into a sudden wonder at Prothero, now clouded again as Nicky manifestly said to himself, dished, dished, dished. He was dished by Prothero, dished by Tanqueray, reduced to sitting there like an angel, conquering his desire, sublimely renouncing. Brodrick's head was bowed forward on his chest. His eyes, under his lowering brows, looked up at Jane's, gathering from them her judgment of Owen Prothero. Prothero's case defied all rule and precedent, and Brodrick was not prepared with a judgment of his own. Now and then a gleam of comprehension caught from Jane illuminated his face and troubled it. He showed, not as a happy creature of the flesh, but as a creature of the flesh made uncontent, divinely pierced by the sharp flame of the spirit. It was so that Jane saw him once, when his persistent gaze drew hers for an inconsiderable moment. Now and then, at a pause in the reader's voice, Brodrick sighed heavily and shifted his position. Nina leaned back as she listened, propping her exhausted body, her soul surrendered as ever to the violent rapture, caught now and carried away into a place beyond pain, beyond dreams, beyond desire. And Laura, who did not believe in God, Laura sat motionless, her small insurgent being stilled to the imperceptible rhythm of her breath. Over her face there passed strange lights, strange tremors, a strange softening of the small indomitable mouth. It was more than ever the face of a child, of a flower, of all things innocent and open. But her eyes were the eyes of a soul whom vision makes suddenly mature. They stared at Tanqueray without seeing him, held by the divine thing they saw. She still sat so, while Brodrick and Nicholson, like men released, came forward and congratulated the novelist as on some achievement of his own. They did it briefly, restrained by the silence that his voice had sunk into. Everybody's nerves were tense, troubled by the vibrating passage of the supersensual. The discussion that followed was spasmodic and curt. Nicky charged into the silence with a voice of violent affirmation. "He is great," said poor Nicky. "Too great," said Brodrick, "for the 20th century." Nina reminded him that the 20th century had only just begun, and Jane remarked that it hadn't done badly since it had begun with him. Laura said nothing, but as they parted outside in the square she turned eastwards with Nina. "Does he really mind seeing people?" she said. "It depends," said Nina. "He's seen George." "Would he mind your bringing him to see me some day? I want to know him." Nina's face drew back as if Laura had struck her. Its haggard, smitten look spoke as if Nina had spoken. "What do you want to know him for?" it said. "He hasn't got to be seen," said Nina herself, savagely. She was overwrought. "He's got to be heard. You've heard him." "It's because I've heard him that I want to see him." Nina paused in her ferocious stride and glanced at the little thing. The small face of her friend had sunk from its ecstasy to its sullen suffering, its despondency, its doubt. Nina was stung by compassion. "Do you want to see him very much?" she said. "I wouldn't ask you if I didn't." "All right. You shall. I'll make him come." End of chapter 22. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 23 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 23. Within a fortnight of that reading, Prothero received a letter from George Tanqueray. It briefly told him that the lady whom he had refused to meet had prevailed upon her publishers to bring out his poems in the autumn at their own and not Prothero's expense. How the miracle had been worked he couldn't conceive, and Tanqueray was careful to leave him unenlightened. It had been simply a stock instance of Jinny's way. Jinny, whose affairs were in Tanqueray's hands, had been meditating an infidelity to Messrs. Molyneux, by whom Tanqueray vehemently assured her she had been, and always would be, had. They had had her this time by the sacrificial ardour with which they soared to her suggestion that Mr. Prothero should be published. Miss Holland must, they urged, be aware that Mr. Prothero had been rejected by every other firm in London. They were sure that she realized the high danger of their enterprise, and that she appreciated the purity of their enthusiasm. The poems were, as she knew, so extraordinary that Mr. Prothero had not one chance in 1,000, even with the small public that read poetry. Still, they were giving Mr. Prothero his fractional opportunity because of their enthusiasm and their desire to serve Miss Holland. They understood that Miss Holland was thinking of leaving them. They would not urge her to remain, but they hoped that for her own sake she would reconsider it. Jane had reconsidered it and had remained. "You understand clearly, Jinny," Tanqueray had said, "that you're paying for Prothero's poems." To that Jinny had replied, "It's what I wanted to do and there wasn't any other way." Owen Prothero could no longer say that nobody knew his name. His innocence was unaware of the secret processes by which names are made and unmade. But he had gathered from Nina that her friends had created for him a rumour and reputation which he persistently refused to incarnate by his presence among them. He said he wanted to preserve his innocence. Tanqueray's retirement was not more superb or more indignant. Tanqueray had been fortuitously and infrequently met. But nobody met Prothero anywhere. Even Jane Holland, the authentic fount of rumour, had not met him. It was hard on Jane that she who was, as she piteously pleaded, the prey of all the destroyers, should not be allowed a sight of this incomparable creator. But she respected the divine terror that kept Nina's unlicked Celt outside women's drawing rooms. She understood, however, that he was to be seen, and seen more often than not, at Tanqueray's rooms in Torrington Square. Tanqueray's wife did not count. She was not the sort of woman Prothero could be afraid of, and she was guiltless of having any drawing room. Jane remembered that it was a long time since she had seen Tanqueray's wife. One afternoon, about 5 o'clock, she called in Torrington Square. She approached the house in some anxiety, afraid of seeing the unhappy little face of Tanqueray's wife looking out of the ground floor window. But Rose was not at the window. The curtains were drawn across, obviously for the purpose of concealing Rose. A brougham waited before the door. Jane, as she entered, had a sense of secrecy and disturbance in the house. There was secrecy and disturbance, too, in the manner of the little shabby maid who told her that the doctor was in there with Mrs. Tanqueray. She was going away when Tanqueray came out of the sitting room where the doctor was. "Don't go, Jinny," he said. She searched his face. "Oh, George, is anything the matter?" He raised his eyebrows. His moustache tilted with them, upwards. She recognized the gesture with which he put disagreeable things away from him. "Oh, dear me, no," he said. "May I see her afterwards?" "Of course you may see her. But," he smiled, "if you'll come upstairs you'll see Prothero." She followed him to the room on the top floor, his refuge, pitched high above Rose and her movements and her troubles. He paused at the door. "He may thank his stars, Jinny, that he came across Nina instead of you. You think I'd better keep clear of him?" "No, I think he'd better keep clear of you." "George, is he really there?" "Yes, he's there all right. He's caught. He's trapped. He can't get away from you." "I won't," she said. "It's dishonourable." He laughed and they went in. The poet was sitting in Tanqueray's low chair, facing them. He rose at some length as they entered, and she discerned in his eyes the instinct of savage flight. She herself would have turned and fled, but for the singularity of such precipitance. She was afraid before this shyness of the unlicked Celt, of the wild creature trapped and caught unaware by the guile she judged dishonourable. Tanqueray had hardly introduced them before he was called off to the doctor. He must leave them, he said, to each other. They did not talk. They sat in an odd, intuitive silence, a silence that had no awkwardness and no embarrassment. It was intimate, rather, and vividly revealing. You would have said, coming upon them there, that they had agreed upon this form of communion and enjoyed it. It gave her leisure in which to take him more securely in. Her gaze was obliquely attentive to his face, rugged and battered by travel, sallow now where it had once been bronze. She saw that his soul had passed through strange climates. It was borne in on her, as they continued in their silence, that she knew something about him, something certain and terrible, something that must, ultimately and inevitably, happen to him. She caught herself secretly defining it. Tuberculosis, that was it. That was the certain and inevitable thing. Of course, anybody would have seen it. That she had not seen it at the first glance she attributed to the enchantment of his personality that held her from any immediate consideration of his singular physique. If it were not indeed his own magnificent oblivion. When she looked she could see how lean he was, how insufficiently nourished. His clothes hung on him in folds, they were worn to an incredible shabbiness. Yet he carried them with an indomitable distinction. He had the grace in flank and limb of the wild thing made swift by hunger. Her seeing all this now made their silence unendurable. It also suggested the thing she at last said. " I'm distressed about Mrs. Tanqueray. I hope it's nothing serious." Prothero's face was serious, more serious by far than Tanqueray's had been. " Too much contemplation," he said, " is bad for her. She isn't cut out for a contemplative, though she's in a fair way of becoming a saint, and " she filled in his blank, " and a martyr. What can you expect when a man mates like that?" " It's natural," she pleaded. " Natural ? It's one of the most unnatural marriages I've ever come across. It's a crime against nature for a man like Tanqueray to have taken that poor little woman, who is nature pure and simple, and condemn her to " She drew back visibly. " I know. He doesn't see it," she said. " He doesn't see anything. He doesn't even know she's there. How can he? His genius runs to flesh and blood, and he hasn't room for any more of it outside his own imagination. That's where you are with your great realists." She gazed at him astonished, admiring. This visionary, this poet so estranged from flesh and blood, had put his finger on the fact. " You mean," she said, " a visionary would see more?" He shrugged his shoulders at her reference. He would have more room, he said. That would be all. He could at any rate afford to take more risks. They were silent again. " I believe," he said presently, " somebody's coming. I shall have to go." Jane turned her head. The sounds he heard so distinctly were inaudible to her. They proved to be footsteps on the staircase, footsteps that could never have been Rose's nor yet Tanqueray's. They paused heavily at the door. Someone was standing there, breathing. A large woman entered very slowly, and Jane arrived, also slowly, at the conclusion that it must be Mrs. Eldred, George's wife's aunt. Mrs. Eldred acknowledged her presence and Prothero's by a vague movement of respect. It was not till Prothero had gone that she admitted that she would be glad to take a chair. She explained that she was Rose's aunt, and that she had never been up them stairs before and found them tryin'. Jane expressed sorrow for that fact and for Rose's illness. Mrs. Eldred sighed an expository sigh. " She's frettin' and she's worritin'. She's worritin' about him. It ain't natural, that life he leads, and it's tellin' on her." " Something's telling on her." Mrs. Eldred leaned forward and lowered her voice. " It 's this way, miss. He is n't properly a husband to her." " You should n't say that, Mrs. Eldred. He 's very fond of her." " Fond of her, I dare say he may be. But he neglects her." " You should n't say that either." " Well, miss, I can't help sayin' it. What else is it when he shuts himself up with his writin' all day long and half the night, and she a settin' and a frettin'?" She looked round the room, apparently recognizing with resentment the scene of Tanqueray's perpetual infidelity. " But," said Jane, " he 'd be away as much if he was in business." " If he was in business there 'd be the evenin's to look forward to." and there'd be his Saturdays and Sundays. As it is, what is there for her to look forward to? At any rate, she knows he's there. It's knowing that he's there what does it. It's not as if she had a house to look after or a little baby to take her mind off of him. No, it isn't. A sound of yapping came faintly up from the ground floor. "That's Joey," said Mrs. Eldred tearfully. "Her Pom, as she was so fond of. I brought him. And I brought Minnie, too." "Minnie?" Jane had not heard of Minnie. "The cat, miss. They'll keep her company. It's but right as she should have 'em." Jane assented warmly that it was but right. "It's not," Mrs. Eldred continued, "as if she came regular, say once in a week, to see her uncle and me. She'll go to Camden Town and set with that poor old Mr. Gunning. Give Rose any one that's ill. But what is that but settin'? And now, you see, with settin' she's ill. It's all very well when you're brought up to it, but she isn't. Rose 'd be well if she'd had a house and did the work in it. And he won't let her have it. He won't hear of her working, he says." "Well, naturally, he wouldn't like to see his wife working." "Then, miss, he should have married a lady as wouldn't want to work. That's what he should have done. We were always against it from the first, her uncle and me was, but they was set, being young like." Mrs. Eldred's voice ceased suddenly as Tanqueray entered. Jane abstained from all observation of their greeting. She was aware of an unnatural suavity in Tanqueray's manner. He carried it so far as to escort Mrs. Eldred all the way down to the ground floor sitting room where Rose was. He returned with considerable impetus to Jane. "Well, Jinny, so you've seen my aunt-in-law?" "I have," said Jinny contumaciously, "and I like her." "What do you think? She's brought a dog on a chain and a beast of a cat in a basket." Jinny abstained from sympathy, and Tanqueray grew grave. "I wish I knew what was the matter with Rose," he said. "She doesn't seem to get much better. The doctor swears it's only liver, but he's a silly ass." "Tanks, there's nothing the matter, really, except the poor little bird wants to build its nest. It wants sticks and straws and feathers and things." "Do you mean I've got to go and find a beastly house?" "Let her go and find it." "I would in a minute, only I'm so hard up." "Of course you'll be hard up if you go on living in rooms like this." "That's what she says. But when she talks about a house, she means that she'll do all the work in it." "Why not?" said Jane. "Why not? I married her because I wasn't going to have her worked to death in that damned lodging house of her uncle's." "You married her because you loved her," said Jane quietly. "Well, of course. And I'm not going to let my wife cook my dinner and make my bed and empty my slops. How can I?" "She'll die if you don't, George." "Die?" "She'll get horribly ill. She's ill now because she can't run about and sweep and dust and cook dinners. She's dying for love of all the beautiful things you won't let her have. Pots and pans and carpet sweepers and besoms. You don't want her to die of an unhappy passion for a besom." "I don't want to see her with a besom." Jane pleaded. "She'd look so pretty with it, George. Just think how pretty she'd look in a little house playing with a carpet sweeper." "On her knees, scrubbing the kitchen floor?" "You'd have a woman in to scrub." "Carrying the coals?" "You'd carry the coals, George." "Oh, by Jove, I never thought of that. I suppose I could." He pondered. "You see," he said, "she wants to live at Hampstead." "You can't cut her off from her own people." "I'm not cutting her off. She goes to see them." "She'll go to see them if you live at Hampstead. If you live here, they'll come and see you. For she'll be ill and they'll have to." Tanqueray looked at her not without admiration. "Jinny, you're 10 times cleverer than I." "In some things, Tanks, I am. And so is that wife of yours." "She's very sensible. I suppose it's sensible to be in love with a carpet sweeper." She shook her head at him. "Much more sensible than being in love with you." His eyes evaded her. She rose. "Oh, Tanks, you goose. Can't you see that it's you she's in love with? And that's why she must have a carpet sweeper?" With that she left him. He followed her to the doorstep where he turned abruptly from her departure. Rose in the sitting room was kneeling by the hearth where she had just set a saucer of milk. With one hand she was loosening very gently from her shoulder the claws of Minnie the cat, who clung to her breast scrambling with the passion and desperation of its kind. Her other hand restrained with a soft caressing movement Joey's approaches to the saucer. Joey, though trembling with excitement, sat fascinated, obedient to her gesture. Joey was puny and hairless as ever, but in Rose's face as she looked at him there was a flush of maternal tenderness and gravity. A slightly sallow tinge under its sudden bloom told how Rose had suffered from the sedentary life. All this Tanqueray saw as he entered. It held him on the threshold, unmoved by the rushing assault and lacerating bark of the little dog who resented his intrusion. Rose got up and came to him, lifting a frightened, pleading face. "Oh, George," she said, "don't make me send them away. Let me keep them." "I suppose you must keep them if you want them." "I never said I wanted them. Aunt would bring them. She thought they'd be something to occupy my mind like." Tanqueray smiled, in spite of his gentleness, at the absurd idea of Rose having a mind. Rose made a little sound in her throat like a laugh. She had not laughed, she had hardly smiled for many months now. "The doctor, he's fair pleased. He says I'll have to go out walkin' now for Joey's sake." Poor Joey. He stooped and stroked the little animal, who stood on ridiculous hind legs, straining to lick his hand. "His hair doesn't come on, Rose." "It hasn't been brushed proper. You should brush a Pom's hair backwards." "Of course. And it hasn't been brushed backwards. He can bark all right, anyhow. There's nothing wrong with his lungs." "He won't bark at you no more now he knows you." She leaned her face to the furry head on her shoulder, and he recognized Minnie by the strange pattern of his back and tail. Minnie was not beautiful. "It's Minnie," she said. "You used to like Minnie." It struck him with something like a pang that she held him like a child at her breast. She saw his look and smiled up at him. "I may keep him too?" At that he kissed her. By the end of that evening Tanqueray had not written a word. He could only turn over the pages of his manuscript in wonder at the mechanical industry that had covered so much paper with such awful quantities of ink. Here and there he recognized a phrase, and then he was aware, very miserably aware, that the thing was his masterpiece. He wondered, and with agony, how on earth he was going to finish it if they came about him like this and destroyed his peace. It wasn't the idea of the house. The house was bad enough. The house indeed was abominable. It was Rose. It was more than Rose. It was everything. It was the touch, the intimate, unendurable strain and pressure of life. It was all very well for Prothero to talk. His genius was safe. It was indestructible. It had the immunity of the transcendent. It worked not in flesh and blood, but in a divine material. Whatever Prothero did, it remained unmoved, untroubled by the impact of mortality. Prothero could afford his descents, his immersions in the stuff of life. He, Tanqueray, could not, for life was the stuff he worked in. To immerse himself was suicidal. It was the dyer plunging into his own vat. Because his genius was a thing of flesh and blood was the danger always at its threshold, the enemy in its house. For the same reason it was sufficient to itself. It fulfilled the functions. It enjoyed the excitements and the satisfactions of sense. It reproduced reality so infallibly, so solidly, so completely, that it took reality's place. It made him unconscious of his wife's existence and of the things that went on beneath him in the ground floor sitting room. Yet he was not, and had never been, indifferent to life itself. He approached it not with precaution or prejudice or any cold discretion, but with the supreme restraint of passion, on guard against its own violence. If he had given himself to it, what a grip it would have had on him! What a terrible, destructive grip! If, say, he had found his mate, if he had married a woman who, exulting in life, would have drawn him into it. Rose had not drawn him in. She had done nothing assailing and destructive. She was, in some respects, the most admirable wife a man bent on solitude could have selected. The little thing had never got in his way. She was no longer disturbing to the intellect, nor agitating to the heart. And she satisfied sufficiently the infrequent craving of his senses. Up till now, he would hardly have known that he was married. It had been so easy to ignore her. But today she had been forced on his attention. The truth about Rose had been presented to him very plainly and boldly by Prothero, by the doctor, by Mrs. Eldred and by Jane. It was the same naked truth that in his novels he himself presented with the utmost plainness and boldness to the British public. His genius knew no other law but truth to nature, trust in nature, unbroken fidelity to nature. And now it was nature that arraigned his genius for its frustration of her purposes in Rose. His genius had made Rose the victim of its own incessant, inextinguishable lust and impulse to create. 11 o'clock struck and he had not written a line. Through his window he heard the front door open, and Rose's little feet on the pavement, and Rose's voice calling into the darkness her old call, "Puss, puss, puss, Minnie, min, min, Minnie, puss, puss, puss." He sighed. He had realized for the first time that he was married. End of chapter 23. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 24 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 24. Nina kept her promise, although Prothero protested that he saw no reason why he should be taken to see Laura Gunning. He was told that he need not be afraid of Laura. She was too small, Nina said, to do him any harm. Refusing to go and see Laura was like refusing to go and see a sick child. Ultimately, with extreme unwillingness, he consented. Laura was the poorest of them all, and she lived on a top floor in Albert Street, Camden Town, under desperate restrictions of time and space. For she had a family, and the peculiarity and the awkwardness of Laura's family was that it was always there. She spoke of it briefly as Papa. It was 4 years now since Mr. Gunning's sunstroke and his bankruptcy. For 4 years his mind had been giving way, very slowly and softly, and now he was living, without knowing it, on what Laura wrote. Nobody but Laura knew what heavy odds she fought against, struggling to bring her diminutive talent to perfection. Poverty was always putting temptation in her way. She knew that she had chosen the most expensive and the least remunerative form of her delightful art. She knew that there were things she could do, concessions she could make, sacrifices, 1,000 facile extensions of the limit, 1,000 imponderable infidelities to the perfection she adored. But they were sins, and though poverty pinched her for it, she had never committed one of them. And yet Laura was cruel to her small genius. It was delicate, and she drove it with all the strength of her hard, indomitable will. She would turn it on to any rough journalistic work that came to her hand. It had not yet lost its beauty and its freshness, but it was threatened. They were beginning, Nina said, to wonder how long Laura would hold out. It was not poverty that had wrecked her. She could bear that. Poverty had been good to her. It had put her woman's talent to the test, justifying its existence, proving it a marketable thing. She rejoiced in her benign adversity, and, woman-like, she hated herself for rejoicing. For there was always the thought that if she had not been cursed, as to her talent, with this perverse instinct for perfection, Papa would not have had to live as he did live miserably on a top floor in Camden Town. It was May, and the keen light raked her room, laying its bareness still more bare. It was furnished, Laura's room, with an extreme austerity. There was a little square of blue drugget under the deal table that stood against the wall, and one green serge curtain at each window. There was a cupboard and an easy-chair for Mr. Gunning on one side of the fireplace next the window. On the other, the dark side, was Laura's writing table with a bookshelf above it. Another bookshelf faced the fireplace, that was all. Here, for 3 years, Laura had worked, hardly ever alone, and hardly ever in silence, except when the old man dozed in the easy-chair. Some rooms, however disguised by their furniture, have a haunted air, an atmosphere of spiritual joy or tragedy, nobility or holiness, or spiritual squalor. Ghostly fragments, torn portions of the manifold self, are lodged there. They drift forever and ever between the four walls of the room and penetrate and torment you with its secret. Prothero, coming into Laura's room, was smitten and pierced with a sense of mortal pathos, a small and lonely pathos, holding itself aloof, drifting about him, a poor broken ghost, too proud to approach him or to cling. Laura was at home. She was writing, snatching at the few golden moments of her day, while apart from and unaware of her, sunken in his seat, the old man dozed by the fireside. From time to time she glanced at him, and then her face set under its tenderness as if it fronted, unflinching, an immovable, perpetual fear. Prothero, as he crossed her threshold, had taken in the unhappy childlike figure, and that other figure, sunken in its seat, slumbering, inert, the image of decay. He stood still for a moment before Laura, as a man stands when he is struck with wonder. He took without speaking the hand, the ridiculously small, thin hand she gave him, touching it as if he were afraid lest he might hurt the fragile thing. He knew what Nina had meant when she said that he need not be afraid of her, that she couldn't do him any harm. He saw a mere slender slip of a body, a virginal body, straight clad, the body and the face of a white child. Her almost rudimentary features cast no shade. Her lips had kept the soft, low curve of their childhood, their colourless curl flattened against her still white face. He saw all that, and he saw the sleeping tenderness in her eyes. Deep down it slept under dark blue veils. Her eyes made him forgive her forehead, the only thing about her which was not absurdly small. And of all this he was afraid, afraid for the wonder and mystery it evoked in him. He saw that Nina watched him and that she was aware of his fear. She was dangerously, uncontrollably aware of it, and aware of her own folly in bringing him to Laura against his judgment and his will. She might have known that for him there would be a charm, a perfection in her very immaturity, that she would have for him all the appealing, pathetic beauty of her type. For him, Nina, watching with a fierce concentration, saw that she was virginity reduced to its last and most exquisite simplicity. They had said nothing to each other. Laura, in the wonderful hour of his coming, could find nothing to say to him. He noticed that she and Nina talked in low, rapid voices, as if they feared that at any moment the old man might awake. Then Laura arose and began to get tea ready, moving very softly in her fear. " You 'd better let me cut the bread and butter," said Prothero. Laura let him. Nina heard them talking over the bread and butter while Laura made the tea. She saw that his eyes did not follow her about the room, but that they rested on her when she was not looking. " You were hard at work when we came," he was saying. Laura denied it. " If I may say so, you look as if you 'd been at it far too long." " No. I 'm never at it long enough. The bother is getting back to where you were half an hour ago. It seems to take up most of the time." " Then I oughtn't, ought I, to take up any of it?" " Oh, please," said Laura, " take it. I can't do anything with it." She had the air of offering it to him like bread and butter on a plate. " Time," she said, " is about all we 've got here. At any rate, there will be time for tea." She examined the cupboard. " It looks as if time were about all we were going to have for tea." She explored the ultimate depth of the cupboard. " I wonder if I could find some jam. Do you like jam?" " I adore it." That was all they said. " Need you," said Nina to Prothero, " spread the butter quite so thick?" Even in her agony she wondered how much, at the rate he was spreading it, would be left for the Kiddy's supper. " He shall spread it," said the Kiddy superbly, " as thick as ever he likes." They called Nina to the table. She ate and drank. But Laura's tea scalded her. Laura's bread and butter choked her. She sickened at it. And when she tried to talk, her voice went dry in her throat. And in his chair by the fireside, the old man dropped from torpor to torpor, apart and unaware of them. When he waked, they would have to go. " Do you think," said Laura, " I 'd better wake Papa?" That was a question which this decided little person had never been able to decide for herself. It was too momentous. " No," said Nina, " I think you 'd better not." It was then that Mr. Gunning waked himself, violently, starting and staring, his pale eyes round with terror, for his sunstroke had made him dream dreams. Laura gave an inarticulate murmur of compassion. She knelt by him, and held his hands in hers and stroked them. " What is it, Papa dear? Have you had a little dream? Poor darling," she said, " he has such horrid ones." Mr. Gunning looked about him, still alarmed, still surrounded as in his dream by appalling presences. He was a little man with a weak, handsome face, worn and dragged by emotion. "What's all this? What's all this?" he reiterated, until out of the throng of presences he distinguished dimly a woman's form. He smiled at it. He was almost wide awake now. "Is it Rose?" he said. "No, Papa, it's Nina." Mr. Gunning became dejected. If it had been Rose, she would have sat beside him and talked to him a little while. He was perfectly wide awake now. He had seen Prothero, and the sight of Prothero revived in him his one idea. His idea was that every man who saw Laura would want to pick the little thing up and carry her away from him. He was haunted by the fear of losing Laura. He had lost everything he had and had forgotten it. But a faint memory of disaster persisted in his idea. "What are you going to do with my little girl?" he said. "You're not going to take her away. I won't have that. I won't have that." "Isn't he funny?" said Laura, unabashed. And from where she knelt, there on the verge of her terror, she looked up at the young man and laughed. She laughed lest Prothero should feel uncomfortable. Nina had risen for departure, and with a slow, reluctant movement of his long body, Prothero rose too. Nina could have sworn that almost he bowed his head over Laura's hand. "May I come and see you again some day?" he said. And she said she would be very glad. That was all. Outside in the little dull street he turned to Nina. "It wasn't fair, Nina. You didn't tell me I was going to have my heart wrung." "How could I know," she said fiercely, "what would wring your heart?" He looked away lest he should seem to see what was in her. But she knew he saw. End of chapter 24. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 25 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 25. 3 weeks passed. Prothero had been 4 times to see Miss Gunning. He had been once because she said he might come again, once because of a book he had promised to lend her, once because he happened to be passing, and once for no reason whatsoever. It was then borne in on him that what he required was a pretext. Calling late one evening, he caught Miss Gunning in the incredible double act of flinging off a paragraph for the papers while she talked to Mr. Gunning. His pretext, heaven sent, unmistakable, stared him in the face. He could not write paragraphs for the papers, they wouldn't take his paragraphs, but he could talk to Mr. Gunning. It was not so difficult as he would have at first supposed. He had already learnt the trick of it. You took a chair. You made a statement. Any statement would do. You had only to say to Mr. Gunning, "Isn't that so?" and he would bow and assure you with a solemn courtesy that it was, and sit up waiting patiently for you to do it again. And you went on talking to Miss Gunning until he showed signs of restlessness. When you had done this several times running, he would sink back in his chair, appeased. But Prothero had discovered that if you concentrated your attention on Mr. Gunning, if you exposed him to a steady stream of statements, he invariably went to sleep. And while he slept, Laura wrote. And while Laura wrote, Owen could keep on looking at her as much as he liked. From where he sat, his half-closed eyes could take in rather more than a side view of Laura. He could see her head as it bent and turned over her work, showing now the 2 low waves of its dark hair, now the flat coils at the back that took the beautiful curve of Laura's head. From time to time she would look up at him and smile, and he would smile back again under his eyelids with a faint quiver of his moustache. And Laura said to herself, "He is rather ugly, but I like him." It was not odd that she should like him, but what struck her as amazing was the peace that in his presence settled on Papa. Once he had got over the first shock of his appearance, it soothed Mr. Gunning to see Prothero sitting there smoking, his long legs stretched out, his head thrown back, his eyes half closed. It established him in the illusion of continued opulence, for Mr. Gunning was not aware of the things that had happened to him 4 years ago. But there had been lapses and vanishings, unaccountable disturbances of the illusion. In the days of opulence people had come to see him. Now they only came to see Laura. They were always the same people, Miss Holland and Miss Lempriere and Mr. Tanqueray. They did no positive violence to the illusion. In their way they ministered to it. They took their place among the company of brilliant and indifferent strangers whom he had once entertained with cold ceremony and a high and distant courtesy. They stayed for a short time by his chair. They drifted from it into remote corners of the room. They existed only for each other and for Laura. Thus, one half of his dream remained incomprehensible to Mr. Gunning. He did not really know these people. But he knew Mr. Prothero, who took a chair beside him and stayed an hour and smoked a pipe with him. He had known him intimately and for a long time. His figure filled the dark and empty places in the illusion and made it warm, tangible, and complete. And because the vanished smokers, the comrades of the days of opulence, had paid hardly any attention to Laura, therefore Mr. Gunning's mind ceased to connect Prothero with his formidable idea. Laura, who had once laughed at it, was growing curiously sensitive to the idea. She waited for it in dreadful pauses of the conversation. She sat shivering with the expectation of its coming. Sooner or later it would come, and when it did come, Papa would ask Mr. Prothero his intentions. And Mr. Prothero, having of course no intentions, would go away and never have anything to do with them again. Prothero had not yet asked himself his intentions, or even wondered what he was there for, since, as it seemed, it was not to talk to Laura. There had been opportunities, moments, pauses in the endless procession of paragraphs when he had tried to draw Laura out. But Laura was not to be drawn. She had a perfect genius for retreating, vanishing from him backwards, keeping her innocent face towards him all the time, but backing into her beloved obscurity. He felt that there were things behind her that forbade him to pursue. Of the enchantment that had drawn her in the beginning she had not said a word. When it came to that, they were both silent, as by a secret understanding and consent. They were both aware of his genius as a thing that was and was not his, a thing perpetually present with them, but incommunicable, the very heart of their silence. One evening, calling about 9 o'clock, he found her alone. She told him that Papa was very tired and had gone to bed. "It is very good of you," she said, "to come and sit with him." Prothero smiled quietly. "May I sit with you now?" "Please do." They sat by the fireside, for even in mid-June the night was chilly. A few scattered ashes showed at the lowest bar of the grate. Laura had raked out the fire that had been lit to warm her father. Papa, she explained, was not always as Mr. Prothero saw him now. His illness came from a sunstroke. He said yes, he had seen cases like that in India. "Then do you think—" She paused, lest she should seem to be asking for a professional opinion. "Do I think? What do I think?" "That he'll get better." He was silent a long time. "No," he said, "but he need never be any worse. You mustn't be afraid." "I am afraid. I'm afraid all the time." "What of?" "Of some awful thing happening, and of my not having the nerve to face it." "Oh, you've nerve enough for anything." "You don't know me. I'm an utter coward. I can't face things, especially the thing I'm afraid of." "What is it? Tell me." He leaned nearer to her, and she almost whispered. "I'm afraid of his having a fit. Epilepsy." "He might have it." "Oh, he might, but he won't. You mustn't think of it." "I'm always thinking of it. And the most awful thing is that I'm afraid of seeing it." She bowed her head and looked away from him as if she had confessed to an unpardonable shame. "Poor child. Of course you are," said Prothero. "We're all afraid of something. I'm afraid, if you'll believe it, of the sight of blood." "You?" "I." "Oh, but you wouldn't lose your head and run away from it." "Wouldn't I?" "No. Or you couldn't go and be a doctor." "Why," she asked suddenly, "did you?" "Because I was afraid of the sight of blood. You see, it was this way. My father was a country doctor, a surgeon. One day he sent me into his surgery. The butcher had been thrown out of his cart and had his cheek cut open. My father was sewing it up, and he wanted me, I was a boy about 15 at the time, to stand by with lumps of cotton wool and mop the butcher while he sewed him up. What do you suppose I did? You fainted? You were ill on the spot? No, I wasn't on the spot at all. I ran away. A slight tremor passed over the whiteness of her face. He took it for the vibration of some spiritual recoil. What do you say to that? I don't say anything. My father said I was a damned coward, and my mother said I was a hypocrite. I'd been reading the book of Job, you see, when it happened. They might have known, she said. They might have known what? That you were different. They did know it. After that, they never let it alone. They kept rubbing it into me all the time that I was different. As my father put it, I wore my cerebral spinal system on the outside, and I had to grow a skin or two if I wished to be a man and not an anatomical diagram. I'd got to prove that I was a man, that I wasn't different after all. Well, you proved it. If I did, my father never knew it. And your mother, she said softly. I believe she knew. But wasn't she glad to know you were different? I never let her know, really, how different I was. You kept it to yourself. It was the only way to keep it. Your genius? If you choose to call it that. The thing, she said, that made you different. You see, he said, they didn't understand that that was where I was most a coward. I was always afraid of losing it. I am now. You couldn't lose it. I have lost it. It went all together the time I was working for my medical. I got it back again out in India when I was alone on the edge of the jungle, when there wasn't much cholera about, and I had nothing to do but think. Then some officious people got me what they called a better berth in Bombay, and it went again. She was uncertain now whether he were speaking of his genius or of something more than it. You see, he continued, you go plodding on with your work for months and never think about it. And then you realize that it's gone, and there's the terror, the most awful terror there is, of never getting back to it again. Then there'll be months of holding on to the fringe of it without seeing it, seeing nothing but horrors, hearing them, handling them. Then perhaps when you've flung yourself down, tired out where you are, on the chance of sleeping, it's there. And nothing else matters. Nothing else is. She knew now, though but vaguely and imperfectly, what he meant. And the next day, one part of you goes about among the horrors, and the other part remains where it got to. I see. Obscurely and with difficulty she saw. She made it out. The thing he spoke of was so inconceivable, so tremendous that at times he was afraid of having it, at times afraid of never having it again. And because, as he had said, the fear of not having it was worse than any fear, he had to be sure of it. He had to put it to the test. So he went down into life, into the thick of it, among all the horrors and the terrors. He knew that if he could do that and carry his vision through it, if it wasn't wiped out, if he only saw it once for a moment afterwards, he would be sure of it. He wasn't really sure of it until then, not a bit surer than she was now. No, he was always sure of it. It was himself he was not sure of, himself that he put to the test. And it was himself that he had carried through it. He had lived face to face with all the corporeal horrors. He had handled them, tasted them. He, the man without a skin, with every sense, every nerve in him exposed, exquisitely susceptible to torture. And he had come through it all as through a thing insubstantial, a thing that gave way before his soul and its exultant processional vision of God. The absurd thing is that after all I haven't grown a skin. I'm still afraid of the sight of blood. So I suppose I shall go on being afraid. Probably. But you won't turn tail any more than I should. You never ran away. There are worse things than running away. All the things that go on inside you, the cruel, dreadful things, the cowardices and treacheries, things that come of never being alone. I have to sit up at night to be alone. My child, you mustn't. It's simply criminal. If I didn't, she said, I should never get it in. He understood her to be alluding thus vaguely to her gift. I know it's criminal with Papa depending on me, and yet I do it. Sometimes I'm up half the night, hammering and hammering at my own things. Things, I mean, that won't sell, just to gratify my vanity in having done them. To satisfy your instinct for perfection. God made you an artist. She sighed. He's made me so many things besides. That's where the misery comes in. And a precious poor artist you'd be if he hadn't, and if the misery didn't come in. She shook her head, superior in her sad wisdom. Misery's all very well for the big tragic people like Nina, who can make something out of it. Why throw it away on a wretched, clever little imp like me? Well, and if you're being hammered at to satisfy an instinct for perfection that you're not aware of... She shook her head again. I'm certainly not aware of it. Still, I can understand that. I mean, I can understand an instinct for perfection making shots in the dark and trying things too big for it, and they're not coming off. But look at Papa. She held her hands out helplessly. The gesture smote his heart. If Papa had been one of its experiments, but he wasn't. It had got him all right at first. You've no idea how nice Papa was. You've only to look at him now to see how nice he is. But he was clever. Not very clever. She wasn't going to claim too much for him. But just clever enough. He used to say such funny, queer, delicious things. And he can't say them any more. She paused and went on gathering vehemence as she went. And to go and spoil a thing like that, the thing you'd made as fine as it could be, to tear it to bits and throw the finest bits away, it doesn't look like an instinct for perfection, does it? The finest bits aren't thrown away. It's what you still have with you, what you see that's being thrown away, broken up by some impatient, impetuous spiritual energy as a medium that no longer serves its instinct for perfection. Do you see? I see that you're trying to make me happier about Papa. It's awfully nice of you. I'm trying to get you away from a distressing view of the human body. To you, a diseased human body is a thing of palpable horror. To me, it is simply a medium, an unstable, oscillating medium of impetuous spiritual energies. We're nowhere near understanding the real function of disease. It probably acts as a partial discarnation of the spiritual energies. It's a sign of their approaching freedom. Especially those diseases which are most like death, the horrible diseases that tear down the body from the top, destroying great tracts of brain and nerve tissue, and leaving the viscera exuberant with life. And if you knew the mystery of the building up, why, the growth of an unborn child is more wonderful than you can conceive. But if you really knew, that would be nothing to the secret, the mystery, the romance of dissolution. His phrase was luminous to her. It was a violent rent that opened up the darkness that wrapped her. If you could see through it, you'd understand. You'd see that this body, made of the radiant dust of the universe, is a twofold medium, transmitting the splendor of the universe to us and our splendor to the universe. That we carry about in every particle of us a spiritual germ which is not the spiritual germ of our father or our mother or any of our remote ancestors, so that what we take is insignificant beside what we give. Laura looked grave. I can't pretend for a moment, she said, that I understand. Think, he said. Think of the body of a newborn baby. Think how before its birth that body ran through the whole round of creation in 9 months. That not only the life of its parents, but the life of the whole creation was present in the cell it started from. Think how our body comes charged with spiritual energies, indestructible instincts, infinite memories that are not ours. That its life, from minute to minute, goes on by a process of combustion, the explosion of untamable forces, and that we unmake the work of millions of eons in a moment, that we charge it with our will, our instincts, our memories, so that there's not an atom of our flesh unpenetrated by spirit, not a cell of our bodies that doesn't hold some spiritual germ of us, so that we multiply our souls in our bodies. And their dust, when they scatter, is the seed of our universe, flung heaven knows where. For a moment, the clever imp looked out of Laura's eyes. Do you know, she said, it makes me feel as if I had millions and millions of intoxicated brains, all trying to grasp something and all reeling, and I can't tell whether it's you who are intoxicated or I, and I want to know how you know about it. A change passed over his face. It became suddenly still and incommunicable. And the only thing I want to know," she wailed, "you won't tell me. And it's all very dim and disagreeable and sad." "What won't I tell you?" "What's become of the things that made Papa so adorable?" "I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to make you see." "I can only see that they've gone." "And I can only see that they exist more exquisitely, more intensely than ever. Too intensely for your senses or his to be aware of them." "Ah." "And I should say the same of a stillborn baby that I had never seen alive, or of a lunatic whom I had not once seen sane." "How do you know?" she reiterated. "I can't tell you." "You can't tell me anything, and your very face shuts up when I look at it." "I can't tell you anything," he said gently. "I can only talk to you like an intoxicated medical student, and it's time for me to go." She did not seem to have heard him, and they sat silent. It was as if their silence was a borderland, as if they were both pausing there before they plunged. Behind them the unspoken, the unspeakable. Before them the edge of perilous speech. "I'm glad I've seen you," she said at last. He ignored the valediction of her tone. "And when am I to see you again?" he said. This time she did not answer, and he had a profound sense of the pause. He asked himself now, as they stood, he being aware that they were standing on the brink of the deep, how far she had ever really accepted his preposterous pretext. Up till now she had appeared to be taking him and his pretext simply as they came. Her silence, her pause, had had no expectation in it. It evidently had not occurred to her that the deep could open up. That was how she had struck him, more and more, as never looking forward, to him or to anything, as being almost afraid to look forward. She regarded life with a profound distrust, as a thing that might turn upon her at any time and hurt her. He rose and she followed him, holding the lamp to light the stairway. He turned. "Well," he said, "have you seen enough of me?" They were outside the threshold now, and she stood there, one arm holding her lamp, the other stretched across the doorway, as if she would keep him from ever entering again. "Or," said he, "may I come again? Soon?" "Do," she said, "and bring Nina with you." She set her lamp on the floor at the stairhead and backed from him into the darkness of the room. End of chapter 25. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 26 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 26. It was the 27th of June, Laura's birthday. Tanqueray had proposed that they should celebrate it by a day on Wendover Hill, for the Kitty's increasing pallor cried piteously for the open air. Nina was to bring Owen Prothero, and Jane, in Prothero's interest, was to bring Brodrick, and Tanqueray, Laura insisted, was to bring his wife. Rose had counted the days, the very hours before Laura's birthday. She had plenty to do for once on the morning of the 27th, making rock cakes and cutting sandwiches and packing them beautifully in a basket. Overnight she had washed and ironed the white blouse she was to wear. The white blouse lay on her bed, wonderful as a thing seen in a happy dream. Rose could hardly permit herself to believe that the dream would come true and that Tanqueray would really take her. It all depended on whether Laura could get off. Getting Laura off was the difficulty they encountered every time she had a birthday. So uncertain was the event that Nina and Prothero called at the house in Albert Street before going on to the station. They found Tanqueray and Rose in her white blouse waiting outside on the pavement. They heard that Jane Holland was in there with Laura, bringing pressure to bear on the obstinate Kitty, who was bent on the renunciation of her day. Jane's voice on the landing called to them to come upstairs. Without them it was impossible, she said, to get Laura off. The whole house was helping in a passionate publicity, for everyone in it loved Laura. Mr. Baxter, the landlord, was on the staircase bringing Laura's boots. The maid of all work was leaning out of the window on the landing, brushing Laura's skirt. A tall girl was standing by the table in the sitting room. She had a lean, hectic face and prominent blue eyes under masses of light hair. She was Addie Ranger, the typewriter on the ground floor, who had come up with her typewriting to see what she could do. She was sewing buttons on Laura's blouse while Jane brought pressure upon Laura. "Of course you're going," Jane was saying. "It's not as if you had a birthday every day." For Laura still sat at her writing table, labouring over a paragraph, white-lipped and heavy-eyed. Shuffling all over the room and round about her was Mr. Gunning. He was pouring out the trouble that had oppressed him for the last 4 years. "She won't stop scribbling. It's scribble, scribble, scribble all day long. If I didn't lie awake to stop her, she'd be at it all night. I've caught her in her nightgown. She'll get out of her bed to do it." "Papa, dear, you know Miss Lempriere and Mr. Prothero." His mind adjusted itself instantly to his vision of them. He bowed to each. He was a soul of courtesy and hospitality, and they were his guests. They had come to luncheon. "Lolly, my dear, have you ordered luncheon? You must tell Mrs. Baxter to give us a salmon mayonnaise, and a salad and lamb cutlets and aspic. And Lolly, tell her to put a bottle of champagne in ice." For in his blessed state, among the fragments of old splendours that still clung to him, Mr. Gunning had preserved indestructibly his sense of power to offer his friends a bottle of champagne on a suitable occasion. And every occasion now ranked with him as suitable. "Yes, darling," said Laura, and dashed down a line of her paragraph. He shuffled feebly toward the door. "I have to see to everything myself," he said. "That child there has no more idea how to order a luncheon than the cat. There should be," he reverted, "lamb cutlets and aspic. I must see to it myself." He wandered out of the room and in again, driven by his dream. "Oh," cried Laura, "somebody else must have my birthday. I can't have it. I must sit tight and finish my paragraph." "You'll spoil it if you do," said Prothero. "Besides spoiling everybody else's day," said Jane judiciously. That brought Laura round. She reflected that if she sat tight from 10 that evening till 2 in the morning, she could save their day. But first she had to finish her paragraph, and then to hide it and lock it up. Then she put the pens and ink on a high shelf out of Mr. Gunning's reach. He had been known to make away with the materials of Lolly's detestable occupation when he got the chance. He had attributed to it that mysterious, irritating semblance of poverty in which they moved. He smiled at her, a happy, innocent smile. "That's right. That's right. Put it away, my dear. Put it away." "Yes, Papa," said Laura. She took the blouse from Addie Ranger, and she and Jane Holland disappeared with it into a small inner room. From the voices that came to him, Prothero gathered that Jane Holland was buttoning her up the back. "Don't say," cried Laura, "that it won't meet." "Meet? It'll go twice round you. You don't eat enough." Silence. "It's no good," he heard Jane Holland say. "Not eating. I've tried both." "I," said Laura in a voice that penetrated, "over-eat. Habitually." "I must go," said Mr. Gunning, "and find my hat and stick." His idea now was that Laura was going to take him for a walk. Addie Ranger began to talk to Prothero. He liked Addie. She had an amusing face with a long nose and wide lips, restless and cynical. She confided to him the trouble of her life, the eternal difficulty of finding anywhere a permanent job. Addie's dream was permanence. Then they talked of Laura. "Do you know what her dream is?" said Addie. "To be able to afford wine and chicken and game and things for him." "When you think of her work," said Nina, "it's charming. It's finished to a point. How on earth does she do it?" "She sits up half the night to do it," said Prothero, "when he isn't there." "And it's killing her," said Addie, who had her back to the door. Mr. Gunning had come in again and he heard her. He gazed at them with a vague sweetness, not understanding what he heard. Then Laura ran in among them in a tremendous hurry. She wasn't ready yet. It was a maddening, protracted agony getting Laura off. She had forgotten to lock the cupboard where the whisky was, a shilling's worth and a medicine bottle, and poor Papa might find it. Since he had had his sunstroke, you couldn't trust him with anything, not even with a jam pot. Then Addie, at Laura's request, rushed out of the room to find Laura's hat and her handkerchief and her gloves, not the ones with the holes in them. And then Laura looked at her hands. "Oh," she cried, "look at my poor hands. I can't go like that. I hate an inky woman." and she dashed out to wash the ink off. And then the gloves found by Addie had all holes in them, and at that Laura stamped her foot and said, "Damn!" The odds against Laura's getting off were frightful. But she was putting on her hat. She was really ready just as Tanqueray's voice was heard calling on the stairs, "You must hurry up if you want to catch that train." And now they had to deal seriously with Mr. Gunn, who stood expectant, holding his hat and stick. "Goodbye, Papa, dear," said she. "Am I not to come too?" said Mr. Gunning. "Not today, dear." She was kissing him while Jane and Nina waited in the open doorway. Their eyes signed to her to be brave and follow them. But Laura lingered. Prothero looked at Laura, and Mr. Gunning looked at Prothero. His terrible idea had come back to him at the sight of the young man risen and standing beside Laura for departure. "Are you going to take my little girl away from me?" he said. "Poor little Papa, of course he isn't. I'm going with Jane and Nina. You know Nina." "And who," he cried, "is going to take me for my walk?" He had her there. She wavered. "Addie's coming in to give you your tea. You like Addie." He bowed to Miss Ranger with a supreme courtesy. "And I'll be back in time to see you in your little bed." She ran off. Addie Ranger took Mr. Gunning very tenderly by the arm and led him to the stairs to see her go. Outside on the pavement, Tanqueray gave way to irritation. "If," said he, "it would only please Heaven to take that old gentleman to itself." "It won't," said Nina. "How she would hate us if she heard us," said Jane. "There ought to be somebody to take care of him," said Rose, moved to compassion. "He might go off in a fit any day. She can't be easy when he's left." "He must be left," said Tanqueray with ferocity. "Here she is," said Jane. There she was. And there too was her family. For at the sight of Laura running downstairs with Prothero after her, Mr. Gunning broke loose from Addie's arm and followed her, perilously followed her. Addie was only just in time to draw him back from the hall door as Prothero closed it. And then little Laura outside heard a cry, as of a thing trapped and betrayed and utterly abandoned. "I can't go," she cried. "He thinks I'm leaving him, that I'm never coming back. He always thinks it." "You know," said Nina, "he never thinks anything for more than 5 minutes." "I know, but—" Nina caught her by the shoulder. "You stupid Kitty. You must forget him when he isn't there." "But he is there," said Laura. "I can't leave him." Between her eyes and Prothero's there passed a look of eternal patience and despair. Rose saw it. She saw how it was with them, and she saw what she could do. She turned back to the door. "You go," she said. "I'll stay with him." From the set of her little chin you saw that protest and argument were useless. "I can take care of him," she said. "I know how." And as she said it there came into her face a soft flame of joy. For Tanqueray was looking at her and smiling as he used to smile in the days when he adored her. He was thinking in this moment how adorable she was. "You may as well let her," he said. "She isn't happy if she can't take care of somebody." And as they wondered at her, the door opened and closed again on Rose and her white blouse. End of chapter 26. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 27 of The Creators, a comedy by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 27. They found Brodrick waiting for them at the station. Imperturbable, on the platform, he seemed to be holding in leash the Wendover train whose engines were throbbing for flight. Prothero suffered painfully the inevitable introduction. Tanqueray had told him that if he still wanted work on the papers, Brodrick was his man. Brodrick had an idea. On the long hill road going up from Wendover station, Prothero, at Tanqueray's suggestion, tried to make himself as civil as possible to Miss Holland. Tentatively and with infinite precautions, Jane laid before him Brodrick's idea. The war correspondent of the Morning Telegraph was coming home, invalided from Manchuria. She understood that his place would be offered to Mr. Prothero. Would he care to take it? He did not answer. She merely laid the idea before him to look at. He must weigh, she said, the dangers and the risks. From the expression of his face she gathered that these were the last things he would weigh. And yet he hesitated. She looked at him. His eyes were following the movements of Laura Gunning, where, well in front of them, the marvellous Kitty, in the first wildness of her release from paragraphs, darted and plunged and leaped into the hedges. Jane allowed some moments to lapse before she spoke again. The war, she said, would not last forever, and if he took this berth, it would lead almost certainly to a regular job on the telegraph at home. He saw all that, he said, and he was profoundly grateful. His eyes, as they turned to her, showed for a moment a film of tears. Then they wandered from her. He asked if he might think it over and let her know. "When," she said, "can you let me know?" "I think," he said, "probably before the end of the day." The day was drawing to its end when the group drifted and divided. Brodrick, still imperturbable, took possession of Jane, and Prothero, with his long swinging stride, set off in pursuit of the darting Laura. Tanqueray, thus left behind with Nina, watched him as he went. "He's off, Nina. Bolted." His eyes smiled at her, suave, deprecating, delighted eyes and recklessly observant. "So has Jane," said Nina, with her dangerous irony. Apart from them and from their irony, Prothero was at last alone with Laura on the top of Wendover Hill. She had ceased to dart and to plunge. He found for her a hidden place on the green slope under a tree, and there he stretched himself at her side. "Do you know," he said, "this is the first time I've seen you out of doors." "So it is," said she in a strange, even voice. She drew off her gloves and held out the palms of her hands as if she were bathing them in the pure air. Her face was turned from him and lifted, her nostrils widened, her lips parted, her small breasts heaved. She drank the air like water. To his eyes she was the white image of mortal thirst. "Is it absolutely necessary for you to live in Camden Town?" he said. She sat up very straight and stared steadily in front of her as if she faced, unafraid, the invincible necessity. "It is. Absolutely." She explained that Baxter, her landlord, had been an old servant of Papa's, and that the important thing was to be with people who would be nice to him and not mind, she said, his little ways. He sighed. "Do you know what I should do with you if I could have my way? I should turn you into a green garden and keep you there from 9 in the morning till 9 at night. I should make you walk a mile with me twice a day, not too fast. All the rest of the time you should lie on a couch on a lawn, with a great rose bush at your head and a bed of violets at your feet. I should bring you something nice to eat every 2 hours." "And how much work do you suppose I should get through?" "Work? You wouldn't do any work for a year at least, if I had my way." "It's a beautiful dream," said she. She closed her eyes, but whether to shut the dream out or to keep it in he could not say. "I don't want," she said presently, "to lie on a couch in a garden with roses at my head and violets at my feet, as if I were dead. You don't know how tremendously alive I am." "I know," he said, "how tremendously alive you'd be if I had my way. If you were happy." She was still sitting up, nursing her knees, and staring straight in front of her at nothing. "You don't know what it's like," she said, "the unbearable pathos of Papa." "It's your pathos that's unbearable." "Oh, don't. Don't be nice to me. I shall hate you if you're nice to me." She paused, staring. "I was unkind to him yesterday. I see how pathetic he is, and yet I'm unkind. I snap like a little devil. You don't know what a devil, what a detestable little devil I can be." She turned to him, sparing herself no pain in her confession. "I was cruel to him. It's horrible, like being cruel to a child." The horror of it was in her stare. "It's your nerves," he said. "It's because you're always frightened." He seemed to meditate before he spoke again. "How are you going on?" "You see how." "I do indeed. It's unbearable to think of your having to endure these things, and I have to stand by and see you at the end of your tether, hurt and frightened, and to know that I can do nothing for you. If I could have my way, you would never be hurt or frightened any more." As he spoke, something gave way in her. It felt like a sudden weakening and collapse of her will, drawing her heart with it. "But," he went on, "as I can't have my way, the next best thing is to stand by you." She struggled as against physical faintness, struggled successfully. "Since I can't take you out of it," he said, "I shall come and live in Camden Town too." "You couldn't live in Camden Town." "I can live anywhere I choose. I shouldn't see Camden Town." "You couldn't," she insisted. "And if you could I wouldn't let you." "Why not?" "Because. It wouldn't do." He smiled. "It would be all right. I should get a room near you and look after your father." "It wouldn't do," she said again. "I couldn't let you." "I can do anything I choose. Your little hands can't stop me." She looked at him gravely. "Why do you choose it?" "Because I can choose nothing else." "Ah, why are you so good to me?" "Because—" he mocked her absurd intonation. "Don't tell me. It's because you are good. You can't help it." "No, I can't help it." "But," she objected, "I'm so horrid. I don't believe in God, and I say damn when I'm angry." "I heard you." "You said yourself I wanted violets to sweeten me and hammers to soften me. You think I'm so bitter and so hard." "You know what I think you. And you know," he said, "that I love you." "You mustn't," she whispered. "It's no good." He seemed not to have heard her. "And some day," he said, "I shall marry you. I'd marry you to morrow if I'd had enough money to buy a hat with." "It's no use loving me. You can't marry me." "I know I can't. But it makes no difference." "No difference?" "Not to me." "If you could," she said, "I wouldn't let you. It would only be one misery more." "How do you know what it would be?" "I won't even let you love me. That's misery too." "You don't know what it is." "I do know, and I don't want any more of it. I've been hurt with it." With a low cry of pity and pain he took her in his arms and held her to him. She writhed and struggled in his clasp. "Don't!" she cried. "Don't touch me. Let me alone. I can't bear it." He turned her face to his to find the truth in her eyes. "And yet," he said, "you love me." "No. No. It's no use," she reiterated. "It's no use. I won't have it. I won't let you love me." "You can't stop me." "I can stop you torturing me." She was freed from his arms now. She sat up. Her small face was sullen and defiant in its expression of indomitable will. "Of course," he said, "you can stop me touching you. But it makes no difference. I shall go on caring for you. It's no use struggling and crying against that." "I shall go on struggling." "Go on as long as you like. It doesn't matter. I can wait." She rose. "Come," she said. "It's time to be going back." He obeyed her. When they reached the rise on the station road, they turned and waited for the others to come up with them. They looked back. Their hill was on their left. To their right was the great plain, grey with mist. They stood silent, oppressed by their sense of a sad and sudden beauty. Then with the others they swung down the road to the station. Before the end of the day Brodrick heard that his offer was accepted. End of chapter 27. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.